We like that. Woo!
What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Pull Up Show. My name is BJ Matthews, aka B Jizzle. Before we get started, follow us on the YouTube page, the Pull Up Basketball Podcast. Like, share, subscribe all of our YouTube videos by hitting that notification bell by subscribe button, as well as our Cash App, $ BJ Matthews, PayPal at Broderick Masters. You guys can see that in the ticker. We have a great show coming up for y'all today. But yeah, also check out our last interview we just had last night with Mr. Ryan Hollins. Let me put this up here so y'all can see. We had a special guest, Ryan Hollins, last night, who graced the show. If you guys did not get a chance to see that live, go and check out the video in our live description or our live videos. Great interview, man. Very informative. Got a chance to bring some people in to, get some questions off for him. But great guest, Ryan Hollins, last night. Great show with me and my boy Rick. So let's get it going. All right, man. So, I could not more than wait for this show. It's 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 something where there's a lot of things that happen. I know y'all saw the game last night. A matter of fact, I'm gonna let some people get in here before I get started. I know it's pretty early in the morning, so I'm gonna wait for some people to get in here first. So. Make sure y'all hit that like button when y'all come in here. Make sure y'all hit that like button, comment section, all that stuff, man. About to get started in a couple minutes. I know it's kind of pretty early, so I'm gonna let people give a chance to kind of get in here because I got quite a lot to say. And yeah, before I let people in here, I want to get off what I need to say, man, because it's so much to look out after last night, and you know, everybody's welcome to their opinions, but I'm gonna say what I need to say because there's a lot of stuff that I said that was revealed last night, and we also got some trade deadline news also with the Clippers that I got yesterday. So um, I want y'all to hear that as well. So we're gonna get started in a minute or so. So y'all just hang tight. Let me know y'all here in the comment section, like the video, all that good stuff, man. All right, get started about 1 minute. Give a chance people to come in here, man. Hope everybody's doing good this Friday morning, man, as well. Okay, so get started about 30 seconds, man. About 30 seconds, get started. Tap that like button, y'all. Tap that like button. All right, so it's about enough time. So like I said, we're getting to the Clippers lose by 1 point to the Milwaukee Bucks, 105-106. Okay, now people may ask me first, okay, well, what happened? The Clippers were up by I think 21 in the third and fourth quarter. So what exactly happened? How did the Clippers end up losing this game? How did they let this game slip away? They're now on the fifth seed in the standings behind the Dallas Mavericks at 28 and 25. So what exactly happened to the Clippers last night? And for me, there's a number of things that happened, in my opinion. Um, First thing is first, man. We gotta give credit where credit's due, man. Giannis Antetokounmpo took over the game last night. Um, I actually, if you guys don't know, I fell asleep in the third quarter, and then I woke up to text messages um, from a few people telling me about the game. I was asleep. I was knocked out. So I heard my phone just ringing, ringing, ringing. I wake up about midnight, 12:30, and I see I see the text. Then I turn the TV on. I see the Clippers lose by 1 point. I'm like, oh man, what happened? So I went back and watched the game, and I kind of saw a few things that really revealed itself. And one of the things that Giannis Antetokounmpo took over, that's the obvious thing. Him scoring 54 points, 19 rebounds in 36 minutes. So he didn't even play the full 40 minutes, and he just took over. Then when I watched it with my eyes, I started seeing what he was doing. What happened was basically Giannis started off the game very slow. He shot the ball very poor from the field. Um, what I'm saying? Just, missed about three layups, transition layups, a couple jumpers in the first quarter, right? And then he started getting it into the second quarter. But how he did it was basically Visca Zubac got in foul trouble very early in the game, right? He got in foul trouble in the second quarter where he had three fouls. So that took him out the game. Now, why that's important to say is because Zubac is the only real big center on our team. Salute, man. Salute, salute, salute. Play for keep. What's good, man? Salute everybody. Giannis took over that game in the fourth quarter. He took over the game in the fourth quarter, but leading up to that, he was able to get a head full of steam on Zubac. That's how he got Zubac in foul trouble, right? Zubac was damn near in the paint while Giannis was at half court attacking the rim. Because Zubac doesn't have the foot quickness as well as Giannis is just as strong as Zubac. So it's like he was at a mismatch from the jump, and that's just how it's going to be sometimes when you face a great player like that, right? So he took advantage of that. Then Robert Covington comes in to replace Zubac, and not only was Giannis too strong for Covington, but he's also just as quick. So that's another mismatch. So it made it hard for both of our so-called bigs and forwards to actually do anything with Giannis, right? He started getting his confidence, his flow going. And then towards the second half, you start seeing him hit jump shots. And when a guy like Giannis hits jump shots, it's pretty much as good as done, right? When his shot is going in and he's able to get to the basket, man, that's just something that you have to pretty much live with, man. I mean, they don't call him the Greek freak for nothing. He's the most, dominant player in the league right now, hands down, right? So him scoring those 54 points and 19 rebounds, I think it had a lot to do with the mismatch he had on Zubac. I think he knew that from a jump. This guy could not do anything with me. Right. But then something interesting happened when Zubac fouled out in the fourth quarter. They had no choice but to put Kawhi on him. And actually, Giannis did not score a point for that last, I think, minute and 45-second stretch because Kawhi was able to use his hands, his length, as well as he's not as strong as Giannis, but he's able to hold his weight up. Like, you ain't going to just push him around. And that's why I was I was hoping for Kawhi to guard Giannis more in that fourth quarter, right? But it didn't happen. So I think they should have made that switch. But the problem, if they would have done that, who would Zubac would have guarded? That's why I think with the Bucks, Bobby Portis not playing, and then Brook Lopez not getting as much minutes, I think that allowed Giannis to take over that matchup with Zubac. Uh-huh. Yeah, man. I'm gonna break everything down, man. Salute to the pound. Y'all hit that like button, man. Y'all hit that like button. Right? You say, oh, the Bucks play dirty. Yeah, they got a couple dirty players, Grayson Allen, Joe Ingles. I mean, we know that, but I gotta give credit to Giannis, man. He just took over the game. He did take over that game. And you know, you gotta tip your hat to a guy like him. Now, as far as us, man, the Clippers, here's a couple things I want to mention. First off, the people that did carry us were our role players, Marcus Morris and Norman Powell, in that in the first 3 quarters, man. Marcus Morris had 16 points and went 7 for 13 from the field. And went 2 for 6 from the 3-point line in the third quarter. Missed a couple threes, but other than that, he was pretty much getting what he wanted in the mid post and the mid range. And I've been saying this about Marcus Morris. I do not want to trade him. You know what I'm saying? I want to keep Marcus Morris. I think he's a big shot taker, big shot maker. He's one of those guys that doesn't fold under pressure, right? He's going to take the shots. He's going to actually be, he's mentally tough, physically tough. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get rid of Marcus Morris. I think he's a vital piece to our team. And I think he showed it last night when he plays in big games. He seems to show up. I mean, he did it all last year. He hit a lot of big shots for us when we didn't have Kawhi and PG. So for the people saying, you know, Marcus Morris, what else does he do other than shoot? Well, what he also does is he also provides mental toughness. He's our vocal leader, right? And also his defense has not been that bad. When I know something with Marcus Morris, when you put him around other guys that can actually play defense, he will do his part. So Marcus Morris, you know what I'm saying, people say his defense is putrid. It's not as bad really as people making it out to be. You know what I'm saying? When he came to the Clippers, he was looked at as a two-way player. Now, it's over the couple of years, you know what I'm saying? He hasn't been the two-way player we thought he was as far as his defense, but he can somewhat have good defensive spurts. So I'll take it. For the amount of shot making he makes and the toughness he brings to our team, I would take that. All right. So I think this is something where I want to keep Marcus Morris, right? You know what I'm saying? Marcus Morris did his thing. Now, also, the guy who really showed out, man, and I don't think it's no secret, is Norman Powell. Norman Powell had 26 points in 31 minutes last night. Now, here's the thing about Norm, bro. Shout out to my man Norm, you know what I'm saying? You know, from the 619 from San Diego, you know what I'm saying, from my city. His high school coach was my AAU coach, you know what I'm saying? So we go back to, you know what I'm saying, the younger years, man. So shout out to my man Norman Powell. But Norm is a type of cat, man. He's ultra competitive, right? He's ultra competitive for games like this against the Bucks televised games, national games. He gets up for it. Now, there's been games where he's actually shot the ball bad, who are not, you know, there are games that he shot the ball bad, you know, looking for shots and stuff like that. But that's just who he is, man. That's just his mental makeup. He's a tough-nosed, tough-minded guy. So even when he's having, you know, bad shooting nights, you know, I still like his aggressiveness. And we're going to need him to be like that because, in my opinion, he's the one that actually kept us in the game, especially in that third quarter, hitting big threes, getting to the basket. When he gets transition, let me tell you something about Norm. When he gets in transition downhill, and his shots falling, he's unguardable. There's no one can stick with him, no one can stay with him because he has the athletic ability as well as the handle and the three-point shot, so you make it tough on people. You know what I'm saying? So I'm good with Norman Powell. I think he's a sixth man of the year, one of the 6 mans of the year. And I'm just glad we got him on our team. But he's the one that actually kept us in the game yesterday. He provided the offense, and that's what we actually needed. I think he played 31 minutes. So great 6 man off the bench. Can pretty much play with anybody. High IQ player. Tough player, man. I like Norman Powell a lot. I like his game. I like what he brings to the table, his intangibles, his teamwork, all that good stuff. He's just a good locker room guy as well. So shout out to Norm. Now, people want to talk about also Reggie Jackson. Why was he in the game? And Luke Kennard didn't play, and Terrence Mann didn't play down the stretch. Now, that's somewhat the confusion that's been going on. Now, here's the thing. I think Luke Kennard, again, like I've told y'all in the past, Luke Kennard's a piece, right? The thing about Luke Kennard is there's certain games he's unplayable. Like I've said before in the past, but people think I'm capping. There's certain games Luke Kennard is unplayable. Why do I say that? Because he's the type of guy, he's a catch and shoot 3-point guy. Meaning what? If he's not shooting the ball from 3, he's a liability on the court because he's not stopping nobody on the other side, as well as he can't really create his own shot. When he dribbles out of those pockets, you know what I'm saying, off of screens, he usually just looks to get his shot up, but it's very hard against aggressive guards like Minnesota or Milwaukee. They have aggressive guards on that team. They got Drew Holiday. They got Wesley Matthews. They got Pat Connaughton. They got Grayson Allen, and they got that one dude with the bald head. I can't remember with the beard. I can't remember his name, but they got about 3 or 4 aggressive guards who would have made it hard on Luke Kennard. So it's like you're pretty much unplayable. So I see why he chose to put Reggie Jackson more than Luke Kennard. I'm not gonna kill Reggie from last night, even though because he made some good 3-point shots, even though he made some good shots. I think they were just looking for somebody who can create their own shot. And I think Luke Kennard wasn't able to do that. So Ty Lue went with Reggie Jackson. Right? So that's what that situation was. Luke Kennard, again, there's certain games he's unplayable. Miss Davis, how you doing? Good morning. BJ Chat just stepped up and on with. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Make sure y'all hit that like button. LA, what's good, my brother? How you doing? Trini man, salute. Hit that like button when y'all come in here, y'all. But Reggie, again, I think they trusted him more than Luke because he was able to score off the dribble. See, last night was a game supposed to be. They needed people to score because Kawhi and PG were so off. Right? It wasn't even the fact on defense because pretty much the Bucks didn't really have it going offensively outside of Giannis. Chris Middleton, he had 16 points and I think his minute restriction, so he wasn't, in the game in the fourth quarter. Drew Holiday had an off shooting game. Their 3-point shooters, Grayson Allen, Pat Connaughton, Joe Ingles were not, hot. Like, it was really Giannis just carrying them, bro. That's why I said he took the game. So they needed somebody to score with Kawhi and PG. I think Kawhi had 17 points and PG had 16, which I'm about to get on both of them in a minute. But I think Reggie, the fact that he played was because they feel like he can create more offense than Luke Kennard. And I think he also, for Terrence Mann, the same thing. Now, Terrence Mann, I think he had 8 points? He went 2 for 3 from the field, right? Yeah, he went 2 for 3 from the field. He had 8 points. 4 assists, and how many rebounds T-Man have? Let me see if I can pull it up. He had 8 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and went 2 for 3 from the 3. Okay. So yeah, he went 2 for 2 from the 3, 4 rebounds, 8 points, 3 assists. Okay, he played 24 minutes. So the stat line is, again, it's glue guy. It's solid. It's glue guy minutes. Like I've been telling y'all before, what T-Man, he is a glue guy. He's the type of cat that you bring in to actually fill in holes. He's not the guy that's going to build the house, if you know what I'm saying. That's not a knock on him. That's not disrespect him. That's just who he is. And he's showing that against top competition. Right? He showed that against the Cleveland Cavaliers when Kawhi and PG weren't there. He's shown that against the Bucks. He's going to be showing that pretty much against top competition the whole year. And people say, well, why wasn't T-Man playing towards the end of the stretch? I know why, because he can't create real offense. Like, he shot 3 shots. Yes, he did. And he went 2 for 3 from the field. But we needed guys to get the ball in the bucket. And T-Man understands. The thing I give him credit for, he doesn't overstep his limits. He doesn't do things he knows he's not capable of doing. He's going to go out there and not do too much. He's going to do what he feels is good and not try to push the issue. Right? So that's what he does. But him being in the fourth quarter was not going to change that game because he wasn't stopping Giannis Antetokounmpo. And he wasn't the guy that's going to be scoring the basket. So what would he have really been doing other than just being out there being a piece? Unless you had a solution to stop Giannis, then there was no reason. There was nothing that T-Man could have done in that game to really put it on him. Norman Powell was literally the right person keeping the game. I understand why they had Reggie Jackson in, because they're looking to score buckets. Again, our offense is at the bottom of the league. It's not our defense, it's our offense. Right? So we gotta look at it like kind of more strategic. Now, let me get to the real reasons why we lost because this is the main reasons. Let's start with PG, man. Let's start with what Paul George did do. Let me pull it up. PG had 16 points, 6 rebounds, two assists in 36 minutes with 6 to 16 from the 2 for 5 from the three. Okay, so what happened with PG? Why did Paul George have an off shooting night? Because that's essentially what he did. He had an off shooting night. Did not shoot the ball well, and he had an air ball at the end. I did see that. It's funny, y'all, man. This is why I say. This is why I say that we need a legit point guard. This is why I say that. This man is not comfortable playing that position, y'all. I can see it. He's not comfortable playing that position. All this talk from Showtime, from Kobe Jordan, from all these Clipper fans keep saying that Paul George and Kawhi can carry us, play make for us. We don't need a point. All this talk. And y'all are seeing with your own eyes what happened. Somebody tell me I'm lying. Key turnovers, him turning the ball over, him getting the ball stripped, him airballing that three because of his legs. This cat is not a point guard, bro. He's a two-way player who plays both ways elite. That's what he is. Let him be that. That's what I want him to be. Now, I'm not going to be in here and killing him because like a lot of people do, like want to say he's pandemic P. I'm not going to do that. All it was is that that's not his natural position. As well as he had a steal right after that air ball. So does he not get credit for that? Right? But like I said, man, him over dribbling the ball, him trying to pull up for long twos and long mid-range shots, bro, it looks good when it's going in, but when it's not going in, it looks very bad. PG gets worn out playing the point. He had nothing left. Yeah, and I think they try to mix it up by having Reggie play point a little bit. But the problem with Reggie is he's out of control with the ball if you allow him to be the point guard long term. But yeah, you're exactly right. LA when he plays the point, gets worn out because again, he plays a lot east to west. Meaning like he dribbles in the same spot or he tries to go east instead of going downhill. He tires himself out and then he makes bad decisions with the ball as far as passes at times. It's just something that the Clippers don't need to be doing. With the amount of depth that we have and the players that we have, we don't need PG playing the point. But you're gonna keep having people come in here talking about Paul George can be our playmaker, be our point. No, he's not. It's a difference between being a playmaker and a point guard. A playmaker is somebody who can make plays, but don't necessarily have to be playing the point guard, quote unquote, to be making an impact. A wing player can be a playmaker. A center can be a playmaker like Jokic, but they're not the ones who have to constantly bring the ball up in pressurized situations and mostly throughout the whole game. That's not what a playmaker does. That's what a PG do. And don't tell me that point guards are no longer needed in this game, bro. Don't tell me that. Plus it's questionable. Yeah, decision making. But yeah, but again, that's why I said LA, if you want PG to be at his best, you cannot have him do everything. You can't allow him to be the playmaker, look for him to play elite defense and score. It's not gonna work, bro. This ain't NBA 2K where his energy bar is on 100. That's not what's gonna happen. Salute D-Rob. What's good, bro? How you doing? Make sure y'all hit that like button. Y'all come here, man. Hit that like button for your boy. So again, what happened was basically Paul George um had some, he had some plays down the stretch where he made questionable bad decisions. He should not be playing the point guard position, right? He should not be playing. He's playing only by default. But we keep saying Terrence Mann is our point guard. He's not a point guard. I ain't never seen a point guard who doesn't bring the ball up, right? They're just trying whatever experiment they want. I'm telling y'all right now that is costing us games. It really is. So he shot 6 for 16 from the field. He had 3 turnovers, 2 in the fourth quarter. Right, and what I'm saying, went 2 for 6 from the three. So he didn't have a really good game. But he didn't. I'm not going to say he choked. I don't think he choked at all. I just think, again, he just got fatigued. And also, he's playing in a position he's not comfortable. He's not at his best. He's his best when he's a wing player. Why y'all keep trying to make this dude into something that he's not naturally is? He can play in spurts. Yes, it looks good because he has a nice handle. But he's not the type of player that's, what I'm saying, going to control a team. It's not what he is. But let's go into the last one, man. Because this is the main reason why we lost. And it's no secret. We're gonna talk about it. See, me, I mean, some people think that, just because I got my favorite player, I ain't gonna kill him. I'm going to put the blame where it needs to be put. And I would hope great players want that blame. I will hope Kawhi Leonard wants that type of responsibility to know that he actually didn't show up for his team the way he should have, and he cost him the game. So I'm gonna get into Kawhi now. Now, Kawhi shot 7 for 26 from the field, 1 for 6 from three. He had 11 rebounds, which is good. He had 5 assists, so he had the most assists on the team, more than our own point guard and Paul George. And he played 40 minutes. Okay, now here's the deal. That's probably the worst efficiency shooting game I've ever seen Kawhi play. I think they could have used John. Oh, I'm gonna get into John Wall in a minute, man. I'm gonna get into John Wall in a minute. You bet you, and that's what It's funny. People, like 3 people told me that this morning or after the game. They could have used John Wall last night. So I'm gonna get into him in a minute. I'm gonna get in him in a minute. Don't worry, bro. Hit that like button. Now, Kawhi shot 7 for 26 from the 2 and 1 for 6 from the 3. Horrible shooting night. Bad shooting night. That's probably the worst I've ever seen Kawhi Leonard play. As far as, shooting the ball. The worst. And what's weird is the shots that he missed were really like point blank shots I've seen him make 1,000 times. So I don't think it had nothing to do with the defense bothering him. People saying Drew Holiday shouldn't. No, Drew Holiday even came out the game and said he just missed shots. Like, players know when you actually make an impact on them, and he didn't make an impact. Kawhi was getting into his spots, posting up Drew Holiday in the post, turnaround shots. They just were missing and clanking. You know what I'm saying? So that was just bad, right? So Kawhi playing like that, bro, is what cost us that game. And it was just for it wasn't even just the fourth quarter. It was the whole game. I'm just watching. I'm like, bro, he's missing shots all these easy bunnies, like these turnaround mid-range shots. You know what I'm saying? These post-ups, like getting into, like, his legs were like kind of like, not elevating the way they should. Like, he was just missing shots. And if you're gonna have games like that where you're not hitting, if he makes 2 of those shots, we would have won, or 1 of those shots, we would have won. Right? Now I gotta give credit though to the Bucks guard. They did have some, very, very scrappy guards. Drew Holiday and Wesley Matthews were very scrappy, especially on that last play. Wesley Matthews played good defense on Kawhi to cause him to airball that shot. So for me, I mean, it's just a matter of Kawhi having to come back for revenge. Now we got the Bucks next week. again on Friday. So I expect Kawhi to have a monster game next week and avenge himself. And I expect Giannis to not have as great of a night. And I expect them to switch something up with guarding Giannis. Like Zubac does not need to be guarding Giannis. They need to have Nicholas Batum guard him, and they also need Kawhi to guard him down the stretch. I don't think Zubac needs to guard him, and I think the only reason they had him guard him because they didn't have another big that Zubac could guard on Milwaukee because Bobby Portis was out, right? But I think next week we need to try putting Batum and Kawhi on him. I think all his points Giannis was scoring was pretty much in the paint, just going head of steam, just driving into Zubac's chest and just scoring because he couldn't keep up with his foot speed, right? So I got to talk about something else. And also with all that stuff, we only lost by 1 point, so I actually feel good. I don't really feel bad now. Yes, it sucks that we gave up that win, but as far as from the long haul, us losing by 1 point with all that stuff Milwaukee had to do to win, it just shows like what type of team we have. But let me go into this next part. Now, shout out to D Rob for that comment, and also Land of Heartless said, "Damn, 55, damn, Ty Lue couldn't draw nothing up, huh?" Yeah, you couldn't. The defense, he just getting on defense or that last play. And then D Rob said, "I think we could have used John Wall." Now people want to use John Wall. See, this is what I was saying, bro. This is what I was saying. Having Paul George on the court playing the point guard position is going to hurt us. Let me tell you something. John Wall isn't playing tonight. We win that game last night. I don't care what nobody says. And also, a lot of stuff I've been saying have been coming to fruition. I told y'all that Terrence Mann is not a starting point guard. Y'all seen that with your own eyes. I told y'all that Paul George playing the point guard is not going to work. Y'all seen it with y'all own eyes. And I'm starting it, and I'm telling y'all that John Wall, if he was playing last night, we would won that game. Because what that would have done, that would allow Paul George and Kawhi to play their natural positions, their natural roles, where they wouldn't have gotten tired or they wouldn't have been out of position. That would gave a reason to keep Reggie Jackson on the bench, because guess what, John Wall, he just not just provides playmaking, but he provides scoring as well. Meaning, if there was a player guarding him and Paul George and Kawhi didn't have it going, he could have helped out with the scoring with Norman Powell. He could have also got Norman Powell involved as well. He would have got open shots for Marcus Morris and not contested shots. Open shots for Nicholas Batum and not contested shots. But I don't know nothing. I'm just out here talking. And speaking of which, I want to go into something else. There was some news as far as the trade deadline that I thought was very interesting. I told you I got some information of a source yesterday I was reading, was very interesting to read. Zach Lowe reported that the Clippers can't get Fred VanVleet without including Terrence Mann. And I know the Clippers really do not want to trade Terrence Mann. Lowe said this is his gut feeling based upon all the information he has received. So it's funny that this was reported, because I don't know if I showed y'all this the other day, but I read this to y'all, I think a couple of days ago on the live, and it talked about the situation we got with the trade with Fred VanVleet. If y'all read these last two paragraphs, said the only consistent besides Lauren George's missing game has been poor point guard play. The Clippers have consistently struggled to find someone who can create offense for others. That's a lie, but we're going to keep going through with it. NBA trade rumors about John Wall rejection moving have been persistent for a while. The Clippers don't really have any first-round draft picks to trade. Only a 2027, 2029 first round is available. So they can upgrade their guard spot, but they do so by including young players like Terrence Mann or Brandon Boston. Additionally, they could trade one of their wings and any deal for a guard, someone like Nicholas Batum or Marcus Morris. Now, here's the thing. Kobe Jordan came on here a couple days ago and said he knew what the Clippers were trying to do. He said that they were trying to trade Brandon Boston, Luke Kennard, and a pick. I told him that that wasn't going to be enough. I told him if you think Boston is or Toronto's going to give up Fred VanVleet for that, you lost your mind. Why do I know that? Because Masai Ujiri ain't stupid. He knows that the Clippers want to keep Terrence Mann, but he also knows that Terrence Mann would help his team because Toronto has a team full of young guns who can actually running up the floor and actually play, and Terrence Mann would be perfect for that system. So y'all think that these trades are just one-sided, that only what benefits the Clippers. Y'all don't think that these other teams, they have to work out for both sides. If they trade a player like Fred VanVleet, they're going to want something back valuable. People keep saying Nicholas Batum, Marcus Morris. The problem with those two is those guys are older and they can't play in the transition offense. So the Raptors don't want those two guys. They're not going to trade. They're not going to be able to trade those two. They want young athletes, right? And Terrence Mann is a young athlete. Now, here's the problem. Here's the thing that backfired that people thought they were so smart. While y'all sitting up there trying to down John Wall all year, or spurts of this season saying that he's the problem and he can't play with the Clippers, all this stuff. Y'all don't think these other teams hear that? Y'all don't think these other teams hear y'all trashing y'all own players? So what does that do? That puts us in a position where we have to give something up that we don't technically want to give up because we've lowered somebody's value and raised somebody else. See, what y'all don't understand is y'all have raised Terrence Mann's value so much that people out here are starting to believe something that's overhyped. I'm not saying Terrence Mann is not a solid player. He is. But he's a glue guy at the end of the day. So now a team like Toronto wants to try to blackball us into giving up Terrence Mann because we upped his value so much. So all this talk about John Wall ain't shit, and he's this that has actually backfired on a lot of y'all because now you guys we're in a position. If we want Fred VanVleet, we're going to have to give up our so-called young SGA. So you really shot yourself in your own foot. That's why I'm not for bashing our own players and overvaluing certain other people. Like, I'm gonna ask y'all this question: would y'all trade SG? Or would y'all trade Terrence Mann for Fred VanVleet? I'm gonna tell you something. What we need offense more than defense. I keep telling y'all this. Terrence Mann is a good defender. He's athletic. He's 26. He's 6'5", right? He does the little things. If you want to go there, he does the little things. But is he a championship type of point guard? Is he a guy that has camaraderie with Kawhi Leonard? I talked to this about Little Rock. I asked him this question yesterday. I said, would you do it? He said it would hurt, but he said yes because he understands what I understand. Like, Fred VanVleet is a championship caliber player. Fred VanVleet can actually move the needle. Fred VanVleet actually has real chemistry with Kawhi Leonard and also Norman Powell. So that would translate to this team. But what I say is that a lot of people who were talking trash about John Wall now is starting to backfire because not only do they want Terrence Mann, but they want Luke Kennard as well. And people on the Clippers the Clipper fan base are high on Luke Kennard. Now, here's my thing with Luke. He's a specialty piece. He can be moved as well. I like he's a 3-point shooter. But if you're talking about me getting Fred VanVleet, bro, I would trade Luke Kennard and possibly Terrence Mann. Possibly. I'm not just gonna give it a hard no. Because we have enough 3-point shooters as well as we have good enough defense. So my thing is, if you don't want to do that though, then people need to focus on getting the big, because my thing, that's what actually killed us last night. It wasn't even the guards, it was the big. It was Giannis Antetokounmpo killing us. And that's what we're going to have to deal with when we go up against Jokic and other, bigs, Valanciunas. You know what I'm saying? Zubac can't guard those guys, so we need a guy who can actually play better defense. So either you got two choices. Either you're going to trade for a big, or you're going to stick with what we have and just have to develop Moses Brown. I mean, the choice is yours. But I just found that funny that um, we have this report out saying that the Raptors only gonna get Fred VanVleet if we give away Terrence Mann. Because I want to see what a lot of people's hand is gonna be dealt now that it's put to the fire. You guys thought that we were just gonna get Fred VanVleet that easy? Oh, just trade away Brandon Boston and a pick and Luke. Bro, you crazy? You think that's gonna be enough to get a actual proven championship point guard? That dude is not stupid. The dude Masai Ujiri actually has a championship. I told you don't be surprised if Kennard get traded. He said, yeah. I told you, but bro, Kennard didn't play a game. He didn't play a lick last night. And he's not been playing well since he came back from the injuries. But people keep saying, they still want Luke Kennard. I'm like, bro, he has to play well. You can't just say, because he can shoot, we want him. They didn't play him for a reason. It's because those guards on Minnesota would have hounded the hell out of him. It's probably best he didn't play. They would have got all up in Luke Kennard. So, yeah, man. But here's the link if anybody want to come in here. So again, if y'all have not again checked out that interview with Ryan Hollins, it's on the screen. I mean, it's whatchamacallit. It's in the live section. Now, again, I hate that we lost that game last night because I really wanted to go up in the stands. I really wanted to be honest. But we got them again next Friday, and I'm looking at the positives. We only lost by 1 point. So it's not as bad as, it could be. But y'all come in here if y'all want to talk. Salute you, Little Rock. Tell them what you told me the other day, yesterday, Little Rock, that you would, if you had a chance to get Fred VanVleet and give up Terrence Mann, you would do it. Because I think there's a lot of mixed emotions. I don't know. I think there's a lot of mixed emotions on this one. I'm not entirely sure what I would do, honestly, because I think is Fred VanVleet a better player than Terrence? Yes, he is, but I think with Terrence Mann, with Kawhi and PG there, he brings value. He brings value to us, bro. What's up, D-Rob? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, they could have used John Wall last night. I think Ty Lue gets in his own way when it comes to playing John Wall because I think he should let this John Wall just clearly run the point.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people feel like John Wall is washed, but if you ever watch some of the games when he played with the Clippers, he stands in a corner, and when Paul George is in the game, with Paul George breaking up the ball, and like I told one of my buddies, I said that I don't like that because John Wall never been in that position to be sitting in a corner like that when he's used to handling the ball. And yeah, I know he makes some mistakes, but that's what some point guards do.
Let me ask you a question, man, and I agree with everything that you just said. Do you think it's John Wall when you see him make those turnovers? Do you see more so a point guard, him just making dumb pass, or do you think it's more he sees something and it's just not there, and it's just going to take some more chemistry to actually build for them to actually be on point with those passes? Because it's like people think he just turns the ball over every play, but what I see is more so him being a point guard for so long that you just see certain things on the court that other people may not see. And it's just he might make a bad pass, but I've seen him make more good passes than bad. What you think about that?
Well, I think that it dealing with the chemistry, and he needs to get more chemistry with Paul George and Kawhi and the whole team. And like you said, uh, believe it or not, man, a lot of people don't look at it like this, but John Wall is one of the true point guards that's
Mm-hmm.
left in the league.
Mm-hmm.
I remember back, I can't remember what game it was. He came off the bench, and I think it was in November and December. He came off the bench and he had 20 assists. So I
Yeah.
mean, we know he can pass the ball at elite level and find open guys. It's just the chemistry with the team.
Yeah, I think last night was a highlight of why I feel. I mean, and I'm glad that I think it's your first time coming on, so I appreciate you coming on. But I'm I wanted to see that because the way that Paul George has to handle the ball, I can just tell he's not comfortable doing that. He's just
Right,
not. That's not what he is. He'll break you down to half court, but he's not going to bring the ball up and set guys up for open. That's not who he is, and I would never expect that from him. I'm all about whatever makes my team comfortable, my players comfortable. I want to put them in the best positions. I've I don't see Paul George like that. Now we saw him in the 2021 playoffs do that, but that's because Chauncey Billups was right there every day with him. We
right.
don't have Chauncey there no more. So
That's that's true.
So I think with Kawhi and PG, their air balls, those turnovers PG's had in the past, it's not something that he's comfortable doing. So I'd rather have him be a two-way player. And like I said, give John Wall the team. Just give him the team.
Right, right. I mean, and I've been saying that for the whole year because when I seen that they got John Wall and everybody saying that he was washed, I'm like, look, man, this puts everybody in a right position for the Clippers because of John Wall IQ on the basketball court of being a point guard. But the way Ty Lue is using him, I really just don't like it, and it's gonna hurt the team in the long run, and especially in the playoffs.
Right, right. The way they're using them, it's like they're trying to turn this man to a knockdown shooter. I had to keep telling guys like Kobe, Jordan, Showtime, like, bro, that's not who he is. Like y'all giving him a disadvantage. Like, but when I saw throughout this season so far, man, is
Yeah,
from what he brings to the team, when you actually put him where he needs to be put, like to average these type of numbers, bro, with the time he's getting, that's not washed. Bro, that's not normal. Look at he's averaging 11.5 points and 5.2 assists with only 22 minutes of play, bro. That's an above average player. That's a starter.
right. Yeah, that is a starter. Like you said, I do agree they need to go ahead and give John Wall the team, and because some games when John Wall in the corner, he just looks uncomfortable because he never played in a position like that. Where he's not bringing up the ball, and I know it can be frustrating with John Wall because he's not bringing up the ball and he's not playing his style of basketball, and which he is a downhill point guard where he likes to drive to the basket. Now he in this new system where you sit around in the corner and wait for the ball to be passed to you to shoot a three. And
Right, right. And I think, and also, man, I think we got to also remember too, he's also good when he can do in the half court. Like we know what he can do in the full court, but even in the half court, him
yeah,
setting up guys with that pick and roll with Zubac, him kicking the guys in the corner, as well as his 3-point shot. I think that's just more so if you get more minutes to him, because there's been like a good amount of games where he has shot pretty well from the 3-point line, but it just hasn't been enough. But I'm
right,
not looking for John Wall to be a crazy shooter. I want him to just be average, but I want him to be elite at him scoring, putting pressure on the defense, and also playmaking. And he scores. He's not as good as Norman Powell, but he can score in ways the same ways that Norman Powell can score, putting pressure guys on defense, putting guys on their heels. Like he does a lot of stuff with Norman Powell can do, except Norm, I think, is just a better 3-point shooter.
That's true. That's true. Uh, but the thing is, looking back at Washington, when he was on Washington, he had a type of big that Zubac is, and that's score time. And like you said, that pick and roll, it was deadly in Washington, and that's what I thought was going to happen when they got John Wall. I was like, okay, well, we're finna see a lot of pick and roll with Zubac going to the basket and getting the ball. And that's also one of the problems. I think they should feed Zubac more so he can get into a rhythm. Because if you're not feeding the big man, then he's not going to work on defense.
Right. And that's that's a good point, bro, that you make, because we have had an issue getting Zubac the ball, and with Wall, bro, like there was a game that I think we played against the Heat, Miami Heat, and Moses Brown was playing. I don't know if you remember this game. It was at home. We lost to the Heat, but I noticed when Wall was playing, he was able to make Moses Brown look good.
Yeah.
So, you remember that?
Yeah,
so right. So he was able to do that with him, and I know he can do that with Zubac. And I just think when you give him the keys and give him a certain amount of playing time and let him play his game, that everybody's gonna be great. I think he will make everybody look good. And I think he has that still that same game. I think the question is people are looking at is like, what is he gonna look like when he gets to miss? Well, I mean, when he last was after his injury, when he was playing with the Rockets, he averaged 20 and 6. So he can still play at a very, very good to high level. It's just the fact that people have this belief that, it's kind of like Kawhi. I mean, outside of yesterday, Kawhi was looking like a top 5 player. I was talking to one of my friends about this. He said he forgot how good Kawhi was because he ain't seen him in so long. I think that's the same type of thing we're dealing with John Wall. We ain't seen him in so long that people automatically saying, well, he's washed or he can't play. I mean, like, where is he washed at?
Yeah. And I mean, if the Clippers are looking for a big, it ain't hard to get a big. And if they're gonna keep John Wall on the bench, coming off the bench, why not try to give DeMarcus Cousins another shot? Because he knows how to play with John Wall. And it seems like how the Clippers are built, like they have players that play with each other, like PG wanted Reggie. Of course, Kawhi did. He had Serge Ibaka over there at one time, and Marcus Morris. Even though a lot of people want him to get traded, he knows how to play with PG and Kawhi. So I think if they're gonna keep John Wall coming off the bench, I think they should go after DeMarcus Cousins so they can fill that void for a backup big. Even though they feel like DeMarcus Cousins doesn't have that type of defense to keep up with the big today. But I just think he'll fit great with them with the addition of John Wall and DeMarcus Cousins because they play with each other even in college, so they know where to be, and John Wall knows where to feed DeMarcus Cousins.
Yeah, I was actually looking for that. I like Boogie because people remember Boogie played with the Nuggets last year. He was a backup behind Jokic, and he played presumably well. Like, there was a game against Philly where they're playing Embiid last year, and Jokic really couldn't do anything with Embiid. But I noticed when they put DeMarcus in, he was able to deal more with the physical play.
Right.
And I think I think we should focus more on a big than a guard right now because we got too many guards. So
Right.
I would actually like for us to get a big. I don't think if we get the Marcus, I don't even think we have to really trade anybody or move anybody. Will we?
No, no, I think I don't think they have to move anybody. I mean, I think they'll have to waive someone, but I don't think they'll have to really move anybody because I do agree they do have too many guards, um, and they got to figure out how they're gonna play Robert Covington. That, that's a big thing. They're gonna have to decide between Luke Kennard, how many minutes he's gonna get. Uh, Figure out what they're gonna do with Reggie Jackson minutes and Terrence Mann. So, but I don't think they have to get rid of no one. I mean, I can see them waving Moses Brown. I don't know if they can, but and try to get DeMarcus Cousins because if everybody's talking about they need a big, they need a big, but they're trying to go after Fred Van Lee. I mean, like you said, they got to try to develop Moses Brown into their backup big. That's the only thing I can see.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Reggie and Terrence. So, what's your viewpoints of Terrence and Reggie and what they bring and how do you see both of those guys?
Well, Reggie, oh man, Reggie is best off the bench. It's been shown numerous times in his career. Even when he was at OKC, he played better off the bench. When he went to Detroit and started being a starter, he wasn't as impactful as he was at OKC. And Terrence Mann is still developing his game. So I know everybody's big on what he did in that Utah series in the playoffs. Uh, I just think that he's he's not a starter. He is a glue guy. I give him that.
Hmm.
Everybody needs a glue guy. But like I said, they gotta figure out what they're gonna do with Reggie and Terrence, man. Because one of them, well, I think Reggie Bennett should get cut a little bit more because he got to understand that he's not that he's not the guy. Like sometimes I feel like Reggie feel like he's that he's the guy. He's the star of the team. The way he jack up shots and he really doesn't know how to play point. He's one of the new age point guards where he's a shoot first kind of guy. And I don't think that works well with PG and Kawhi at all.
But so let me. This is a question I was asking to anybody else want to come in here. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Got 18 people in here, so we should get around 20 likes right now. And everybody want to come here. I just dropped the link. Let me ask you this question about Kawhi and PG. What do you what do you think they're thinking about people who say that Terrence Mann is our starter, that Ty Lue playing Reggie Jackson all this time, and John Wall not getting up? Like, what do you think? How do you feel like they feel about these three guys and who they should be playing with the most?
Well, well, Kawhi he doesn't care because Kawhi has been he's used to playing in a system, and so is PG. So they understand that they need a point guard who could run a system because even in Indiana Pacers days, we seen that Paul George had George Hill, who was a solid point. He know how to find guys to get open, and then you had Kawhi, who had Kyle Lowry, um, and Tony Parker that ran the offense. So what Kawhi and PG is thinking that they want a point guard that's going to feed them the ball. That's what they're used to.
Right. Right. Because I think a lot of people think because they see PG and Kawhi having to create that's what they should be doing, and I'm like, no, that's what they're doing by default because the players that we have, there's really no one else who really creates for others. So it's like Reggie T, man, don't do that. So they're only doing that by default, but they having a guy who gives you open shots and puts the ball where you need to be put. That's golden. That's what a scorers and shooters like PG and Kawhi want. They want to. They don't want to have to work harder. They got a guy that can just give them the ball where they want to put the ball at. That's their dream. That's why I think. That's why I said that's why they got John Wall in the first place. That's why I keep asking people who keep saying why did we get him in the first place, and they said well PG and Ty Lue want him. I said exactly. They want him. They know what they need.
Right. Right. So it's gonna be Ty Lue just gonna have to sit down and just talk to PG and Kawhi and really figure out who do they think should be the starting point guard, because everything else seems like they do have one of the top defense. So it's not the defensive side of the ball. It's the offense. And with having a traditional point guard with this team, it will open up the floor more for PG and Kawhi and even for the whole team. Because I think that the offense that they're running is I'm still trying to figure out the offensive sets they're trying to run. So with PG at point, I think he has the most turnovers that he ever had in his career this year because of him trying to be that playmaker and running that, in my eyes, that LeBron James system where you have to have the ball in open, because that's what they running. They went away from running what Kawhi wanted to run, which was the triangle, and now it's everybody seeing that, okay, we can double Kawhi and then we can full court press PG, and PG will make the mistakes. So that's the problem. That's why sometimes you see the Clippers offense be so stagnant, because they're not using Joe Wall right.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact, bro. And I think John Wall knows that. I think he's been knowing that. I think he's been frustrated, and it's not just the fact that he came into the team frustrated. Like, he came in with a good attitude. He said, "Look, I'm gonna be the third, fourth option. I'm gonna feed Kawhi and PG the ball. I don't have to be the man every night." Like, he knew what he was getting himself into. That's why he came here. But I think some people are creating a narrative because they're so frustrated with the Clippers losing, because we went on that losing streak and we didn't have nobody else to blame, and John Wall was the scapegoat. And that's what I really didn't like. I think they're trying to do the same thing they do in the Westbrook, trying to make him a scapegoat when your team lose, like, instead of addressing what the real problem is, which was that we had Ty Lue making horrible rotations. We had Robert Covington not playing enough time. I think he should be getting somewhere between 25, 26 minutes a game. I think Reggie Jackson was overplaying Reggie Jackson. He wasn't playing Terrence Mann enough time. People don't want to talk about. They want to just say, "Oh, John Wall is the problem. He's turning the ball up." I'm like, wait a minute. First of all, you making 2 turnovers a game. That's what John Wall is doing. And what point guard doesn't turn the ball over? And besides that, what type of turnovers are these? Are these like turnovers where he looks uncomfortable, or these turnovers where if you're watching it, like, okay, he just seen something that wasn't there. Like, because because a point guard sees the game so cerebral that other people can't catch on to that as quickly sometimes. So that means you need to do what? Develop chemistry and play and practice with them consistently.
Right. Right. And also with him being out for I don't know how long he's gonna be out. And him being on the bench and just watching the flow of PG and Kawhi and watching the players because I played high school ball and I played with a
Okay.
true one, also. And he gets to see where PG and Kawhi and the other players like the ball. So with them sitting out, this could be a good thing if they're going to play John Wall to his full potential, what he's capable of doing. Um, but it's just time for John Wall to start, and the time is now. No question about it, because of what happened last night. As we can see, PG didn't have a good shooting game, and Kawhi didn't have a good shooting game. Even though Norman Powell did step up and score
Shout out,
26 points.
right. Shout out to Norman Powell. Yeah.
Mhm. Uh, but at the same time, they could have used John Wall last night to settle the offense, and they probably would have won big last night.
Yes. Yes. And that's why I was telling people. They were saying, well, we're on a 5-game winning streak without John. I'm like, bro, did you see the teams we playing up against? We playing against the Spurs and the Lakers, and you know what I'm saying? I think we beat the Mavs. Those are all teams that we have the upper hand over. Like when you face these elite teams like the Milwaukee Bucks, the Brooklyn Nets, the Denver Nuggets, these elite teams, bro, like that ain't gonna work. So that's why I think it was somewhat of a blessing in disguise what happened, because it got people a chance, the opportunity to see how much value having him would be out there. And I think when it comes to value, your team, your coach can actually destroy your value. Like I'm pretty sure you know this playing ball yourself. Like a coach can destroy your value because he controls who plays, he controls, you know what I'm saying, your minutes. And if he's yanking you off of 1 or 2 turnovers, then the fan base sees that and they just say, "Oh yeah, he's the problem." Like that's why I'm so big and keen on to like getting people who actually played talk about it too, not just fans, because they see it only one way. Like I like seeing it from different angles.
That's true. That's 100% true. But I think they're gonna figure it out, and I think they're gonna move up in the standards. Uh, once they play John Wall to their full potential and figure out what they're gonna do about getting a backup big. Are they gonna develop Moses Brown, or are they gonna try to trade uh, a player to get a backup big? Because I know that Noel is not playing. Um, Also, I forgot what team he on. Rashad Holmes would be a good one. Uh, I think that's his name, Rashad Holmes at Sacramento. He'd be a good one to pick up. Uh, I mean, it's bigs out there. It's backup bigs out there. It's just you got to figure out how you're gonna get one. And of course, DeMarcus Cousins is out there, or even they could try to talk to Dwight Howard, even coming back and playing backup big. So
Yeah,
it's a matter of what they want.
yeah, I'll take DeMarcus Cousins. I like him. Dwight Howard, I'm not so sure about him based off of, I know he's playing over in Taiwan. I just want to see how quickly he gets accustomed to back to the league again, because he really don't have to do anything but really um just be a defensive player, because really that's what killed us last night. It wasn't even it was all it was Giannis. That just shows you he exploited what we were vulnerable at. Once Zubac got in foul trouble, then that's when Giannis, just went to work, man. And then we're just undersized in that position. I think that's the thing we need to address is a big.
That's true.
So
that is true. It'll work out though once they figure out that they need a big more than they need a point guard.
yeah, they already got one already in this show. Yesterday was a masterpiece to show how much we needed him on the court. That was because no way. I've never seen Kawhi shoot 7 for 26 from the. I've never seen him be that bad shooting. It wasn't really just him just missing shots. Like really, that's all it really was. I was more so looking at Paul George, how he was looking. I mean, like, and continues to look running that point guard position. It's just like, he can't be doing that. Like that's just not. It's not him. So that, and also I'm looking at this comment say people want Paul George traded for having a bad game and don't trust him. See, he's gonna be the next scapegoat. This is what I'm talking about. Like the fan base is so emotional.
Right.
Like they just want guys traded for what they just want to create a scapegoat instead of actually addressing the real problem.
Right.
So now John Wall's off the hook. They want to get off on Paul George. Like I'm telling you. And people want to get on him for having an air ball, but he also had a good steal right after the play. So, I mean, it just happened. I mean, he just missed a shot. My thing is, that was more so his legs than anything. Like you're using too much on this man.
Right. And they played Kawhi for 40 minutes. That's a lot of minutes from a guy who hasn't played basketball for, almost 2 years.
Yeah.
And it showed. I mean, they was up by 21 at one time.
Yeah,
and
bro.
That's where they needed John Wall at to calm the offense down a little bit, taking all of the leaps.
Who was gonna guard him? Who you had Drew Holiday on Kawhi. Who was gonna guard him? Norman Powell, and then Norman Powell's getting off. So, what if John Wall was playing? Who was gonna guard him? Pat Connaughton, Grayson Allen. Who was gonna guard him?
That's the question. Who was gonna guard him?
1-1, Young Africa. 1-1.
One my brother BJ, man. Shout out to Pull Up Podcast, man. Hey, shout out to you, man. And the people ain't seen in the chat, man. Ryan Holland's interview, man. You doing great things out here, man. Shout out to you, BJ.
Hey, man, appreciate it, bro. What did you think of the game last night? Because I know you saw it, and
I definitely saw it, man.
You had some intricacies of what you thought. So let me hear it.
Hey, look, what I saw yesterday and what it proved was Giannis is the best player in the world. First of all, the best player in the world. When his guys didn't have it, what I expect from superstars, best player in the world, guys. In the past and currently is when their players don't have it, when Drew Holiday is throwing up bricks, nothing but bricks on offense, when Brook Lopez is giving you nothing, when your second guy, Chris Middleton, is on a minutes restriction coming off the bench, and you out here dropping more than half the points for your squad, 54, damn near 20 rebounds, and carrying and willing your team when y'all were down by 20 points multiple times in the game, and you get it done. Never stop believing is why this man is the best player in the world. And so that was an amazing performance. I appreciate watching greatness and I appreciate giving it up for greatness, and so he is the greatest player in the world, the best player in the world right now. And the Clippers, man, I feel like what I've been trying to tell you, BJ, man, it's coming to fruition, sadly, for the Clippers, man. The offense of the Clippers is stagnant. Y'all go through periods where you can't score. The last 3-4 minutes in the game couldn't get a bucket. And when defenses great defenses load up on Kawhi. And Drew Holiday was checking in one-on-one for most of the game, but he wasn't really getting checked one-on-one when you had guys hedging and helping and just crowding Kawhi when he got to his spot. And that's a great defensive team that Drew Holiday can check him and slow him down on the initial attack, and then we're gonna bring guys and around him to crowd him and to not let him get his shit off comfortably when he gets to his spot. And so, and no, you're not really gonna stop a player like Kawhi to get to his spot. But once he does, we're bringing that help and gonna make him make a choice. And what did he do yesterday? He forced up shots. What he might have to do another time is play. If it's a 7-game series, okay, the next game is gonna come out, and if they crowd me again, I'm gonna play make. But at the end of the day, the question for you, BJ, is when he hits that guy called PG, who went 2 of 6 from the free throw line and missed 2 free throws in a row in the clutch, is can he step up when y'all need to? I do not think so, and that will be your biggest problem because y'all offense is average, bro. It's average, man. It's average.
Well, it's average because of what you just said. You said that they have a stagnant. They be stagnant sometimes and can't score, and what they're missing is a point guard to get them from being stagnant and running the offense. So it can be fixed with playing John Wall at that point and letting him be the point guard.
Yeah, I mean that's just what it is, man. Like yesterday again was a prime example of what I've been echoing for the last I don't know how many months. Is like one is Paul George ain't a point guard. Like yeah, he had a bad shooting night, but the reason why I'm not worried as much about it because again we're playing him out of position. To be the point guard, to have to create offense, to be able to have to bring the ball up the floor and play defense, like something's gonna have to give. And I've noticed when they've been playing Paul George more at the point, it's been his scoring has went down this season. Yep. Which we need him to score. We don't need him to play make. We need him to score the ball. So that's why I say, yeah, you're right. Our offense is stagnant. But the way to resolve that is by playing this dude. And I don't mean just playing this dude for a couple minutes and then pulling him out. I'm saying give him the responsibility as time goes on and more to be our primary point guard, to be our starter. Because Reggie Jackson, again, that's not him. Terrence Mann did he even play the fourth quarter?
Nah, he did it. Y'all went with Reggie Jackson.
Right, so it's like that just shows you that Terrence Mann, like what he doesn't. For somebody to say we need him so much, it's like we need him to do the little things. But when it comes to like those type of moments, I don't think Ty Lue particularly trusts him to really run that, and I don't blame him. Like that's just not. Him being in the game last night would have not made the difference because no one could stop Giannis. But what have made a difference is that you had a point guard that can score and a play make for Kawhi and PG and allowed the offense to keep because we were up by 21 points. So there's no reason we should have lost that game. It just came to a matter of executing and Giannis just taking over. And also I thought Kawhi should have guarded him in the fourth.
Yeah.
Yep. Why not the whole game? He a great defender, right? Why not check it from the start if he's that guy, BJ?
I think it's more so that we got them next Friday, so I think it would be a little different. But I think what they were thinking was I think they were looking more strategic and being like, okay, Giannis came out the game flat. Let's make Kawhi and PG let them get their shots and their scoring off, and then if need be. In the fourth, if it's crunch time, we'll put Kawhi on him. And it was working as far as the whole game. Like, we were up by 21. But the problem was, once Zubac got in foul trouble, that's when Giannis went on a tear in that second quarter. And I think that's when Kawhi should have started checking him. But, I mean, hey, that's Ty Lue, coaching. That's what his decision is.
Is it because Kawhi ain't that guy, too, to just say, hey, don't worry about the game plan. I got Giannis. He could say that.
No, I think he's that guy. I think I've seen him do it. I saw him do it against the Bulls like a couple nights ago with DeMar DeRozan. He had 5 steals, him stripping sack. I've seen him do it. I've seen him do it to Giannis. I think I just think I think what it is again, Ty Lue thing is strategic. I don't think Kawhi personally thought it would get to that point, but I agree. I think if he would have played guarded Giannis in the fourth, would have made a better difference than Zubac. I think they left Zubac out there on the island at a disadvantage. But then it's like, well, who is Zubac going to guard if Kawhi was guarding Giannis? Who is Zubac going to guard?
Yeah, he becomes unplayable, man. Unplayable.
Yeah, take him out the game, put Robert Covington in.
Hey, Giannis was cooking Covington too. He dunked on his head in the post, man. Spin move in the post, dunked on him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Giannis is that guy. Hey, is Giannis the best player in the world? Y'all agree?
Yeah, I think he is right now. I think he is. I think he's the thing about Giannis, man, is so crazy. Is I'd say he's the most dominant. Meaning, like when all else fails, he just has this brute raw force. Just have this willpower to just will his team. Like that's what he is. I mean, Kawhi has it too, but it's just I think when we look at Giannis, it looks different. And I'm talking about Kawhi does it more in the mid range and he can mix it up, in the post and stuff. But I think Giannis, just his brute attack, like it just takes the wind out of you. Like just him just coming at you all day. Like it just looks different. But I gotta see him play him next week. I think it's gonna be different next. I think Kawhi is gonna repay Giannis next week. I think he's gonna pay him.
Go on, see. Hey, man, Giannis was dominating, man. Giannis was amazing, man. Hey, that was a historical performance for a team that wasn't hitting no shots from the perimeter, was not giving him nothing on offense, man. He was dominating the boards and just willing that team on. And that was amazing. Drew Holiday didn't give much, but he had a big 3 late in the game. And damn, man. And then you talk about Paul George going ISO on Drew Holiday and pulling up for an air ball, bro. Missing free throws in the fourth quarter, which is why I keep asking you, BJ, do you trust this man in the playoffs when Kawhi's going to get loaded up on and trapped and doubled? And is he going to step up?
Well, he's doing a lot for the team. He is playing. He's being the point guard, and that could be a wear and tear to him. And he's uncomfortable playing the point, as we can see, and it's affecting his scoring right now. So, but with the missed free throws, that's on him. He need to focus on his free throws more, because this done happened too many times when it comes to a big game or in the fourth quarter, and he misses free throws.
I think it'll be a lot better next week. I think the player though, I think we got to also Norman Powell and Marcus Morris. I don't want to trade Marcus Morris. I know people are looking to trade him. I don't feel like we need to touch Marcus Morris. I think what he brings to the team is toughness and tough shot making, and I think that he should be solidified in his role. And I think that Norman Powell, man, he's a 6 man of the year candidate, man. I definitely think that he's just been playing unbelievable.
Right. Yeah, it looked like Norman Powell figured out his role on the team. That's basically what it looked like last night. He understands his role. Just like Nicholas Batum understood his role, and it looked like Marcus Morris finally understand his role too. So it looked good going forward for the Clippers. They just got to make a couple of kinks.
Yeah, this was on Kawhi and PG, man. This was on our stars. This wasn't the role players did their thing. Unlike the Bucks, our role players, that ones that are next in line, did what they're supposed to do. But our stars they didn't show up. They needed to, and with all that, we only lost by 1 point.
Right.
So no, it's I think it'll be good. It's just we just got to close it out next week. So
Yeah, they'll be fine.
yeah, man.
They got to stay out their own way. That's what
Hey, man. I don't know, man. I'm just trying to say, if y'all don't get a backup, if y'all don't get a big and be able to get Zubac, when Zubac is unplayable in a game like that, and that's why I said a while ago, Kawhi at the power forward position and Paul George at the 3. He's kind of playing the 1 now, but at the 3, and y'all go big with that, and Norman Powell being your last 5 with Terrence Mann, and then you have an actual mobile big. That's a very big lineup. Terrence Mann being your smallest guy, like 6'4", 6'5". So I think that's a way to get, because y'all, when you come up against big teams, don't do great on the boards. Y'all don't do great when it comes to second chance points. You don't get a lot of second chance, but everything comes hard for y'all on the offensive end. And I don't know if a point guard, when you say John Wall, he could solve a lot of things, and everyone's talking about Van Vliet and trying to get another point guard, but I feel like if y'all don't get a mobile big and stop the stagnant offense, and mobile big would help running the flow, getting easy buckets. And if y'all don't just change it up and play with pace, bringing the ball up slow and not having a lot of off-ball movement and putting this pressure on your 2 best players, that's going to be a bad formula for like the playoffs, man, when you play actual good teams who are actually locked down on defense, man, because that's what Bucks did, and they got back in this game with defense and Giannis's dominance on the offensive end, and they weren't even hitting shots. So when you say, BJ, that we only lost by 2 and we didn't have a great game, they also didn't have a great game, and Giannis is the reason why they won, and that's what stars do, man. You're gonna meet a lot of guys in the playoffs that can do that. That one guy can change the series on the other team, and so it's going to be tough, man, because I can take out your best player just by crowding him on offense, just by not letting him, if he does get to his spots, not being comfortable, being off balance, not letting him get to the rim, and putting pressure on guys like PG, Reggie Jackson, Marcus Morris, and they're going to take dumb shots like Reggie Jackson did, like Marcus Morris did, taking contested threes. And so, hey, I see. Even if y'all think y'all going to be all right, I feel like y'all better make trades and multiple trades for a guard. If you're not going to play John Wall, get off of him, get a guard and a big. If not, I don't see a deep playoff run for this team, man, which is why I keep saying, man, I want to see the Clippers in the first round as a Laker fan. I really do.
See, I think again, like with the whole John Wall thing. I mean, it's a simple. That's not up to me. Yeah, if they don't play him at this point, then the Clippers are being dumb. But that's why I've been saying, like, it's an easy fix. Just play him, let him go, and let him play. So it's a simple fix, a simple call. Will the Clippers do it? I don't know. As far as that's the biggest thing we need to address. But I mean, we definitely have a better team than the Clippers. I mean, than Milwaukee.
A better team, really?
Yeah.
Why do you say
Because again, the reason why I'm more happy, I'm more not worried is because we took Giannis at his best. I can see the Bucks role players having off games like that. I can't see Giannis having I can see Giannis having a better performance. It's more likely, and the fact that we took that punch and only lost by 1 point, and our 2 best players were like pretty much non-existent, is why I'm looking at it like we have more to look forward to. Like, do you expect Kawhi to shoot 7 for 26 again?
No, but good defensive teams are going to either 1, make him take tough shots and force up shots, or 2, become a playmaker. That's what I'm saying. So I can minimize Kawhi's impact. I can do that. The game plan can be we loading up on Kawhi. Anybody else try and beat us. That's gonna be the game plan, bro, in the playoffs.
But I don't think they really low. I mean, they hedged a few and they trapped him a few possessions, but most of the shots that he missed were just over Drew Holiday and they just missed. And like Drew Holiday said it after the post game, he just missed shots. It wasn't that
He just being humble, BJ. He just being humble.
Nah, he didn't. I was watching. He wasn't stopping Kawhi, bro. Those shots I've seen them make 100 times.
No, but his contact, his intelligence on defense. Kawhi was off balance, wasn't comfortable. He was right in his grill. That affects the shot, even though he gets to his spot and gets off. Like he's 6'7", 230. Like he's stronger. He bigger, so he's gonna get his shot off. But the defense is what troubled him, bro. And he gonna be. And there's not a lot of Drew Holidays in the league, right? So not a lot of players gonna do that. But a team that doesn't have a player like a Drew Holiday that can stay with him one-on-one and stay in front of him, well, then at that point, I'm crowding him. I'm doubling him. I'm not letting him get to his spot, and we're gonna make it tough. And he's gonna kick it out more often than not. For whatever reason, why do you think he shot so many shots instead of passing more so?
No, what I'm saying is that Drew Holiday is not stopping him, and I guarantee if he guards him again the next game, like that, he ain't going no 7 for 26. Like I've seen Kawhi play against, every defense you can think of. So it's like, yeah, Drew Holiday's a good defender, very strong defender, smart defender, but there was like the shots he was missing were just simple fadeaway, post up shots. Really wasn't something like, I look at Drew Holiday, oh man, I gotta see him next. I don't really look at it like that. I think he can get it off against anybody. But I think again, a lot of it has to do with us not having the point guard that we should. And this is how stuff works sometimes, man. When you do people wrong, like they've been doing John Wall wrong, then you start actually get a wake up call. Like that game last night was a wake up call about what the problem was. It's not our defense, it's our offense. But okay. Young Blood, what's up, man? How you doing?
What up, man?
What you take?
I don't know if y'all talked about this already, but they should have been getting Norman Powell the ball. He was the only consistent scorer that was getting to the basket, getting any shot he wanted. They should have kept giving him the ball. It was crazy that I'm seeing him in the corner, guarded by Joe Ingles, a guy who just came off of ACL surgery, who's not as fast. When you come off injuries like those, you lose a little step. It takes a minute to gain that back. There's no reason for him to sit in the corner with Joe Ingles holding him, and he didn't touch the ball not one time during the 3 minutes they had left. They didn't score points for 5 minutes. For 5 minutes. You went 5 minutes without scoring a point, without a free throw? You didn't score shit. Now you see why they are one of the worst offenses in the league. They're too damn stagnant. It was ISO with Kawhi, ISO with Paul George. Nobody else touched the ball in them 5 minutes.
Hey, Young Blood, what is that? Say that again. You just ISO Kawhi, ISO Paul. Say that again.
ISO Paul George, ISO Kawhi. That's all it was. Them 5 minutes when they didn't score. That's all. Who else you saw with the ball? Them 5 minutes. Paul George and Kawhi.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't
miss.
That looked a lot like that bubble. Honestly, that's what it looked a lot like that bubble.
There's no reason Norman Powell's on the floor, my consistent scorer at this time, not touching the ball. It's crazy that he's not touching. I'm looking at him. I'm like, that he just sitting in the corner with his hands on his knees, waiting for the ball. He shouldn't have to do that. Ty Lue or one of them should have been like, hey, bro, come get this. You do your thing. You got Joe Ingles holding you. Is Joe Ingles a good defender? Is he an average defender? Like,
yeah, he average.
And then the floor is space. The floor is space, so it's not like somebody's waiting in the paint. So if somebody crosses to the paint, kick out. That's how you get open shots. Drive to the paint, kick out. The Celtics do it all the time, and look at them. Drive, kick. It's all they really do, because that's their formula. I don't understand why they didn't do it. I don't understand why they kept going to ISO ball, and I don't understand why they kept playing one-on-one with Zubac and Giannis. He's too slow. And Giannis is too long. He's going to get everything he wants. Basically, that whole second half, Zubac gave Giannis everything he wanted. He knew what he was going to do. He knew he was too slow. He knew he could beat him off the dribble. So there was no reason to even play a guy like that one-on-one. That was stupid. And then, like y'all said, nobody else was really making shots. I'm daring everybody else to make shots except for Giannis. Somebody else going to have to score because there's no reason this man should have went 52. 52 and what,
54. 54 and 17.
19.
What's good, BJ?
There is no way.
What's up? What's up, bro? How you doing?
Hey, I'm jealous. Hey, what's good, y'all? Hey, I'm just gonna say this real quick, man. Like I told the homie Showtime yesterday, PG can't be our point guard. You know, and like I told Show, I heard him on your show a couple of days ago, you know, going back and forth with you about PG being the point guard. I told Showtime, we got to move on from that shit. PG basketball IQ is very low. I told him PG is going to cost us games in the playoffs with his turnovers. Okay. So all this Paul George being our playmaker, no, we can't win like that. We're not going to win like that. I truly believe Kawhi, no, we're not going to win with PG being our point guard. I truly believe that. That's why he's pushing for them to go get a real point guard. Now, Wall, I don't know the situation with him. Yes, he can be fast at time. I get all that. But like I told Showtime, and I'm telling you, BJ, PG being our point guard, we're not going to win. No championship. That's it. That's all.
Well,
that's it. That's all.
Well, and I appreciate that, bro. And you know what, man? And here's the thing. I'm not even saying PG's even it's his fault. My thing is he's playing out of position. That's why I was telling Show,
Exactly.
and I told him it's not even he's in an unfair position, bro. You putting this man as something he's never really been comfortable, and they think just because of one run in the playoffs that this is the guy's bro. He's not a point guard.
And BJ, do you notice how PG kind of tensed up? Do you notice that?
Yeah, I do. No, I do.
This is why I'm telling Showtime he's going to cost us important games.
So when you told, was you on the stream with Show after the game at all? Or
I told him because if you look at it, what did PG do? Miss both free throws.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So you giving him too much to do. PG can't operate like that.
Right. Because he's not. That's unfair. You making him a playmaker, a defender, and a score, bro. That's too much hats.
And we not gonna win like that, BJ. We can't win like that.
We can't. And my thing is, bro, like I said, give Wall, give him the team, because my thing is this is how I look at it. People looking at Wall, he coming off an injury, bro, but they're not looking at what he did just coming back with the Houston Rockets. He was averaging 20 and 6. And I was watching him in them games, bro. He can when you're a point guard like him, natural point guard, who actually can score the ball, like that doesn't go away. He has a good IQ, and really he pushes, not only just pushes the pace, but he sets guys up in the half court. Like people think he's just a full court demon, but really, bro, if you watch him in a half court, he's setting guys up on a pick and roll. He's kicking the open shooters. He can get to the basket, and his 3-point shot hasn't been as horrific as people. I just think people are just putting that out there because they frustrated because we losing games, but they looking for a scapegoat. But like I said, man, last night was a prime example.
Yes.
Of what's PG can't be a point guard. And that's cool, man. I want him to be my two-way killer, bro. That's why I've been wanting PG to do all year.
Hey, BJ, another thing. If you notice, I don't know if everybody else notices, Norman Powell get more respect from the ref than PG and Kawhi. He get more calls from the ref than PG and Kawhi put together.
Norman Powell attacked the rim like more aggressive than PG.
That's why.
Young Africa, that's the problem. That's the problem. We need PG to attack the rim. PG got everything in his bag. He just don't have a very high basketball IQ. He shoot these crazy contested shots, and when he get tired, you notice he just starts shooting threes. We're
Right.
not gonna win like
He
that.
said
Right.
all that. He said
Right.
all that.
Right. No, you're right. All facts, bro. And let me ask you this question: what you think? What you think the Clippers are thinking now after watching that shit?
Hey, you know, it's funny because I texted my cousin. I said, I'm just sitting back waiting to see what move they're gonna make. Because if it's right in front of their face. It's right in front of their face. What we need to do. Go get you a big. Because if you notice, once Zubac got in foul trouble, Bucks start eating. They start eating inside.
Right.
Well, it's right there in your face. You need you a playmaker because Kawhi know I can't win like this. PG ain't gonna get. We can't do it with PG being a playmaker. He know that, man. So, like I say, I guess we just gotta wait and see, BJ. We gotta wait and see what they gonna do. But it's right there in front of your face.
Man, I think you've been knowing it too, and people are starting to see it, man. I mean, they said T-Man was our point guard, the realest.
No, man.
They said T-Man's our point. Come on, man.
T-Man's not the point guard. T-Man they just put him under that, position, that role when for the starting lineup, but he's not the playmaker.
Yeah, he don't even bring the ball up, man, to be honest.
Hey, the realist, do you think that point guards are needed in today's game? Like when you see a person say we don't need a point guard, that's what do you think when people say that? I put it
like this, BJ. I put it like this. With the way the Clippers play, they need a point guard. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They need a point guard. They need a point guard. I'm just going off the way their offense is set up. Ty Lue, I mean, like I say, he was force feeding. You know who should have won? The player that should have took that game was Norman Powell. That was his game to lose. You see what I'm saying? That wasn't Kawhi game to lose.
I just
that was Norman Powell game to lose.
Right. Hey, Kobe Jordan, bring your ass in here, man, because he's talking all that shit. He's in the comments. He's in the comments. Bring your ass in here, bro. Talking all that shit.
And Norman Powell just needed one of them to come along with him because he was cooking. Norman Powell was cooking.
He was the only consistent scorer. He was the only nigga who literally shot over 50% this game.
Norman Powell only needed one of them to come along with him. He only needed one of them.
Bro, and I know Norm, bro, knowing him, bro, he wanted that last shot.
Yes.
He wanted the shots before that. No, he should have got the shots before that.
Right. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like he's built. He's a competitor, and he would have won those shots. But he looking at it like he don't want to step on. I don't think he want to step on.
If I'm Norman Powell, I'm going to the locker room and I'm telling Ty Lue. I may not call him out in front of everybody, but I'm telling him, that was my game to lose. That was my game to lose.
That ain't him, bro. His personality ain't like that. He don't want to step on PG.
I'm just saying though. I'm just saying.
Yeah. His personality is more like he don't want to step on PG and Kawhi toes. But my thing is Norm, bro. Like you need to know your worth on this team. Like we need you giving us 20 points and sometimes closing these games out. So.
They just had him sitting in the corner guarded by Joe Ingles. I'm still wild about that.
Yeah.
Just sitting there, bro. He got his hands on. I'm like, dude, they're not gonna run nothing, bro.
Yeah. Hey, Bruce, what's up? What's up, man?
Hey, salute to everyone. I'm here briefly. I have to go to another meeting. I was reading the chat, and Pagan said I need to take on Young Africa with this narrative. I don't know what he said, but okay.
What narrative, man?
Okay. I told you, BJ, when I sent you the text last night. It's on Kawhi, man. Kawhi choked. He choked. He choked last night, man. I don't know some of those shots. I don't know what was the last shot. What was that, man? Wesley Matthews. Man, come on, man. The game got double team, Bruce. I was ready. I was ready with all my points for Young Africa, right? Right, and Paul George Paul George and Kawhi were not playing well, and Norman Powell, like they really said, was cooking. I told you that last night too. Why didn't let him get a shot? Not that
Exactly.
all the players are like kind of afraid of Kawhi. They don't want to step on his toes. Everybody is like, oh, Kawhi is the best player. Give him the ball. And it's because they don't have an offense.
Exactly.
The isolation thing is not gonna work, man.
Right. That's why I was telling Bruce. That's why I was telling BJ. A team like this, the Clippers, they do really need a true point guard because they don't really have an offense.
They got one. They just not using them.
What I mean, what good is that then? If you got it and not using it, shit, in my eyes, you don't have it.
Hey, what's the offense you're saying they're not using? What's that offense? Are you talking about John Wall? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the thing with John Wall, right? I'm thinking
move
that
the ball at all. They just didn't move the ball. Just cross the line. Give Kawhi on one side. That's the offense.
Right. Playing that playground ball shit. That's what they doing.
Yeah,
I don't get it, bro. I just don't understand. Like, what the fuck? Why are they waiting so long? Like, the man's been playing solid this year, and they still giving these minutes to Reggie and Terrence. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, yeah, Kawhi was Reggie last night.
Got to go off on the Clippers.
It's sad, man. It's sad. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's sad. Like, damn, this is crazy, man.
With those shots collection, there was two Reggie Jackson on the floor. There was Reggie Jackson and Kawhi Jackson.
Kawhi Jackson.
Hey,
it ain't even a point to Kawhi, because we get it. Yeah, you have a bad shooting night. Like my whole thing is you let Norman get that last shot, and you live with the results, man.
Right.
Yeah, I agree on that. He should have kept feeding on the power.
It's on the coach too. It's like, hey, okay, Kawhi, we're not gonna run the play for you tonight.
Exactly.
It's on the coach too.
Hey, the real is when you told Showtime about the point guard situation, what did he say in response?
Well, he agreed. He was like, "Yeah, I agree now. I see now." I said, "Man, that's all BJ was trying to tell you." We can't, and right when I came in, because I said, "Show, drop the link." You dropped the link. I'm finna come in. I said, "Show, we not winning like this. We not gonna win like this with PG being our point guard. We can't win. We can't win. I'm not going off that bubble shit. I'm just going off of just looking at PG how he played. He's just not that dude like that, man."
And to me, bro, my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Bro, and you speaking facts. The reason with Wall, I think Bruce said everybody's scared of him. I think Wall's the only dude that would tell Kawhi, look, man, pass the fucking ball. I think Wall would tell him that.
Right.
So you need that on your team, and I think he's that vocal leader that can actually settle PG down.
Right.
So right. He brings so much to this team that is not even on the court.
And like I said, BJ, Kawhi, I think Kawhi, man, if you get Kawhi in the room by himself, he'll tell you, "No, man, we can't win with PG being our point guard." I think he know that. He don't want to be the playmaker. I don't think Kawhi really want to be the playmaker. He's dependent on PG putting everybody, setting everybody up. But PG IQ isn't that high to do that, man.
Right. Nah, I agree, bro. So we'll just have to see, man. I think I'm in a good spot today. I'm in a good place, bro. I think I think this was a wake up call. I know people mad probably because we lost, but we got the Bucks next week, and I think some stuff we figured out. They just gotta make the decisions, bro. They gotta make the decisions and make the choices to get it right. But it's right there, like you said, in their face.
Hey, I give you another one. You see how Morris, he missed both of them corner threes.
Right.
I think Kennard would have hit at least one of them motherfuckers. I think he would have hit at least one of them.
Yeah. They didn't play Luke Kennard all game, did they?
No, he didn't play.
So I kind of get why, because you know what I think it was, because those guards on Milwaukee were so physical. They would have bothered Luke Kennard. I think the spacing was off too. That's why Luke missed those shots.
Right.
The spacing was so bad.
Right. And then, like I say, Tyronn Lue. I mean, like, come on, man. You giving Giannis all these shots. Don't you see it's going in? It's time to put Kawhi on the round. See, because how I'm looking at it, BJ, Kawhi wasn't giving me nothing on offense.
Right.
So I'm going to tell Kawhi, you know what, Kawhi? It's not your night offensively. Go after Giannis. You see what I'm saying, BJ? Take Giannis.
No, I hear you.
Like
Yeah, I wanted Kawhi on Giannis the whole fourth quarter. Young Africa wanted him the whole. I was just like, maybe I don't really need him the whole game. Like just when it matters, when it's time. Right. Because Giannis is still a great player to get what he gets, but down the stretch of the fourth quarter, I think that's when you have to put Kawhi on Giannis. Well, Wall is already working out. He's back on the court doing like the pregame workout, so he should be back next week or the next couple games.
I know one player that needs to go. Reggie Jackson doesn't fit the team anymore. He has to go.
Man, that's tough, man. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I get where you're coming from, but see, Reggie may win you a game in the playoff.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he might lose you a game too with those dumbass shots.
Hey, young Africa. PG may lose us a game too.
Facts. That's true.
No, yo, he will lose us a game, bro. Doing that, he will lose, and that's no knock on him, bro. It's just again, he ain't. Y'all playing this man. The actual when has PG ever been a point guard?
Right. And see, that's all I was telling Show, and I get it. Show was, I Show my boy, and I get it. Show can get it his, Show can get a little moody at times. So I'm like, man, Show, I'm telling you, this is what BJ. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you, BJ. I think the Clippers left at least 2 championships on the table so far.
I agree.
You see what I'm saying? So we don't have no room for error. Okay, let's try this. Let's experience this shit in the playoff. No, we can't do that.
Right. And what the problem was is that you gotta give a player time to really gel. Like all John was missing was chemistry with Paul and Kawhi. And I know he's looking at the game as he's out right now, seeing where those guys like the ball in their spots.
Right.
So it's like, I think when he comes back, he's gonna come back with a vengeance, because he sees what they need. So, but yeah, we can't win with PG being our point guard, bro. Can't.
No,
that doesn't sound right.
Hey, by the end of the day, though, he only had 2 assists yesterday. He had more turnovers than assists, I believe. So like,
who?
PG.
Right. Yeah.
So when it comes down to it, like when he's getting checked by Wesley Matthews, right? Like shouldn't he just go out and just cook, man? Y'all up 20. You either win the game in 2 ways, obviously. Executing on offense, you win the game, or just making stops, right? And obviously you couldn't stop Giannis. So you execute on offense, and that's a double-digit game the whole way through. And so why is PG not cooking Wesley Matthews, who should have no right of checking this man? He's not big enough, not fast enough. He at the end of his career, PG needs to give you more than 16, 17 points that he had. Like, come on, man. Come on.
But that's what's been happening, bro. Since since PG's been the point guard, his point set went down, which we can't have that. But also his turnovers done went up.
Right.
So it's a double-edged sword. But Kobe Jordan, what's good?
We can't afford that shit, BJ. We can't afford that, man.
Yo, this is do or die for the Clippers this season, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. What's up, Kobe Jordan?
What's good? Hey, salute, BJ, man. Happy Monday. Salute, fellas.
Salute, man.
What you got?
Yeah, man. Man, I watched this game really close, bro. This was an intense game, back and forth, bro. It really showed me a lot, and I told Africa this yesterday, bro. Like our offense, it's not disciplined, right? We have too much of a free flow offense. It's really just a brute force offense. But the issue, and here's the issue, guys, is that when you got Paul George playing that point guard position, who's not a high IQ point guard, bringing the ball up the floor, he's not cooking, right? Other teams will lock in on that. The first half, it might look good. Against elite defensive teams, it's not sustainable. Drew Holiday, them other dudes, they already know, right? Who do we send them to? Who do we throw on them? Paul George isn't a good decision maker. That's why you
Thank
got to
you.
put straps on him. That's why
Thank
you
you.
need a point guard who can actually restrict him from being too free in that offense, because he's just going to come down and take dumb shots, careless threes, and turn the
Thank
ball
you.
over. He had
Yeah.
he turned the ball over right at the top of the key yesterday, and it was just like there was nobody standing right there at all, like no
Right.
one. He just threw it out of bounds, and I'm just like, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, this is Paul George. What are you like, bro? And this is in a momentum game. Like, you can see them taking the momentum back, and then he starts turning the ball over. He missed 2 free throws. He also came down with under a minute, and he airballed a 3.
Yes.
So it's like
Yes.
these are decisions. But here's the thing: these are decisions that I know Paul George has made in prior years. This isn't new to me. I already knew this. I just thought Ty Lue knew it earlier and would have got a point guard to kind of fix this issue ahead of time, right? Because if you're not going to play Terrence Mann at the point and Reggie Jackson is shooting bricks, we screwed, bro. Because we can't rely on. And the reason why they're putting PG at that point is because they're trying to use their size. They're a small. Listen, when they go small ball, right? They're not big enough, so they gotta use Paul George at that point, right, to give him a little bit more size. But the issue is he's not a good facilitator. He's not a good playmaker. So that's been my consistent issue. Oh yeah, one thing, I watched your podcast yesterday with Ryan Hollins. He said something that was very like heartfelt, bro. He said that the 2 things you need to win a championship, you need that star player and the others around him, but you need chemistry, right? And when he kept saying chemistry, I'm thinking like, bro, if we trade the players that we need to trade, the role players that I'm talking about, to get what we need, that's gonna hurt our chemistry as well. So it's like we're in a situation where if we trade those others, that's gonna put a dent in our chemistry. But if we don't, in my opinion, we're screwed either way. So in this point of the season, bro, we just gotta lock in Ty Lue. He has to go get a point guard, a backup big. We already know that that's coming. Hopefully he makes that decision. But bro, what you saw from Giannis yesterday, this is why he's the best player in the world. When his other guys couldn't get it cooking, he gave 2-player productions. He gave Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday's production, right? If Kawhi Leonard isn't going, Paul George cannot afford to not get going. That's my only issue with him.
Yes. And let me add to that, especially when you got a role player coming along, coming along for the ride with you. You see what I'm saying? You have Norman giving you his all. So if, like I say, if Kawhi don't got it going, PG got to have it going. If PG don't have it going, Kawhi got to have it going.
Right. And one more thing I too want to add, BJ, is if you go back and look at that 2021 playoff run, right, we were down 0-2 almost every series. You know why we got down 0-2? It goes down to this. Paul George had a slow start in every single one of those series. Kawhi was giving you production. He was averaging 33 and 8 the whole playoffs on 60% shooting. So we know he came through when it mattered. The issue is Paul George was giving us 15 points per game for the first 4 games of each series, bro.
Yeah.
Well, so you said the one thing that you said was gotta get a point guard, but we don't want to trade our role players because we have to mess up chemistry. So which one you think is better? Do you think we need to, because we have to trade pieces to get a point guard?
Right.
And if you're talking about get a point guard for Fred VanVleet, they've already echoed what they want, and
Okay.
they want Terrence Mann.
Well, here's what I would say to that, BJ. This is very tricky and it's complex, right? Because when you make this kind of trade, and at this point of the season, it has to be for some players that Kawhi or some of these guys have chemistry. The reason why they're talking to the Raptors, and specifically with the Raptors, is because Kawhi already has chemistry with those guys. So if you're trading Reggie, Terrence Mann, and Morris for just random guys that Kawhi's never played with, it's gonna make it tough. But if we can get a Fred VanVleet and another piece over there, or whatever the case may be, he's already had chemistry with these guys, so it makes sense. But the issue is, are we willing to give up Terrence Mann and Luke Kennard to get those guys? And this is why I say, dude, this is the hardest job in basketball, bro. Is being in whoever's on that phone making that call, because, bro, this is gonna dictate history, bro. Like, the legacies are on the line, bro, and this shit matters, because if you don't make that trade, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you don't make that trade, I don't believe in Reggie Jackson and Marcus Morris. That's just my own personal belief. I don't believe in those two guys. I think they're older now. I think they're one trick ponies. I think once they don't hit the three and they're getting their shot going, they don't give us any other production, right? And so these guys have been with us for 3-4 years. In the first 2 years, we could have got away with it because teams didn't figure us out yet. But we're 4 years in. Teams have figured out how we play. When Kawhi and PG don't get it going, just kicks it to them and they'll score. Those guys are high volume, inefficient shooters, and they're older now, right? That's the issue. They're older now. So if you can get Fred VanVleet, hey, to me, I would trade. And this may sound crazy because to me, Terrence Mann was like untradeable. But if I can get a Fred VanVleet and another wing from over there, or whatever the case is, I would throw him in. But the thing is, bro, it just has to make sense. Marcus Morris, to me, and Reggie Jackson, I don't believe in them. And then Paul George in crunch time, when he misses free throws and he airballs the three against elite teams, this to me is almost like a prediction of what I've been seeing from Paul George in the playoffs. It can't happen, bro.
Yeah. Them two free throws, man. I was like, man. I think that shit hurt the most. If you ask me, I'm like, man,
if he makes those two free throws, we
win the game.
game.
We win the damn game.
Yeah, I think it. So yeah, I want him to make those free throws, but like I was saying, you're playing this man out of position, and it's like it's hard to do all that and have all those hats on you, and that's why I was so advocate on John Wall starting, because it's like he would, if he's playing last night, we win that game, and I'm not talking about we winning by a little bit, we win by a decisive amount. You have the point guard right there, but they ain't using him.
Right. Yeah.
And that's the problem I've been having. That's all I've been saying this whole time. Just play him.
They didn't even attempt to use him to see, all right, will this work? You see what I'm saying?
Oh, he was available. He was available yesterday?
No, he was out.
Before he got injured.
Yeah, and my thing is he was actually playing. Actually, if you guys think about it, the first 20-some games, bro, the two best players when Kawhi and PG are out were Ivica Zubac and John Wall. He didn't stop. His production didn't start going down when he started getting frustrated off the back-to-backs and them not playing him on these minutes restrictions. But the fact of the matter is they have not used him.
Right.
Who are you talking about? I'm sorry, I was lost a little bit. Who are you talking about?
John Wall and Ivica Zubac were the two best players the first 20 games.
Right.
But then his production dropped when he started getting frustrated.
Gotcha,
and he's like, why aren't you playing me? Why am I starting? Why is Reggie Jackson? Now people are starting to see Reggie Jackson ain't no starter.
Right.
Well,
and you know what else Wall may bring for us? Attacking the basket.
Right. And I
he gonna attack that basket.
I agree with y'all, man. John Wall, he looked really nice in the beginning of the season, man. He just needs to get his legs underneath him like everybody else. But again, we know Reggie Jackson's not a starter. I thought John Wall should have started to start the season. Ty Lue didn't think the same. But, bro, we're not even talking about the fact that Kawhi went from minute restrictions to now playing 40 minutes every game. Like, what? If you look his last 4 games that he's been playing, he's played 40 minutes, bro. 40 minutes in almost the last 5 games, and then 36 minutes the 3 before that. So it's like
It's too much on bro. It's too much on Kawhi and PG. That's why I'm not so mad at them, bro.
BJ, what do you think the Clippers gonna do by trade deadline. What do you think?
What do I think?
Right.
Well, they're definitely going to do what's comfortable for Kawhi. I think that's the big thing. Kawhi has a lot of pull in that organization. Though here's the thing: the Clippers want Fred VanVleet, but the problem is they're going to have to see if Terrence Mann, if it's enough to give up Terrence Mann. I don't think they pull that trigger unless Kawhi's on board with it, because Kawhi loves Terrence Mann too.
Right.
But he knows if it means, hey, I'm trying to win a championship, my legacy's on the line, we might have to go with this. And if that doesn't happen, if they don't make a move, I definitely think they're going to get another big.
Right. I think they're going to get another big.
And if we get another big, I think we'll be straight. I don't think the point guard position is that big of a deal. I think we have them. We just have to give them chemistry with them guys.
And BJ, I disagree.
That's why I'm at what I'm right there too, BJ. Because I'm like, damn, do we really need to get another point guard? I know we need another big. I know we need another big,
bro. Listen. I'm gonna be honest with you. We need a point guard just as much as we need a big. That's why I say we're in a bad situation, because we don't have the assets to get a legitimate both, right? Like I feel like we're gonna lose in one of these areas. So it's like, what do we have to get? And when we saw tonight, Paul George playing point guard. Okay, here's the thing: if you're not gonna play Terrence Mann, that's what we're gonna see in the playoffs. Do you think that's gonna work against an elite team in the playoffs?
But Terrence Mann, I knew that. But here's the thing, Kobe. I knew Terrence Mann's not a starting point guard. I've been saying that shit since people been saying Wingstop, saying that he should be starting, bro. He ain't no starter. And it's no disrespect to him, but he can't move a needle against these top point guards. So it's not even up to if Terrence, if they don't play John Wall, then they need to get another point. Terrence Mann ain't a point guard. So, But my thing is, I'd rather lose out on getting another point, because I believe in John Wall. I believe him that much.
And I'm leaning that way too, BJ. I'm leaning that way that you thinking. I think we got to get a big.
Ain't no ifs,
like you said, go play John Wall.
Mm-hmm.
Play John Wall. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and this is the crazy part, though. We don't realize we're not the one. Kawhi brought up Fred VanVleet's name. He's the one. Just like he picked up the phone and called Paul George. He's trying to get Fred VanVleet to this team. So what is he seeing from John Wall to where he's saying we need to go get a Fred VanVleet? Why is Kawhi saying we need to go get Fred VanVleet?
Because they're not because I think what it is, they're not using it's
right.
Kawhi sees, like, look, y'all not. Kawhi actually, to be honest with you, Kawhi likes John Wall.
Mm-hmm.
He actually likes John Wall a lot. He said before the season start, be yourself. Don't come here and try to, because he has a high IQ, but he looking at it like, well, shit, if you guys ain't going to use him and it's been 40 games, you guys so high on Reggie Jackson, let me go and let's go get Fred VanVleet. Like the realist said, if you're not using them, you don't even really have them.
Right.
And let me add to that, BJ. Have you noticed? It's funny because I put in there. You had a live stream one day, and I said, you notice how frustrated Kawhi get when Reggie do some stupid shit. You notice that?
Oh yeah.
He put a look on his face like, really? So it's like I say, man, Kawhi know what's up. Kawhi know what's up, man.
Hey,
he knows I can't win like this. I'm not gonna win like this.
Yeah, that's facts, and we know that. It's just, bro, I keep seeing this little thing called the LA Raptors. It's cracking me up because
the LA Raptors.
But that shit is real. That shit is real though.
Here's the crazy part about it, bro. Here's the crazy part about it. That's actually, bro, we need to become the LA Raptors. I think in order for us to have a chance, bro, we gotta get those type of players like, bro, Kawhi. And this is what I'm saying, bro. Yes, it's late in the season, but bro, if I'm the GM and I got 24 hours to make a decision, and I know what Kawhi and I understand basketball, right? Forget these players and the chemistry, and I'm having certain guys in the locker room. I'm looking at from a basketball perspective, bro. I'm gonna get rid of Reggie. I'm throwing him in, and anybody else is available for trade except for Kawhi, PG, and Zubac. Everybody else, to me, if the deal makes sense,
I think you keep
Got it.
Norman Powell though. I think you got to
Oh
keep
hell
him.
yeah! Oh hell
Oh
yeah!
yeah.
You
Oh,
got
I'm
to keep
sorry.
him.
Yeah,
Keep
oh
Norman
yeah!
Got to
Oh
Powell.
keep
My
yeah!
him.
fault. Keep
Oh yeah!
Norman
Oh
Powell.
yeah!
So
But let me.
those four players, because you need Zubac in against certain lineups, and then Paul Kawhi and Norman Powell. To me, Norman Powell is really a backup for Paul George if he decides to
Right.
sneak up a place.
Right.
But let me ask y'all this question, and we gotta think about this because let's just play devil's advocate. We don't get Fred VanVleet. Let me let me say this: if you guys have a choice, do y'all think by any stretch, and it might be a little bit of a stretch, if we can't get Fred VanVleet, do y'all go after try to get Chris Paul back?
No way. Not with that contract. No way.
No.
Fuck that. And then here's the
If
thing.
we can't get Van Fleet, we gotta go. We just gotta keep
Well,
Wall,
yeah.
man.
Here's the thing. Why would the Suns even want to do it? What are they going to ask for? And they're in the same conference.
Right.
No way.
Yeah.
They're gonna ask for Norman Powell and a whole bunch of other shit.
Chris
Okay.
Paul would be nice though. He would be nice. He'd be nice.
Man, if I could get Chris Paul on the low because they trying to get off him anyway, I'll be like, thank you.
But the Suns
Shit.
won't even do a deal with us, bro, for of that magnitude right in the middle of the season. Like, no, they're not gonna.
Yeah.
Here's what they're gonna. They're gonna ask for Terrence Mann and Norman Powell on
Right.
a Chris Paul expiring contract. Like, no way.
Right. So
Truly,
truly,
said, man, we really in a tough spot right now. We really is, but yeah, man, like I say, man, Paul George being our point guard, hell no, man, we can't.
Yeah, he can't be point guard, bro.
I can't do it, man. I can't watch no more of that. I can't watch it, man.
Ty Lue, man, it's tough to watch because like when you know basketball and you know angles and you just study this shit, it's like, how do they not see this shit? Like, yes, we need a big. When we got rid of Hardestine, we knew we needed to get a big. We had so many bigs lined up. We didn't do anything with it. But this whole point guard situation, our offense, bro, this is bad, bro. It looks so bad to watch. My eyes hurt, man. One of the games, bro, my eyes start bleeding so bad. This was the beginning of the season. I said I can't watch this offense. My eyes hurt so bad, bro.
Hey, Kobe Jordan. Hey, I was mad. That's why I told Show. I said, Show, I normally don't even come in here, but drop that link, man, because I'm just tired of it now, man. This shit is unacceptable, man.
See, here's what Showtime is doing. I respect Showtime in this channel, right? All he's doing is he's just looking at it and say, hey, guys, he's one of those guys where he's like, it's not over until the fat lady sings. Like, he got to see this play out all the way before he makes his full conclusion. And right. I'm not going to do that, right? Because when I've been a Clipper fan for these many years, bro, trust me, I was the same thing he was doing. I used to do that in the beginning of the season too. And then in the playoffs, they shit it up, stink it up, and we just avoided the issues. We can't just ignore these issues, bro.
right.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah.
Hey, let me read this comment. He said they love John Wall, but his lack of being able to make shots hurts their offense. They wanted to work with John Wall, but his shooting hurts the offense, everything else he does. So this is my question to you, truly, Trent. This is why I asked Showtime, why does he have to shoot so many threes to be an impact? Like, to pick for him with the amount of his whole thing on that court is going to make it easier for Kawhi, PG, Marcus Morris, Zubac to get their shots. And I don't think John Wall is that horrible of a shooter where he won't make at least one or two threes. If that's all he needs to make, while he's also setting up guys on the offensive end in the half court and in the full court, that's all I'm asking for him to do. So do they not want him to start, or do you think it's what do you think it is? That's my whole question. Like, why hasn't he been started?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's got to be politics, man, behind the scenes, man. He must have said
something. I agree, Young Africa. I think I can say that just that, that commitment they have with Reggie, man. It's like, man, it's like I say, man, it's sad to see, man, because like I say, the Clippers should be give and take number 1 or 2 seed.
Right.
All the talent they got, man.
Facts. And I remember watching Reggie Jackson, right, in the playoffs. And I remember on the sidelines, I just remembered just came to me that Steve Ballmer was clapping his hands heavy for Reggie Jackson, and he came through when you guys didn't have anybody like your best players in the game, talking about Kawhi and stuff, and so he stepped up even more than PG certain games, and so he won playoff games, and so it might be coming from the higher ups that they like Reggie Jackson, that they want Reggie Jackson to play, that they believe in Reggie Jackson. It might be that Ty Lue might like Reggie Jackson, but I don't know how you deny what you see out there on the court. You know what I mean? It can only work for so long. Loyalty can only work while it's like a two-way street, man. And right now, Reggie's not giving it to you like he should. And so I don't know, man. At the end of the day, they might believe that Reggie's that guy that can step up in the playoffs, and you need that third, fourth guy to step up. And they might believe that he's that guy in clutch situation, in big games, big moments, that he steps his game up. But for John Wall, the only thing that I could say why he's not playing on a basketball level, outside of all the things I don't know behind the scenes, is they don't want to give the ball. They don't want to give the offense to John Wall. When you play John Wall, you're giving the offense to John Wall. That's how he plays. And to utilize John Wall to the max, you got to give him the offense. And they don't want to do that. They don't trust him, or they don't want to take the ball out of the hands of PG. Because what does PG become in an offense where John Wall's ball dominant? He's going to be waiting for the ball more often. He's probably not going to get as many touches as he usually does. He won't be in rhythm as he usually is. And that will only make PG more passive during games. And so I don't know why, because that's the only reason I would say on a basketball level.
I think he would get the ball more. I don't think he's gonna get the ball. All is happening is that you starting the ball off with John Wall, but you're gonna finish it off with Kawhi and PG taking the shots. You gotta remember, this dude averaged 10 assists in seasons when he played with lesser talent. So if you got more talent on your team, bro, he's gonna love to pass them the ball.
Right. Hey, can I add one thing into that too? Because as I'm hearing Young Africa, you guys go around the panel talk about Paul George. My question is this, right? I'm really thinking, like, how do I maximize his potential at the highest level? And I can't really come up with an answer without him dribbling the ball, so many times, right? Like, he needs to dribble the basketball and get to his spot. Like, he doesn't just catch and shoot like we need him to. He can, but that's not his game, right? And when Doc Rivers was there, he said this after the season. He said that they tried to use me like a Ray Allen, and it doesn't work. And so Doc Rivers got fired. Everything else blew up, right? So it's like he can't be used as just like a Klay Thompson, but then when he overuses the ball, he turns it over. So I'm like, how do you use him? And like, what, you know what I mean? Like, what do you guys think?
Hey, that's a great question, bro. I don't know the answer to
Yeah,
that. But
that is a good question. That
yeah,
is
when
a
you
good
talk about
question.
Paul George, right?
Yeah, Paul George.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Because my only issue with that is I love Paul George. To me, he's not the best player in the league, but he's probably one of the most skilled players. He can do everything almost.
He top 5 most skilled players in the league, man.
He's top 5 most skilled. So with that skill level, you gotta, and he's only 31, 30, he just turned 32, I think. So you gotta, he still has he still has shit left, right? So you gotta maximize this while you can. And what I'm saying is, how do you maximize him without destroying the offense? How do you give him the best looks possible? And this is what I keep saying. The reason why I think you need a point guard is because Paul George, you got to limit his touches as far as how long he's using the basketball. You need to set up. This is why you got to have a playbook, because you still got to set plays for him to get easy buckets. If he's just on the ISO creating, to me, that's not sustainable, right? So if you can get him a few bunnies or a few, alley-oops, a couple of mid-posts, and then when he's cooking, then let him dominate the basketball more, right? That's what you got to use him like that.
And like you said, he doesn't. Oh, go ahead, BJ. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like you said, Kobe Jordan, he made it a point to say, I didn't want to be used like Ray Allen with Doc Rivers. I don't want to come off pin downs. I don't want to come off screens. I don't want to be a catch and shoot player. He's a rhythm player with the ball in his hands is when he's at his best. So, but there's a fine balance, right? You don't want him, as you said, over dribbling and over handling the ball and becoming a turnover prone guy where he actually, with his style of play, can stagnate the offense if he's the primary ball handler. So that's a delicate situation. So I've never seen a team halfway through the season revolutionize their offense and change it up majorly. That's something that you don't see. And so what would work on this team is PG getting the ball at his spots and making quick moves, not dribbling like 5, 6, 7 times and analyzing the defense. He's not that type of guy. Making quick moves. Kawhi getting the ball in the mid post at the elbow and making moves. And John Wall could help in that. But once again, people in the chat be saying, and it's been said that how effective will John Wall be if he dribble hands off a ball or passes it to PG? What's not going to stop the defender from just sagging off that guy and just doubling whoever the ball handler is and making John Wall beat you? Now, at the end of the day, you need to see if that happens, and you need to see what John Wall does. I think he's an IQ of a type of guy where he will attack as opposed to just settle for shots every single time. And so if he attacks off a double, off a PG, for example, he can break down the defense and finish at the rim or drop it down to Zubac or hit the open corner guy and make something happen. And so, but we haven't seen it yet. So, I don't know, man.
And this is the thing, though, bro. Like, we keep saying how, Paul George, throughout Paul George's whole career, he's always had a point guard. Even when he was at OKC, that was his best season, right? He wasn't dominating the basketball. Russell Westbrook dominated the basketball, but Paul George just got to his spots, right? He was cooking. He was able to still be him without being a point guard, right?
Right.
And so that's what you need. That's why I say this team actually does need a point guard, because those two cannot bring the ball up the floor in crunch time in a fourth quarter in a game 7, and then they're just going to throw a smaller defender on him, double team him at half court. It sounds good, right? When you say, oh, Paul George, he's going to handle the basketball. But what happens is those guys get tired, right? And when they get in there, think about them getting double teamed. I'm 6'8". I'm getting double teamed at half court or at the top of the key. It's not as easy, bro, as you think it is, bro. These guys are playing against elite defenders in those playoffs. They're not able to get to their spot. Kawhi Leonard had to literally catch the ball at the 3 and back it all the way down to his spot. You know how uncomfortable that could be? So it's like he needs to get a point guard who can already get the ball and just get them to their spots, bro. That's why Rondo, to me, was effective in spurts. John Wall, to me, would be effective in spurts. It's just the fact of, I don't know, man. This John Wall situation is weird because it's kind of like, it's literally like our season is weighing in his hands if we use them or if we don't. Like,
that's what y'all sound just like, bro. Listen, I want y'all to understand something. Kobe Jordan, I know it's like your second time on stream, bro. I want the Clippers to win, and all I was saying was this: John Wall, I know how he's built, and I know what he can do for this team. And I think he's a better version of Rondo because he can actually score. See, I think when we keep saying he's a Rondo, I think we're just looking at the glass half empty. We're not looking at what he does for this team, like him attacking the basket. He's 6'4", he's aggressive, he's gonna put pressure on the defense. And I think him playing with Paul George and Kawhi, those guys would get much easier shots. Somebody asked me, what's the strategy? The strategy is very simple. Take PG off the point, give the ball to John Wall, and let him run the offense. If you ain't got an offensive playbook, you need to have an offense. And the way to do that, you got to have a solid point guard. And an offense with him, he's an offense with himself. So PG, I don't think he meant he don't want to just come off screens. And I think you have to mix it up with him. There's going to be certain possessions, bro, you're going to be coming off, catching the ball and just shooting. There's going to be certain possessions you're going to be posting up. There's going to be certain possessions when you start hitting shots more and more, then I want to see what's in your bag. You feel a little good about yourself. Okay, here's the ball. I'll let you dribble a little bit. Right. PG's one of them type of players, bro. He got to start off hot.
Exactly.
To get his confidence going. Kawhi don't have to do that.
Save PG from himself, man, pretty much.
I think Wall understands that. I think Wall understands that, look, I know having Paul George have a relationship with him, I know how he is. Right. I'm gonna make it easier for him. I'm gonna look out for him. Right. Anybody tries to punk him. Cause I saw Joe Ingles trying to do some dirty shit yesterday. I think Wall would have stepped in and actually done. Yeah, it's stuff like that, bro. Like as a player, you just know how your homies, your teammates are built, bro, and you have to know how to actually protect them. I think he'd be the type of player to tell Kawhi, hey man, pass the fucking ball. Because you see Kawhi gives John Wall the ball. Like he's the only person. When it's Terrence Mann out there, Kawhi dribbles the ball. Like he don't get, but when John Wall's out there, they give him the ball, bro. That's respect. They give him the ball. They don't hesitate. They say John Wall calls for that shit. He said, "Here, give me the ball," and he gets it,
bro. I'm telling you, BJ. Hey, BJ, I think I'm gonna apply to be. I need to work in one of these front offices, bro. Because I'm telling you, bro, I could help a lot of teams get better, bro. Because listen, I don't just like love the game and know the game, bro. I study, and this is what people don't understand. You gotta study. The game is mental. It's really this game is a mental game, bro. You gotta really study players' habits and their mental, right?
Right.
And
Right.
so it doesn't matter how good a player is. You still got to understand how to actually maximize the efforts around them, right? So if Paul George is a turnover machine, and see, Paul George is one of them dudes. He got to get hot. He got to get 4 or 5 dribbles. He's like a Tracy McGrady. He got to get the ball, dribble it to a spot, and he got to know he's cooking. That's where he go. Kawhi Leonard just gets to the spot, terminates, right? He just gets to a spot, shoot over you. He don't really care how it looks. He don't need 10, 20 dribbles. He just scores and just dominates. That's how he plays. So with me knowing that, I need to know to make their job easier. Oh, I need a point guard who can actually do all the little stuff, bring the ball up the court, get in certain sets, get them to their spots, and then let them cook. But if I got to get the ball up the court, right, dribble all the way up on a Drew Holiday, right, and then get off a double team all the way to the paint just to get to my spot, that drained me, bro. Like, that's a lot of work. So it's like, you can't have that, bro. And this is the thing. We had a different offense our first year, and this is why I keep going back to the stats. When we played off of the triangle, that first year, and the second year too, we actually had a system, right? And I don't know why they walked away from that, because it was working, but it's almost like they didn't really want to maximize it, or dudes didn't really like it, I guess. I don't know, but you got to have some type of set offense. I don't care how skilled you are. Like Kobe said, if the defense is in front of you, bro, that's an easy offense to guard. It doesn't matter how skilled you are, bro.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the quick fix is not all these sets that's going to be difficult to, teams don't even practice like that. It ain't fundamentally changing it. But if you start John Wall, then you're going to fix the issue of pace. So you're going to get more shots up. Then you're going to be able to get more transition buckets. You're going to actually run the ball. You're going to get more shots at the rim. And you're going to break down defense and get easier shots at the three. So he solves a lot of issues if you play him heavy minutes and start him. But this off the bench John Wall shit, he ain't gonna really show his true impact off the bench, bro. 20 minutes a game, no, he ain't gonna do a lot with that.
Hey, Just Blaze, what's good, bro?
What's good, BJ? Salute to everybody. What's up, yo?
What up,
you got, bro? What you got?
Man, to me, BJ, like I said this on the beginning of the year. I felt like it'll be Golden State and the Clippers. Because for me, I do think when the Clippers are really right, I feel like they can hang with anybody offensively. Defensively, you guys are in the top 5, I believe, or something like that. But
top 10.
So, but it's just like, for me, it's like, I don't know what this Reggie Jackson love affair is coming from with Ty Lue. I understand he was a point guard and played, but
that love affair.
Yeah, because he, like Kobe Jordan, it's like, I don't know what it is. He just loved playing Reggie Jackson so much, bro. I don't get it. But this is my opinion. I just want y'all's opinion on this. Do you guys think, because, when Kawhi missed, when he got hurt in the playoffs against Utah, then the following year he missed the entire season. Paul George missed most of the season due to injury as well. And Reggie Jackson, and along with other role players, had to keep the team afloat. And I think they got so used to playing that way, then it's like, now when you got your two big guns back, you got to get adjusted to playing towards them, because they're the two big guns on the team. So I don't know, does Reggie Jackson feel out of place? Does he not know what to do playing with Paul George? Because he seemed like a whole different player when they're not there versus when they are there. Not to say he don't have his moments, but it just seemed like that. Am I wrong for seeing that way? But that's how it looks towards me when I watch them sometimes. Like, he just seems like a whole different player when they're not on the floor with him versus when they're on the floor with him.
You're saying he's better? He's better when they're off the floor?
Yeah, it looks so, like, because remember, like, he was hitting a lot of big shots. He was really playing well. And then because Kawhi missed a lot last year and Paul George in out of the lineup, so it was on those role players to pretty much. And for the most part, they actually played well last year without them. They went to the playing game. You know what I'm saying? So imagine if they were healthy, they most likely would make the playoffs. I'm saying, like, those are minutes you're giving to Reggie and the other players, so they have no choice but to step up. So it's like, now that you have to go through Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, it's a whole different ballgame. And then, Norman Powell is also in and out. So he's acclimated. So That's what I'm asking. Like, is there just like guys just don't know how to fit playing with one another? Like, is that also an issue?
It's too many. Hey, Just Blaze, I love the
Mhm.
question, and I'm gonna be honest with you. It's just too many guys who are ISO players on the court at once. You can't have a Reggie with a Paul and Kawhi. To me, and a Marcus Morris. Those are four guys who really just want to. They are all scorers, right? But
Yeah.
Reggie and Marcus Morris, they don't play defense. And, bro, they think they can score 20. Like, their mentality is, I can hit 22. I can score 25. But they don't defend. They don't play the defense at a high level. So
Yeah.
you need to have glue guys around PG. That's why Terrence Mann works with Paul and Kawhi. He works with them too. And that's why we don't want to trade him, because he's valuable, right? We don't look at the box. The box score doesn't tell you everything. Right? Terrence Mann against the Bulls, his back score looks like shit. But he had hella deflections. He was boxing out. He was getting rebounds, bro. He was doing all the little shit. So the thing with Reggie Jackson is, I don't know if there's a love affair or whatever's going on, but like 1 minute he's dancing, next minute he got his hoodie on. Like, I don't know, bro. He's bipolar in my opinion. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, because it's like I don't. It just seemed like you got players that kind of do the same thing and just want to score. So it's like, everybody, we know that some of these guys can score, but like you said, you got to need players to do other things to help the team win. It's the little things. But, I don't know, man. Like, and that's why I was asking BJ in the chat, like, if they don't make a move, just assume, because I know when trade down comes along, a lot of people like to be like, oh man, we can get this guy, but just in case if it doesn't happen, what goes on now? Because offensively, like, how does the offense change now if you don't get anybody? So, because John Wall's been in and out of the lineup, and then he's coming off the bench, even if he is playing. So it's like, what goes on? What happens now?
Just start him. That's the thing. Just Blade. Just start the man. That's all I. That's what we can't. You can't use him off the bench. He's never been a bench player. He's a starter, bro. Like I mean, that's just what it is. I mean, my whole thing is, bro. It's not really something that is a bad situation. The thing is, I think we need to focus more on getting a big. I think last night showed Zubac can only do so much, and I think we haven't given him enough credit for what he has done for us the whole season. He's been the most consistent player. So it's like he's tired. So who does he look to when he can get a break? So I would look for more. We need a big, but once we get that, bro, I think it's just a matter of just Ty Lue, man, putting the right rotations. Is he gotta stop playing Reggie Jackson on these fucking minutes? He gotta start putting John Wall in the starting lineup, and I think with Terrence Mann, I think Terrence Mann can play with anybody. But my whole thing is just use him like a glue guy. Don't use him like a starter, like a star. Put him with guys around him that can make him look good. Like let him do the little things. Give him about 25, 30 minutes a game, and then we'll be good.
There's no easy fix for this team, man. No easy fix, man. It's gonna be a tough season for the Clipper fans, bro.
Yeah, Young Africa. We don't want to talk about the Lakers, man. So we just focus on the Clippers right now.
Hey, what do you mean, man? We just got another dub. We on our way, nigga, to making the playoffs.
Hey, Young
Hold
Africa.
on.
We're gonna be
Y'all
a
on your
tough.
way to
What was that, Young
y'all on
Africa
your way
last
to
night,
making
bro?
the play in. That's what y'all on the way to.
What was that? That
What was
was a
that?
dub. That was a dub.
What was that, man?
BJ.
Y'all,
That
what
was
was
a
that,
dub.
Young Africa? One by a point. What was that?
That was a dub, BJ. That's what that was. That was a dub.
Hey, Young Africa, we got y'all next Saturday, bro. So
Oh, I can't wait. I can't
we have
wait.
y'all next Saturday. That's gonna be a good game. LeBron versus Curry. That's gonna be a good game.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a close game. I don't think it's gonna be no blowout, bro. That's
Hey,
gonna be
he might get the scoring record on y'all, man. It might be the
Nah,
game.
he might get it before then.
Okay.
He might get it before.
I want him to get against the Clippers, man. I mean, I want him to get against the Warriors, man. I don't want no Bucks or the Thunder. I want.
Hey, Just Blaze, can I ask you a question? I don't know if you've been watching like a lot of Clippers games.
Yeah, I've been watching.
Have you? Yeah. Okay. So in my opinion, would you like I respect the guys who do the intangibles, right? And we know how important those guys are to a championship team. If you've been watching, would you trade a Terrence Mann, who is our only young asset, really, who's athletic, could defend multiple positions, would you just up and trade him at this point of the season for somebody like a Fred VanVleet, or would you just say, you know what, I'm gonna just stick it out?
I mean, to be honest with you, I ain't gonna lie, Kobe Jr. I like what Terrence Mann brings, but if you can get a Fred VanVleet, I think you should do it, man, because Kawhi and Fred have chemistry, and they actually, on that Toronto team, they were a top defensive team, and Fred VanVleet was, because when they were playing the boxing one on the Warriors, he was the lead guy, constantly chasing around Steph the entire time. So, and he actually was making big shots in that finals,
He
off the
definitely
bench.
did.
So he's smart, but he can, he's a solid defender. He can make threes. He was an all-star, like, I think last year or the year before. So I wouldn't mind you guys doing that, because if especially if you need a point guard, he's very good in pick and rolls.
Bro,
Like,
it's tough, bro.
Yeah,
Like, and I'm a Fred VanVleet guy. Like, I love Fred VanVleet. When he was with the Raptors, bro, he was one of my favorite dudes to watch. It's just when you watch the Clippers, and I know everything they've been through, Terrence Mann, bro, he had 39 in the closeout game to send us to our first Western Conference Finals, right? So this dude has done it. Like, in big moments, he always steps up, bro.
I respect that, Kobe. Like, when I watch Terrence Mann, that's one thing I do like about him. He plays with, like, he don't fear nobody. Like, he just have this conscious mentality. He gonna defend you up close. He's gonna go out there, and if he adds something offensively, it's a plus. But Fred VanVleet can give you a solid 18 to probably 20 points on any given night, solidly. And then he's also going to defend. So it's not like you're losing anything on the defenseman, but you get the playmaker you need on that team, in my opinion. And then Kawhi already has played with him, like they would call him the LA Raptors, but he's had chemistry with him. So
hey, to be honest with you, bro, I don't even know. I can't even give you an answer right now, because I genuinely don't know right now.
I respect that. I still think they can hang with anybody offensively if they get their act together. Because I think it was 2 years ago, you guys led the league in, like, 3-point percentage.
Bro, we had the number 1 offense in 2021, and we had the number 3 offense in 2020. And now the last 2 years, last year, granted, Kawhi didn't play, and this year we're like 20th in offense, bro. So we dropped a lot. 23. So it's insane, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all this. It's gonna depend on what Kawhi wants. If Kawhi says, if they say, look, if we can get Fred VanVleet, but we get off Terrence Mann, and Kawhi gives the nod, they're gonna do it. But that's why I'm saying, like, what is Kawhi thinking? Shit, you never know what this nigga's thinking.
Bro. I think that nigga Kawhi is literally gonna try to, strangle Masai Ujiri, bro. He gonna be like Terminator, meet that nigga in the hallway, like, hey, bro, you better give up Fred VanVleet, bro. We need this.
Yeah, I got you a championship, nigga. You owe us. That's probably what he gonna tell him, man. I got you a championship. You guys need to pay us back with this shit.
And then, hey, man, Steve Ballmer pockets is big, bro. Steve, listen, $1 billion to Steve Ballmer is like nothing, bro. Like, bro, so we might, I don't even know. Can we throw cash in? Is cash even a thing? Can we throw that in? Like,
but Kobe Jordan, remember what
you have a trade exception, so you can throw that in.
Yeah, and remember, Kobe Jordan, I asked this last night on Mook Channel, and I'm asking BJ, are you not concerned that you guys are 8-21 against teams that's above 500?
Oh yes, I'm very concerned. And see, bro, people listen, when they have a stream about a fucking win over the Bulls or a win over like a lower tier team, I'm not even going on that. I don't even care. Like, I'm not gonna praise no win over no Hornets, right? So it's like these elite teams, they understand, like, bro, and it's the same thing. It's, bro, when we play up against elite talent, our offense crumbles because we don't have an offense. We rely on guys to hit shots. When Marcus Morris in that first half was hitting shots, we was up by 20 points. When we're hitting, we look good. But when those guys don't, when other teams start playing defense and their offense catches up to ours, we don't really have anything else to fall back on, right? What is our offense? What do we rely on? We just let guys come up and just shoot. That's not gonna work, bro. That's not sustainable against elite to defensive teams. So I keep saying it, but
you know why I'm not too concerned about. I mean, I'm not trying to be like, it's not a big. This is what I'm saying. I think more so we've blown games. If you look at the games we lost, a lot of these games have been coaching. A lot of it's been rotations. A lot of it's been us shooting ourselves in our own foot. The talent that we have, we have when we have everything we're supposed to be, we do the right coaching, the right rotations, we win. Look at the Boston game we played in LA, won by like 20 points. Boston's number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. Milwaukee last night, we had them down by 21 points, but based off of us shooting ourselves in our own foot is why we keep losing these games. And that's the frustrating part. Like, the really said something important. He said we should be a top 2, top 3 seed right now at this point. It's just a matter of fact that keep doing the same shit, shooting ourselves in our own foot over and over and over.
Hey, BJ, y'all, that Bulls game, y'all was lucky to get out of that one because the Bulls were just pathetic down the stretch, but they were doing some dumb stuff too, bro. That Bulls game y'all had recently, but I thought the Clippers was in danger of losing that game.
Yeah, y'all should have really
Yeah.
they should have really lost that game, but they Kawhi bailed them out, man, with greatness, bro. That's all that was.
Because Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, I don't know what they were doing, bro.
You right,
Huh?
though. You right, though. I agree with you. You right.
Yo, I'm just saying, man. Kawhi greatness bailed y'all out, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
it was.
You can't say
That's-
I'm biased because I be speaking the truth, bro. I'm not biased because it's my team. I be telling it. So some Clipper fans, they be acting like Kawhi don't mess up and this offense is trash. Like, no, they be wilding, bro.
Yeah, man, and that's why I was asking the question to BJ this week, man. Was like, has Kawhi on the recent run when y'all were like the last 10 whatever games, y'all won most of those games, has his elite play and high level play masked y'all issues when it comes to the offense and everything? Like, has he
Nope.
covered up a lot of y'all flaws?
No, we can't have that again. We can't allow Kawhi to do all that, bro. That's how he got hurt.
No, but I'm asking, has that been happening? Was my question though. Has that?
Yeah, it's been happening.
Been happening?
It's been happening. They people. This is what I have not liked. People have been trashing Wall, saying he's the reason why we're losing and we're playing better without him. When in reality, what it's been, it's us been playing against low competition and Kawhi bailing us out. And it's crazy how life works. When you start, when you do people wrong, then you might need, and be careful how you talk about people because you might need them.
That's facts.
Yeah,
You be careful how you talk about because you might need them.
Don't burn no bridges.
The Clippers don't burn no bridges, bro. And now look at us right now. We got some shit to figure out, man. And my thing is not that tough to figure out. Ty Lue and them to see how to make the right decisions, man, and we'll be good. But Giannis Antetokounmpo, we gotta give him credit, man. He right now he's the best player in the league. He's the best player in the league, man.
And then BJ, bro, did you see that turnover by Giannis, right, bro? That when he turned that ball over, I'm literally like, if we don't win this game based on that, bro.
Right.
Like they were trying to I don't know what it was, bro. The basketball guys, whatever, bro. They were trying to give us that game, and I'm just like, man.
Yeah, man, that was a bad turnover. But I think because he didn't want to take the free throws, so like he tried to pass it off. But
yeah,
you don't need to do that.
With all that being said, though, as a Clipper fan, I'm not like nervous or anything like that because I still believe in my guy Kawhi. I still believe in what I'm saying, the coach. But
not nervous, really?
No, I mean I'm not really.
You just say you're worried though. You're worried.
I'm not really worried. Let's just say that because again, you got to think we're still fourth in the West, right? It didn't move us out of any position, and beyond the standings, I believe that the front office is going to make a trade. And I know they're going to make a trade, and they're going to do the right thing. So I believe that they're going to make the right trade.
Okay.
If they don't, because since I've been watching this team, they've made all the right trades up until this point. So you can't tell me like they haven't disappointed me not once with any trade. That Norman Powell trade, bro, that was a steal, bro. Like all the trades that we've made.
Yeah, Luke Kennard, Zubac, all steals, man.
And see, this is the thing. These guys are smart, bro. They're thinking 3-4 years down the line. When we got Luke Kennard, people laughed at us because of the contract we got him. And we turned him into a really good role player, right? Like his last year, bro, that's why teams want him, bro. How we showed his skill last year. He's not just a shooter. He can shoot off the dribble. He can attack the paint. He's not a good defender. I give you that. But Michael Winger, Lawrence Frank, them dudes in the front office, bro, they know what they're doing, man. So I do trust them.
Hey, if y'all get Van Vliet though, I would trade Terrence Mann in a second to get Van Vliet, bro. That shouldn't be a question for the Clippers, bro, right now. That should not be a question.
Yeah, I told Dime Dropper that, bro, and he Dime Dropper ain't before that shit. He said, "Fuck no." I
Really?
told him that.
What's the value? What did he see? Why did he say that?
I don't do it. I wouldn't do it right now. I can't give up Terrence Mann, bro. I love Terrence Mann, bro.
Why did he say that, BJ? What's the value he sees? What's the value Dom Dropper sees in Terrence Mann?
Dom Dropper told me, he said, if we trade for Fred VanVleet, we're going to be back in the same position with us being small, guarding people on the perimeter. I told him, bro, Fred VanVleet can guard and he can hit shots and he's a championship type of player. I told him, I don't know, bro. I'm going to sleep on him. I'm not going to just say I ain't going to trade him. I'm like, I'm going to be honest, bro. Like, we've raised Terrence Mann's value. Like, Terrence Mann, we weren't talking about Terrence Mann like this last year.
Yeah.
They raised his value.
They be overhyping Terrence Mann, bro.
Terrence Mann, without Kawhi last year, he stepped up, bro. He stepped up big time last year. After Reggie Jackson and Marcus Morris, Terrence Mann was our leading scorer. He was the leading in defensive stats across the board. So he was literally a big part of last year, and that's why Toronto won him. Toronto won him because we upped his value.
He averaged like 10 points a season, bro. What do you mean?
Bro, I think Toronto wants him, bro. Honestly, I think Toronto wants him because he fits, but he ain't finna like go over there and take the. He's not, and this is why I think it is.
He coming off the bench, bro, on that team, BJ. He coming off the bench.
I think a lot of Clipper fans, just my opinion, I think a lot of them think if we trade Terrence Mann, it's gonna be like we traded SGA, and I don't see SGA and Terrence Mann.
No, it's not. See, this is the difference, though. Terrence Mann, this is what you guys not understanding, bro. In the playoffs and even the regular season, bro, he does everything, bro. It's like defensively, he does everything. Hold on, yesterday,
the little things.
Hold on, they put Terrence Mann on Brook Lopez, bro. He got 2 steals on Brook Lopez, bro. Like, he does.
Brook Lopez is a perimeter player, bro. Like that ain't a big deal.
He's not a post up like he used to be.
Exactly, he's a perimeter player, bro. No off the dribble moves. What can he do?
Hold on, before a 6'5" guy to guard your center, though.
Brook Lopez, bro. You just stand up on him, contested
shots. But you're not understanding the comp, bro. You're just talking like Terrence Mann isn't a good. He's a really good defender.
He's not a good defender, but like y'all be praising him too much. At the end of the day, if you can get Van Vliet, you got to trade him ASAP.
Yeah, y'all do.
Let me ask you, Kobe Jordan. Let me ask you a question. I'm gonna let Big Fan Breezy talk Lex. What does Terrence Mann do elite?
I've already said it. His intangibles, bro. He does all the little shit at a very high level when it matters the most. When you talk, and see, this is the thing. We're talking. Hold on. We're comparing.
It's not the answer BJ wants to hear, bro. You don't want that.
But see, no, BJ. Hold on, BJ. This is what BJ wants to do. He wants to try to corner me, right? Because when he says elite, he wants the box score to actually, replicate what I'm saying, and it's not gonna do that because when you're getting 25, 20 minutes a game because you're on a stacked team, your stats aren't gonna look great, right? So when Terrence Mann comes in, he's a plus minus. His plus minus is usually good. He's really good defending other players. He can play 1 through 4 defending guys, and it's the intangibles. Like I said, there's games that I can point out to where he literally saved us in them games. When he played good defense on Donovan Mitchell, that's how we got back into those games, bro. We throw him on every elite point guard, and he slows them down in the second half, right? When you throw him on a big, he can get in front of your big and get steals, bro. He can box him out. He can rebound. He can get in transition. He's athletic. And he's one of our youngest assets. So yeah, he's not a superstar. I get it. But when you throw him in with Kawhi and PG, he covers up a lot of the mistakes, bro, on the defensive end.
But Kobe Jordan, at times, like you saw last night, you can bench him in the entire fourth quarter. If you ever got like Fred VanVleet, that won't happen because he's a great shot creator. He can defend, and he's gonna play make. You would never have that problem.
So Blaze, when we benched him in that fourth quarter, what was the result? When we benched, because we played him the whole first half. As soon as the fourth quarter came, he didn't play 1 minute. And what was the result? Drew Holiday started getting up. He had 10 points in that fourth quarter. All those other guys were hitting shots. Terrence Mann wasn't in the game at all in the fourth.
So you're saying, so I got a 2-part question. So I wasn't trying to corner you, Kobe. What I was saying, basically, what I'm saying is that
I appreciate that.
he says, you say little things. I mean, that's cool, but this is why I say with Terrence Mann, like he's a glue guy, he's a piece. He's not even. You say he's not a superstar. He's not even an all-star. He's a good defensive piece that you can plug in what you just said with Kawhi and PG, and it makes him look good. But when he's by himself or when he doesn't have Kawhi PG, like when we had to begin the season, he wasn't really making any type of noise. But you know who was making noise? John Wall was making noise because he can actually carry a team. That's my point.
This is the difference. This is the difference,
problem.
PJ. I agree with what you're saying. John Wall is a good player, all of that. But what I'm saying is that if Kawhi and Paul George missed a lot of games too. He's missed half the games. If this is what I'm saying, if you really break down and study the metrics, because I don't have the numbers in front of me, but if we look at the metrics and advanced stats, them first 25 games, we were still third defensively. For what reason? Why were we still third defensively?
Zubac.
Why and PG not?
We have a lot of guys that do the little things too. We got Zubac, we got Covington, we got a lot of guys that do the little things.
Yeah.
But Terrence Mann also he's a contributor to that though. It's not. And see, he's outside of Kawhi and PG. He's probably our best wing defender. Because guess what? Nicholas Batum is fucking old. He's 40 years old almost. This dude is old, right? Marcus Morris can't defend. Reggie Jackson can't defend. So when Marcus Morris and Reggie Jackson are just shooting up dump shots, not getting back on defense, Terrence Mann is bailing these dudes out, getting another steal, right? Getting offensive rebounds. He's helping them guys get extra shots. So I get what you guys are saying. I like Fred VanVleet. I just don't think the Clippers are willing to give him up right now because of what he does for us in the playoffs. He's literally a Swiss Army knife. You can throw him in any different lineup. He's going to come out and give you.
And BJ, when you say Dom Draper was talking about you need big guards, right? First off, to guard the big. First off, there are no. Well, if you got VanVleet, you'd be small in the backcourt, right? At the end of the day, the elite teams in the West, they don't have big guards, bro. Steph Curry, John Morant, Jamal Murray. Like, what we talking about, man? They aren't really big guards. De'Aaron Fox. Like, these ain't big guards that you need. And at the end of the day, you got Kawhi and PG. There's not many teams in the league that can start 3 elite defenders at one time. I wouldn't even call Terrence Mann an elite defender, but he a good defender with Kawhi and PG. You didn't need all that. And the offense is the issue. And so I don't know this hype about Terrence Mann clamping up all these elite guards out here. I don't see that either.
I think if we give I think it's more of like an emotional thing with us and Terrence Mann. Like,
it's definitely
if we give up, I get the emotional part because my thing is like Terrence Mann has meant a lot to us the last couple of seasons. And like when you have a team like who's been through a lot, you don't, it hurts to cut ties with. It's kind of like with Lou Williams, like that hurt the Clippers to cut ties with him. But they made a business decision and they got to the conference finals the next year. I'm not saying Terrence. I'm not saying Terrence Mann is somebody that hasn't done what he's done. But you know what's the phrase? How it go? You got to break a few eggs to make an omelet.
Okay,
like
why does he got to be the egg we got to break? Why can't we break fucking?
Because that's what Toronto's asking for, bro. Exactly. They don't want. That's the problem. You gotta look at what they want. They don't want Reggie Jackson. They don't want Marcus Morris. They don't want old police. They want young guys. And Fred VanVleet, I think, is at least worth looking at if you want to make that business decision.
Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see.
Yeah.
Because listen, at the end of the day, I just want to make sure we're covering up all of our holes, right? We can't have no gaps and no holes in our offense. We got to make sure that's because that's where the issue is, our offense. So if you get Fred VanVleet and you ask him to guard all of these guards, he's gonna have to guard Jamal Murray, he's gonna have to guard Steph Curry, Dame Lillard, he's gonna have to guard John Morant. If y'all believe he can kind of help guard those guys.
Small guards, bro. Small guards. I mean, and at the end of the day, you got Kawhi and PG to clamp him up if he can't do the job, bro. Like, it ain't a big deal, bro. It ain't a big deal like that.
Okay.
But let me ask you a question, Joby Jordan. One personal question. Do you feel that in your gut that Fred VanVleet would help us more than Terrence Mann?
Man, bro, like I told Just Blaze, it's hard because these are two different kind of players, right? One is a 6-foot guard who can kill Denver in the pick and roll. That's why I want him, right? And he has experience. He's a champion. But then Terrence Mann, right? What I noticed is we could put him on any player. We could put him on your center, right? And he's gonna do well. Like we could, Bro, this nigga Terrence Mann is
The hype is crazy right now, bro. The
This
hype
nigga-
is crazy.
Young Africa, bro. Let me finish, man. Shut up, bro. But listen, y'all think I'm capping, but I'm being honest. Hold on, I'm gonna be honest. This is my honest answer, bro. I'm being very genuine. I love Terrence Mann because, bro, we didn't expect anything from him. What was he? A late first round pick. We threw him in. He wasn't get his minutes his first year with Doc Rivers. He became a legitimate good role player, a defender, and can give you all the little shit, right? He became that. His value went up because he decided to step up last year when Kawhi was out. So I love Terrence Mann, but bro, Fred VanVleet is just hard, bro. I don't know. And my gut is telling me Terrence Mann is a key piece to this team. We can't get rid of a dude like that who's done so much for us. This nigga had 30. When Paul George was shitting up the place, he came out, young fella, and gave us 39, bro.
Yo, that's one game. We
But
still
that's
living
one
up,
game.
Yeah,
living up
you
that
like
one
you
game.
That's one
you
game,
like the
though.
story. I feel you, Kobe. You like the story of Terrence. I feel you. You like the story of Terrence, man. I got you. Big fan,
Homegrown
Breezy.
draft.
What's good, bro?
Yo, now I'm just listening to y'all kicking about y'all Clipper problems and shit. And I agree, man. Y'all do need a trade. I think y'all do need more offense, but asking for Terrence Mann is y'all perimeter defense. I think you do get better offense with Van Fleet. We play against the Raptors 4 times because we in the same division. We swept them this year, but I think one of those games Van Fleet had like 37. So you definitely gonna get a better scorer in Van Fleet. And my question to the panel or whoever a Clipper fan, do you think that y'all could hide Van Fleet and Ty Lue's defense? Maybe y'all do pick and roll. I mean switches or whatever. I don't know. Do y'all think y'all could hide Van Fleet in his defense and not necessarily need a man to be an exceptional defender, like y'all said?
That's tough,
I'll
bro.
let somebody else do it. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna just say this: when you say hide them in our defense, that's already an issue when you say it from that standpoint because our defense has been known to be an elite defense even when Kawhi wasn't playing. So it's like when you're asking to hide them in that defense, like who are we losing to where we gotta hide them? Because we don't really have a lot of bad defenders, right? So it's like, but see, this is what I'm saying. Terrence Mann, the reason why Terrence Mann is important, bro, is to answer your question. I know I don't think so. I don't think we can hide him. I think teams are gonna attack. He's gonna get exposed. But I just think Terrence Mann, he covers up a lot of that, right? Like Paul George doesn't have to play defense on those guards because Terrence Mann does. Kawhi Leonard can give you 35 without guarding Steph because Terrence Mann can, right? So it's like that's why you keep a guy like Terrence Mann. It's to allow those other guys like Paul and Kawhi to still do their thing without, trying to play elite defense for 7 games in a series, bro. Like that's the difference, in my opinion. You
That's
need
a
a
good
guy
question,
like
Breezy. I would
But-
say because the Clippers play a switch heavy defense, right? They switch a lot. And that's because they got great defenders. So they're switch heavy defense. So on a team like that, teams will ask for the pick and roll, whoever Van Vliet's guarding and want to get that individual matchup. But at the end of the day, they can either do one, which is fight over the screen and help him out and not let him get isolated on the perimeter. And then 2, he's not a bad one-on-one defender. Obviously, against a guy like a LeBron James, for example, he can't hold him. But at that point in time, if that does happen, you can bring that help, bring the double, get the ball out of his head. You can do a lot of things where you don't have to leave him on an island against these great wings in the league. But I think when you talk about Terrence Mann and Van Vliet, the net positive when you look at the business move for the Clippers, the positive that you get out of Van Vliet outweighs the positive you get out of Terrence Mann. And so at the end of the day, for me, that's an easy decision because you're getting way more on the off. Just like you said, he dropped 37 on the Nets. He's the type of guy that can go off in any playoff series and win you a game or be that second guy that comes through in the clutch and gives you a 30, 40 piece. He can do that. And so that's way more valuable than a guy like a Terrence Mann who people talking about this 39-point game 3 seasons ago, like he's that guy. Come on, man.
chill out, bro. He had 30. He had 31 for like last week. He had 31 last week.
But Kobe Jordan, let's
averaging
be honest.
8 points a game. Come on,
Let's
man.
be honest.
That's not
Yeah,
what he is. He doesn't.
yeah,
He gotta have a
chill out. Hey, but let's talk logical, bro. Who do you have that 31 against?
You see, and this is the shenanigans that y'all want to play. I don't play shit.
Wow.
I don't
Hey, I'm not trying to play him. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a serious question, bro. I guess what we're saying is, bro, like that's not who he is. And it's like
Yeah, I understand that. That's not who he is. But what I'm saying is that he can give that to you, bro, when we need him, and he could defend at a high level every game when we need him, bro.
we
That's
needed
what
that shit last night. We sure as hell needed that shit last night, bro.
say.
He
Hold on,
shot
say
he
what?
shot
Hey,
3 shots.
hey, BJ, I
I
don't
could
know
just
who you
tell
know.
watching. I could tell watching Terrence Mann yesterday, bro. Like
But
he wasn't comfortable shooting and scoring the ball like that, bro.
that's not his role. We don't have any plays. We don't set up anything for him. We don't ask him to come in and score the ball. That's not what we ask him to do. We ask him to defend the best offensive player and to play elite defense, bro. And that's, bro. We were up 20. Why? Because we were hitting shots and we were getting stops. We were getting stops, bro. And
Okay.
guess what? Terrence Mann played the whole first half, bro. In that second half, when he stopped playing, like I keep saying, who got off? Drew Holiday got off for 10 points in the fourth alone, bro. While Giannis is still dominating. So when you throw a Terrence Mann game, guys, this is a pygmy. Y'all like Fred VanVleet. He's a more polished offensive player, way better offensive player. I get that. But Terrence Mann, bro, to be able to throw him in, if we need to play, a bigger lineup, he's perfect. He can play any position, bro. And so it isn't just an easy decision like Young Africa says it is. He's talking about his offensive production. But then our defense is going to suffer from that. So, you know what? It really, to me, long as we get a backup big, I think that's the number one issue. I think that's going to be the number one thing we got to focus on. If we can get a Fred VanVleet, for like another player, Luke Kennard, and a couple more assets, maybe a pick in that trade exception. I don't even know if they'll do that, but
They're not doing that shit, Kobe. They want Terrence Mann in that damn deal. I keep telling you, they don't want it.
Well,
They want your jury ain't stupid, man. Well, all right, man.
I'm gonna use
He
every
be
minute
robbing
to the
teams,
trade
actually.
deadline to make that
He be
decision.
actually robbing teams.
All
And
right, bro.
you know what you're not considering Kobe Jordan is you're right that you might lose a bit of defense, right? That's obvious. But at the end of the day, when Van Vliet comes in, you know what it does? It allows Paul George to not have so much weight on offense. I would expect on a team like that, right? For Paul George, maybe his point production comes down slightly, or maybe it goes up. Who knows? But it ain't the same pressure and same shot attempts, same pressure off the defense that he'll get with the Van Vliet on the court. That's one. He doesn't have to be the point guard. That's two. And then on top of that, I'm expecting him to elevate his defense. He's the guy that got to check the best guy on the perimeter. That's three. And when that happens, I feel like y'all will be a better team because he needs to take that role. If Terrence Mann is checking the best guy from the start of the game, that needs to be PG. And if that happens, I think y'all are a better team because he's a better defender than Terrence Mann at the end of the day.
Yo, BJ, hold on. Yo, Africa, I just wanted to ask BJ a question. As far as like 3-point attempts, right? Like, where do y'all stand with that? Is Luke Kennard y'all biggest threat from the three ball or the long ball? And do y'all have other threats opposed to him being the only 3-ball threat? And do y'all lack that level of offense and why defenses could, hold y'all to 104 points? I mean, I'm not trying to be funny or no shit like that, but the better teams are averaging more points than that per game. And I'm thinking my question is, do you feel like do y'all need the 3-ball? Because that's what Van Vliet would bring. He would bring y'all the 3-ball and he'll space the floor more than a man would. Pause.
Well, thanks for that. But I think, bro, I'm gonna go back to what you're right. It's basically we got our problems are offense. We got other threats. We got Marcus Morris. We got Robert Covington. We got Nicholas Batum. We got guys who can shoot. The problem is I think a lot of that has to do with the spacing, and again, it has to do with the rotations. I think here's the good news. I'm gonna tell Kobe Jordan, bro. If you are so hung on Terrence Mann that you don't want to give him up, I got a solution for you. I got a solution. Just play John Wall and give him the team. If you don't want to move T-Man, give John Wall the team. And I guarantee you, it's gonna make our offense look 10 times better. If it's the choice is yours. You want to give him your man, or you want to get Fred VanVleet, bro.
I'm not gonna lose sleep over that. I can make that decision right now. I'll cut my hands off before I give John Wall the offense completely because yeah. So again, John Wall he's a good player. Again, I understand what Paul George and Kawhi need. They don't need a guy to continue to be tunnel vision, driving, forcing turnovers. They need a legit smart point guard who can shoot the three. That's why Fred VanVleet would be perfect. But when you ask us to give up Terrence Mann, bro, that is like a wrench, a knife in my gut. So again, it's up to. I'm glad I don't got to make the decision, right? It's up to Michael Winger, Jerry West, and Lawrence Frank. Those guys will make the decision. I'm chilling, bro. So it's gonna be fun to
But my
see.
thing is,
Nah, you sweating, bro. And I can hear it in your voice. You sweating.
I ain't
You
sweating.
really think they're gonna give up? You gonna give up Terrence Mann, bro? You hope they don't do that shit. I hope they don't do that shit.
You hope they don't give up John Wall. That's what you hope.
They not gonna give up John Wall because again, it backfired. The value is too low because the Clippers put his value too damn low. They raised. See, this is the problem. They raised Terrence Mann's value so high that now other teams are starting to look like, oh, we want Terrence. They're not even looking at John Wall. That's why I was telling you the other night. They're not John Wall. They can't trade him because his value's too low.
Yeah, but I get that John Wall value isn't so low that the Timberwolves didn't want him. They still want him. He's on the table for them. They actually reached out. So yeah, the Timberwolves want him. It's just a matter of what we want. You know what I'm saying? And what we're looking to get.
but this is my thing about the whole Fred VanVleet thing. I keep hearing people say that, and everybody keeps saying it. Every screen I go to, everybody keeps saying the Clippers get Fred. In order for the Clippers to get Fred VanVleet, they're gonna have to give up half of their team, right? Because the contracts have to match. Whatever they have to match, that's gonna be too many players that they're gonna have to give up, is what I'm saying.
And it's the thing. Terrence Mann only make $2 million. Fred VanVleet makes what, $20 million? So who else do we got to give up outside of Terrence Mann?
Luke
Kennard, and picks, bro. That's all they want. You gotta look at it like this. Toronto, look at their team, bro. They're full of young guns. So Terrence Mann be perfect for that team because you were Scotty Barnes, OG Anunoby, and Pascal Siakam. They got young guys on that team, bro. That's what the jury's looking at.
This is okay. I'm gonna do this deal. The deal I'm gonna construct it right now because I already did it on NBA Swap, so I know what deal will work, which one wouldn't. Right? If you throw in, I'm gonna do this. I'll give them Terrence Mann, I'll give them Luke Kennard and Robert Covington and 2 picks, and I'll give them the trade exception. Right? But here's what we want. Right now, it's my turn. We want to get Fred VanVleet and give me OG Anunoby, and then we'll do it.
That ain't gonna work. That not happening.
Yeah, they ain't gonna do that shit. But I see what he's doing. I see what he's trying to force. It's like who's gonna force their hand.
But the contracts match up perfectly. That'll be 38
but
million.
It ain't gonna happen though.
Fuck them contracts. They want to know about. They want to know about the production. Does it bring the same production, Kobe Jordan, or no? That's that's an unfair trade.
Hold on. Is Robert Covington not a just as good a defender as Anunoby?
But he's not as young.
He's not the offensive production, though.
No, he's not.
But hold on, we're giving young and Terrence Mann, though.
No, they looking at like I don't know. They want youth, bro. They don't look at Covington and Morris being their future plans.
That is not happening.
Hold on, I didn't even say Morris, bro. I'm giving you young assets. I'm giving you Terrence Mann, who's 23. I'm giving you Luke Kennard, who's 25. I'm giving you 2 draft picks and the trade exception, which is worth what, $5.6 million. So I'm giving you a lot, bro.
That ain't gonna happen though.
That ain't gonna happen, bro.
So you're telling me that you're telling me that if they give up that, it's gonna be enough for Fred VanVleet. OG. I just want you to do that. If you were the Raptors, would you do that deal?
No, but listen, hold on.
Okay.
Listen, if I'm the Raptors, If I'm the Raptors, OG Anunoby wants to get out of there ASAP, bro. He's been wanting to leave there, and this is the thing: the contracts match up perfectly, right? The contracts already match up. I've already did the numbers, right? That's 38 million because Fred VanVleet is what, 20 million, 21, and then OG is like 16 million. So the numbers will match up. It's just a matter of them getting off those guys who want to leave. Otherwise, guess what? At the end of the season, they leave for nothing.
You know what? If we were able to get away with that, because we gotta be honest, that's a steal. That's not a fair deal. Let's be honest. But that's a damn robbery. But let's just say it works. Because we robbed the Blazers last year with that Norman Powell and Robert Covington deal, right? Let's just say it works.
And we got Jerry West. Come on,
man. The only way I see that working is if Kawhi is involved, saying, "Hey, I got y'all a championship. Like, you guys give us this deal. Y'all got time to win a championship in the future. We got to win one now." But that's the only way I can see it happening, bro.
But see, BJ, you're not realizing that that trade level exception is huge, though. Because we weren't gonna throw that in. If we throw that in, that's another $6 million, bro.
Kobe Jordan, it's not a fair deal.
Bro,
you wouldn't do that,
bro. Oh my God. So was the Rudy Gobert for a fair deal?
But I'm saying that Toronto's
They
not
wanted
doing
Rudy
that.
Gobert. Yeah, they wanted Rudy Gobert.
They're
That's
not
why.
Okay,
doing
well,
that, bro.
guess what? Listen, I understand what you're saying. The way the Raptors are looking at it is if they don't get rid of those guys by February 9th, they lose them for nothing, right? Now, okay, they don't have to
Now they're
send them to
gonna
us.
re-sign
I get
OG
it.
though. They're gonna re-sign OG.
Because Fred, OG Anunoby, he doesn't want to be there, bro. He's already said that. Those are the two guys that don't want to
Really?
be there.
When did he
They're
say that?
literally restarting with Scotty Barnes as their guy, I guess. But they don't want those two guys. Don't want to be there, bro.
All right, bro.
They're not. I wouldn't do that deal. I just wouldn't do it.
Hell no.
I'm not
Hell
doing
no.
that.
I
From
wouldn't do
Toronto,
that
I'm not
deal.
doing that.
Getting Robert
But from the
Covington, bro.
Clippers, I'm asking
To
though.
me, he's a better defender. I'm gonna be honest.
But he's older
Hey
though.
BJ, if I'm
Go ahead, bro.
if I'm from Toronto, I'm not doing that deal. But if I'm the Clippers, I'm asking.
Exactly,
Why
bro.
can't we
I'm
can't
asking.
ask? We got at least ask, bro.
Hey, I'm asking.
They're gonna hang up the phone, bro.
They gonna hang up that phone so damn fast. Don't call back again. Text message, bro. That ain't happen. Kobe, they not doing that shit.
Okay, hey BJ. Okay, that's cool. They're not doing it, so that's cool. They want Terrence Mann and Fred VanVleet. He wants to be in LA. So
All right.
Yeah, he can come to
All
the
right.
Lakers, bro. He can come to the Lakers. That's what he
he
can do.
said the Lakers.
Yeah, he ain't coming there.
He can come to the
No,
Lakers.
he'll actually
Yeah,
help the
Africa.
Lakers. Though. He could shoot.
They
He'll
want the
help.
Lakers to get everybody, man. I swear they do. They want the Lakers to
Nah,
have
what do you
all
mean, bro?
NBA
The
players on
Clippers
their
want
team.
everybody. They got
No, the
everybody,
Lakers
bro.
want every time I look at ESPN, it's another player going to the Lakers.
That's because we got a
Exactly.
lot of
Damn, how many players
tradable
they going?
players.
How many players going over there?
That's because we got a lot of tradable players, bro. A lot of players are tradable on our squad, bro. They're trash.
Well, either way, the Lakers got to get their mind right. They won that game last night, though. That was a good win. I got to say that.
Hey,
It
what
definitely
y'all,
was a good win. I give them that.
do y'all?
But anyway,
Oh, go ahead.
Yo,
Go ahead.
y'all beat the Knicks the other day too. I wanted to say I appreciate the Lakers beating the Knicks the other day. You know what I mean?
No
So
problems,
good,
man.
you know
No
what I mean?
problems, Breezy. We
New
got
Yeah,
York
you,
the
man.
Nets beat the Nets beat the Knicks.
Yeah, we do that though. You know, we run the city. You know what I mean? So
So what's
that's
your
gonna
team, bro?
happen.
What's your team? The dude that's talking. Oh, you a Nets fan? Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm a Nets fan. I'll be pulling up on BJ page just because you know what I'm saying I pay attention to his vlogs, and you know I don't watch Clipper games, but I hear him talk about the Clipper games. So, you know, and we played the Clippers. Y'all a tough team, man. I don't know why y'all let Hartenstein go. He playing with the Knicks right now, but
Balling out. He balling
He
out.
wanted to get paid, man. He wanted to get paid. That's why they couldn't pay him. That's why they let him go. He wanted to get paid.
but
Knicks
do
gave him
y'all
that bag.
miss Hartenstein? Like how y'all
He got
feel
a bag
about
over there with the Knicks.
Hold on. Before he came to the Clippers, Hardenstein I think he got drafted to the Rockets, bro. He was on like two different teams, right? He was just 2 years in the league. We made him a valuable asset, bro. We just didn't pay him. And to me, that was a bad mistake. We should have paid him, bro. We should have paid him.
He wanted a bag,
So y'all
man.
miss
Hartenstein
Hartenstein.
wanted a
That's
bag.
real.
Yeah. But
And
hold
the
on.
Knicks gave him that bag.
But this is
What
the
happened
thing.
to that Nets Celtics game, bro? Big fan, Breezy. What the hell happened to that? I saw that
Man, they
shit.
got beat by 43 points. That's what happened.
Yeah, nah, my coach, he came out and said, yo, I take all accountability. It was my fault. I ain't have him ready for the game plan. He took it on the chin for the fellas, bro. Like that ass. He was like, yo, I ain't had them ready. They wasn't prepared. And I take it, it's my fault. I take all accountability. And I agree with him too. But what I will say is that he could, I don't want to see him be stubborn to his game plan, and he didn't make the adjustment. Now, that being said, as far as winning is concerned, we had 2 back-to-back wins. We had one versus the Knicks when we were 22 for 40 behind the arc, behind the shooting a 3-ball. In the next game, we were 16 for 41, and we won that next game as well. Now, we lost to the Celtics because we shot horribly from 3, and we tried to match them. And then Celtics in that first quarter came out and hit 8 for 8 for 3-pointers. It was record-breaking shit, bro. And again, what I'm saying is right there is where we lost the game. We didn't adjust, and instead of trying to stay with that game plan, even though we were losing that battle, and then attacking the paint, we stayed with the 3-ball. You know, Boston Celtics made this. Bishop ball. Brown, he was 7 for 9. He from the 3-point line, and he was 8. It was something for some shit. Like it was crazy, man. It was bad.
Well, let me go ahead and say this. I'm gonna go ahead and say this.
Yeah,
I agree with what you're saying, and most of what you're saying is pretty true. But at the same time, man, y'all can't even beat Boston with KD. I knew y'all were gonna get smacked without him.
All right, hold on.
Not
Let me say this, and off of the strength of that, the game that KD was there, we held them down to like 100. At that time, it was the Boston Celtics season low, and I'm saying we lost the game, but it was a single digit game. So I'm saying if the Nets do have a chance at beating the Celtics, it definitely has to be not trying to match their offense, because that's what we did last game. Try to go in there and I'm saying shoot a three when they shot a three, go basket for basket with them, and it didn't work. That being said, I don't think doing that on the road is smart neither. You know what I'm saying? But what I will give credit to him is, like I said, 2 out of 3 games we won it with that style of play. Our 3-point percentage, how many attempts we went from 12th place to 8th place without Kevin Durant in these last 3 games, and that's because that was the game plan, to take more 3-pointers, and we had 3 games where we took 43 pointers. Listen, I don't agree with it. I think we should go to the basket more. I think we should attack, don't abandon the mid-range game, because KD is not there completely, especially when you got players like Cam Thomas and you got players like Wasabi Watanabe. Like, again, man, the reason why I like Wasabi Watanabe, he didn't get a lot of credit is because he didn't even get the minutes. So my thing is this, far as, and I'm contrasting this kind of sort of not necessarily to the Clippers, but to say how important the 3-ball is for different teams. Like the 3-ball for our team was pretty important without KD there, because without that mid-range game there, pretty much that's what we were doing. You feel what I'm saying? Now that being said, a player like Wasabi Watanabe, he didn't even get a chance to be qualified for the 3-point percentage because he didn't have the attempts. So as a coach, because he was high on the percentage early in the season, I don't want to see Joe Harris, I don't want to see Royce O'Neal take more 3-pointer attempts than Wasabi Watanabe. So some of it is coaching, and yeah, I could, you know what I mean? That's clean. That's valid. But at the same time, he's still my coach, because I seen him take accountability for the L we took. So,
hey, bro,
I think
that man's first name is not Wasabi.
Hey, Big Sam Breezy, can you say his name for me one more time? What's his name?
Oh, nah. Shout out, I got you to Watanabe, but we call it.
What was it? You said
it hot from
you
3,
said it different 3 times.
That's because
Wasabi.
That's why I kept on laughing. That is so funny.
Yeah,
hey, man, just call him Jeremy
Watanabe.
Lin, man. His name's Jeremy Lin, man.
No, don't
do that.
He could play. He got a little trouble. He learning how to put the ball on the floor, but his 3 is wet. But he needs spacing on the floor, and I think that we got the lineup without Kevin Durant for him to do that. We got Ed Sumner, who could drive to the basket. We got Cam Thomas that could create his own shot, and you put Wasabi in that lineup at the 3. Yeah, I think, you know what I'm saying, that's where he'll be best, because Ed Sumner and Cam Thomas could create spacing in the backcourt for Wasabi in the corner. So I don't know, man. We'll see, man. You know what I mean? But the Clippers, who y'all next game, man?
We gotta play the Knicks, I believe, tomorrow.
Oh, y'all play the Knicks.
Got the Knicks and the Nets.
And
we play y'all today.
Y'all could get that 1-2, get that good old beat the Knicks, lose to the Nets. You know how that go.
And the Nets play Detroit next, right?
We play Washington.
Yo, Washington, cause they lost to Detroit. Detroit beat their.
Hey, Breezy, what's Claxton's name? What the Nets fans call him? What his name?
Oh, Rack Attack Clax.
No, Rack Attack Clax. Okay.
Rack Attack Clax. Okay.
Yeah, he lead the league in field goal percentage. He that guy.
And BJ, this clutch points. This little article you just posted. This is another. He can't.
Yeah, he was
outrun the offense, bro. See, Norman Powell and Kawhi know that. They already know that.
No, but he's talking about what happened. So I'm just gonna read it. So he said he wasn't worried about the shots Leonard and George took down the stretch, according to Andrew Grief of the Los Angeles Times. In case of Leonard, he explained that because he knows those shots are the ones that he has made on several occasions. Per the LA Times, Powell said that he told Leonard and George that the shots he's missing, those are the ones that he worked on. I've seen him make those countless times. That's why I'm not really tripping if I get the ball or not. I've seen him make that from the corner fading mid-range to send us to the Eastern Conference Finals. You just got to live and die with those things. But those guys know they're going to adjust next time they're in that situation.
Hey, but
So there you
BJ, that
go.
but
But
BJ,
see,
that shot
BJ,
he
hold on,
hit.
BJ, I don't disagree with
Adjust
Norman
means
Powell.
pass me the ball, nigga. Right, BJ.
But
That's
see,
what
this is the
adjustment
thing.
means,
I
right?
don't
Yeah,
disagree
that's what it
with
means.
Norman Powell. My only
That's
issue
what it
is
mean, right,
That's
BJ?
facts.
Oh, go
my
ahead,
only
Kobe.
issue is the timing of these certain shots. Like some of these guys, like Kawhi, I'm not worried about, but Paul George, he needs to get set up, bro, more. He can't just come. He can't come down and just do dumb shots. Like, come on, bro, you got to be able to. And that's my opinion. I think he needs to,
You
they
gotta
got to
blame Drew
relax.
Holiday for that, Cole.
Who you said?
Yeah,
Blame who?
I don't think it's nothing for Norman Powell knows who how Kawhi is, but it's just Paul George is an interesting cat, bro. For somebody so skilled, you would think he can make any shot on the court. He don't need to be set up, but because of the type of shots he takes, he's kind of like Kobe, bro, in a lot of ways. The way he takes his shots, he takes a lot of bad shots. Kawhi is more like Mike, where he takes more high quality shots. So
Good point. Actually, I never thought of it like that's a good point.
Yeah,
they
but that last shot he made it. The last shot he took wasn't high quality. That's why he airballed it.
but it's not usual that Kawhi does that. He usually takes good shots, and it wasn't really a bad shot, Mingo. Just an air ball. That's why it looked bad, but he got a good look. He just airballed the shot.
I don't think you got a good look, BJ.
Yeah, that wasn't a good look. See,
I
we
don't think
hold on.
that's a
We
good
say
look.
good look because he's hit those shots before, but you got to
Yeah.
still understand a good shot. Like these shots Steph Curry be taking in general, they're not good shots. He just hits these shots, right? So it's like it becomes norm. Like no, to me, you can't just pull up like it, bro. It was what 20 seconds left in the shot clock. We didn't get any sets. You could have you had an easy pick and roll with Zubac. You could have got in the midi and got a mid range, easy pull up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, well, maybe you should have been coaching that on that play instead of Ty Lue.
And Ty Lue making some dumb decisions, bro, this year. But you know what? I'm gonna give Ty Lue some more time. But obviously, last night, bro, he should have figured out what the issue was. That he should have figured it out. I don't know if Kawhi needs to talk to him in private or what, but come on,
And
man.
also, and also Zubac's fired out, so that ain't help either.
Yeah, we need a big.
Well, I think, BJ, honestly, like if Norman Powell would have taken that last shot, I think Milwaukee fans would have been more nervous, in my opinion, because he was cooking in that game.
Me too.
He
He
always,
was cooking in that game, bro.
he always cooks the Bucks though. Like he
Yeah,
always has
he
a good
do,
game.
Kobe Jordan. He does always cook. I don't know what he got against them, bro. He be cooking them every time I watch
Last
him
year,
play.
I think he had 35 against them last year. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I think Milwaukee fans are glad he didn't take that shot.
That's how Norm always plays, though. He always plays like that, though. He's always aggressive. Even if he's not scoring, he puts pressure on the defense. That's just who he is. But,
Man, they should have tried to triple team Giannis. I know that.
And he got a good 3-point shot, man. He's shooting like what in the 40% in 3-point. Like
yeah.
Norman Powell
respecting him. In the beginning of the season, I was kind of giving him a little bit of backlash, but it took him time to get his footing and it works out. But the guys I'm not letting off the hook, hey, Reggie Jackson and Marcus Moore, I'm not letting them off the hook. So I'm gonna just, leave it at that.
Mook played good, man. What you mean? Mook played good last night. Mook. Marcus Morris played good last night.
Hold on. You said he played good, right? So he had what did he have? 13? What did he have yesterday? I didn't look at
16, I think.
Okay, so in the first half, he was hitting shots, right? And then you notice in the second half, because he was cooking in the first, the same shots he was getting, he was still trying to get those same shots, but they were closing out on him. He was taking bad shots in that third and fourth quarter, BJ, because he was hot in the first half. He just wanted to keep shooting in the second. He was missing those same shots.
Well, I think a lot of it had to do with spacing, too. Because the threes he missed, those 2-corner threes he missed, was bad spacing. And I think in this third quarter, he had a couple little good bunnies in the post. Like his game is mid-range and mid-post. Like that's more so his game. He's automatic there.
Yeah, BJ, if he don't got the shot, because the dude, I think, closed out. He pump faked the first defender, and then the second dude came and closed out. Just make the simple pass.
I got you.
See, all I'm saying is with Marcus Morris, he just doesn't make the second pass. When he catches in that corner, he has to shoot. I don't like that.
I hear you. He's one of another guys don't have a high IQ, but I think I think what Mook brings to us, I'm looking more so what he brings. He brings that toughness, and he takes a lot of big shots for us. So I can keep Mook on the team. I like what he brings.
Yeah,
And
me
another
too.
thing y'all
I
messed
agree.
up on.
He
And
just
another thing y'all messed up on putting Batum on Giannis. That wasn't good. That wasn't good at
Yeah, that
all.
was dumb. That was dumb.
That I was like, what the hell is happening? Okay,
But it's kind
whatever.
of like Mingo Jesser. I mean, it's like, I mean, how many niggas can really guard that man? You
Yeah,
ain't
you're
put
right.
Kawhi
I
on
agree with
him.
that. Though. I agree with that.
Who else you gonna put on him? Zubac fouled out. Rocco tried. He got he was getting bullied. I mean, who else could you really put on him?
you got to build a wall around him. You just got to build a wall and do your best. But Drew Holiday should have not got off in that fourth quarter. That's like, come on, man. He was trash the whole game.
Trash.
Well, he definitely was trash.
He also had a big turnover too down the stretch.
Oh, and this is another
Yeah,
thing about
Giannis.
Terrence Mann, guys. This is what we keep forgetting. You know how Paul George, he can have tendencies of being lazy on defense, where he's not hedging and he's not closing out his the 3-point. Terrence Mann does not do that. He does not play lazy on defense, bro. That's why I like this dude, bro. He never plays lazy.
Man, Giannis tried to get y'all the game. Niggas just turned the ball over. He just threw it out of bounds. I'm like, he trying to get a Clippers the game.
But
They don't want
Kobe Jordan, how much do you think
They don't
Terrence?
want it.
Because I just want to ask you this question: if Terrence Mann had the offensive responsibility of Paul George, you think he would take plays off?
Mhm.
Say that again. If I think he will take plays off.
If Terrence Mann had the offensive responsibility to what Paul George had, do you think he would take plays off? Because you say Terrence Mann, you know, you like I my point I'm getting to is basically it's more easier if you're just focused on playing on defense, you can put more effort on that side of the ball. But
Hold
I
on.
get PG.
I get that. But when you're shooting like you're shooting tonight, there's no excuse why you can't play defense. You were shit trash. You were 6 for 16. You had 16 points. You were turning the ball over. You could at least play elite defense. At
I don't
least.
know. It's kind of tough, man.
If
I
you're
I
not
don't know.
doing offensively, you got to play defense, and that's how I play. Like that's what I look at. If a player's not playing great and he has the skills, you need to be playing elite defense. It's not about the responsibility. Terrence Mann just doesn't play lazy. Like he doesn't. There's certain guys. Norman Powell, he's cooking. Guess what? He was still standing in front of his man.
I agree.
Like when I talk about lazy, I'm talking about not giving effort, bro. Like you still got
I
to give
agree.
effort.
Okay. Yeah. You know what? I hear you. I understand. I agree. You know, still gotta be better, man. You know, I'm actually feeling good this morning. You know, I ain't too upset. You know, I wish we would have won, but you know, I think it's just show some things that you know we gotta be better at, man. We got the Bucks next week. You know what I'm saying? We'll get their ass back.
Be interesting to see
So,
if
people,
y'all
let me
can make
ask you this.
adjustments or just play the same game. Be interesting to see.
You say what?
I was just gonna say,
people, let me ask you this.
go ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
so let me ask you this. So, if similar to your question that you asked Kobe Jordan, I'm asking you kind of a similar question. If you think Terrence Mann would take Paul George's spot, he the second option, and Paul George moves to the third, do you think Terrence Mann to be successful?
He's not a scorer, nah. I think he's great wherever he's at. I think he's his best when he's getting 20, 25, 30 minutes and being a very good defender and high energy guy. I think that's what he is.
See, that's a good question, but I would have asked it a little differently. I would have said, do you think he would have give just as much production, right? Because he can't shoot like Paul George, but he only has 16 points tonight. So I'm saying if you give Terrence Mann a bigger role, will his production go up? Yes, I think his averages will go up. He won't be Paul George skill wise, but his production would be higher. Yes.
But didn't he have that last year? How much did he average last year?
10 points a game.
That's what I'm saying. Like he had the opportunities last year, and I mean he ain't. That's just not who he is, Kobe. He ain't no scorer. He don't have the tool set to score like that. Some players are just specialty players.
And that's fair. That's fair. He's not a scorer. We get it, but he can score. He's just not a main scorer. I get it.
Hey,
but
how y'all feel about Kawhi not making the All-Star game though? How y'all feel about that?
I don't care about that.
I don't care about that. Let his ass rest. You don't need to be sitting. You don't need to be jumping around anyway.
This dude's arguing. I heard Mook arguing about how other players aren't getting. Like again, it's fan voting. The part of the media votes too. But Kawhi Leonard just hasn't played enough elite games. His last 12 games, he's been playing elite. I get it. But what about the first 40 games or first 38 games, right? Like we can't. And those other dudes, they all deserve it. But some of them lists is kind of iffy. DeMar DeRozan, I
Yeah,
don't think
DeMar
so.
DeRozan kind of crazy, man.
De'Aaron Fox got robbed.
Anthony
De'Aaron
Davis
Fox?
didn't make it. James Harden didn't make it.
Even Drew Holiday
De'Aaron
is a
Fox
good
didn't
player.
make
Anthony
He didn't even
Davis
expect
didn't
to
make it. Like that's
No, none of them ain't make it.
You know what's crazy? They asked Drew Holiday in the post-game interview about the All-Star game. He literally doesn't even care. Like
That should have been De'Aaron Fox.
over who? Over
Drew
who?
Holiday.
No, Drew Holiday didn't make it.
Oh,
No, Drew Holiday made the reserves, bro.
So it's got to be either
Yeah, I
Dame
said Drew
Lillard,
Holiday did make it.
Yeah, Drew
Dame
Holiday
Lillard,
made the reserves, bro.
John Morant, or SGA. Who you taking out for De'Aaron Fox, BJ?
No, Drew Holiday made it.
I'm taking out Dame Lillard for
Drew Holiday
De'Aaron
made it.
Fox.
I don't think
Yes, he made it. But
yeah,
Drew
I'll take
Holiday
out
was in the
Dame.
East, though.
You know,
I'll
why
take
I would
out
take
Dame.
Dame Dollar. Come on.
De'Aaron Fox is in the West.
He ain't
Here's
played
why-
enough.
Hold on. Here's why I would take out Dame, because De'Aaron
Nah,
Fox
Drew
has
Holiday didn't make it. Didn't make it.
De'Aaron Fox is almost averaging what Dame Lillard, and they're the third seed. And where's Portland at? Like, you got to look at winning too, bro. That's one of the reasons.
No, you
Yeah.
don't look at winning. No, you don't look at winning because
All-Star
LeBron
game
won't be
ain't
in it
about
if
winning.
you're looking at winning. No,
Okay,
no,
so
no,
hold
no.
on.
Don't
If you don't
look
look
at
at
winning.
winning, hold on. If you don't look at winning, why did that 2015 Hawks team have 4 All-Stars that year, and they lost in the second round? Why was that?
Again, you can't look at winning because LeBron won't be in it because his team is under 500. Think about what you're saying.
LeBron is an exception. He's an exception.
How is it? You just said it's win.
He is an exception. He is an
What-
Hold on,
happening?
LeBron isn't an exception.
Winning is winning, regardless of an exception.
No,
winning is
nah,
winning.
He's not talking about all the plays. He's talking about when there's the fringe guys like the last few
Exactly.
guys. Yeah, that's what he's talking
I'm
about.
talking about the French guys. That's
Yeah,
like
that
saying
don't make
hold on.
no
That's like
kind of
saying
sense.
Michael Jordan. That's like saying Michael Jordan couldn't make it because he was with the Wizards. Like, no, he's still.
So you're saying they go for some guys but not others? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that the guys that are not, because
When
there's
it's
not a lot of
close,
exceptions.
yeah.
There's only 1 or 2 exceptions, right? Outside of those 2 exceptions, those other guys should be comparable as far as winning and performance, right? If me and you are given the same production, but my team is 3 or second in the West, and you're 13th in the West, I should get priority. That's how I look at it.
That's fair enough.
So you're saying winning? So you're saying winning should matter for some guys but not others?
No,
For the
I'm
reserves,
saying
Jester. Come on, man. For the reserves, man. Come on.
just
Jester.
the
It doesn't
exceptions,
matter,
bro.
reserve or starting. It doesn't matter.
LeBron is literally the only exception. Besides LeBron, who else? We got to compare matchup to match. We got to compare. You know, it got to be compare record and performance. De'Aaron Fox has played like an all-star. Would you not say?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay,
Hey, y'all hold it down for like 20 minutes. I made my haircut. Y'all hold it down for like 20 minutes.
Oh, you getting that fade? Okay,
Yeah.
Just like
So when
PG
you
got
look at
that
De'Aaron
fade
Fox,
from
getting
Giannis
Getting that
yesterday.
T.I. You were getting that T.I. fade back from back in the day.
Yeah. Hey, PG got that fade from Giannis yesterday, Coach Jordan.
This dude absolutely stupid, bro.
Hey, I hear what you're saying, Justin, but like the starters fan voting for the most part, right? But when the media and the coaches vote for the reserves, I do agree that when there's a borderline guard, and Dame Lillard like been a perennial all-star, so he kind of gets the favor because of his status. But if you're just going off guys that are similar production, and one guy's 13 seed has been out for a lot of the league, and then you got a guy like De'Aaron Fox who leads the league in like clutch points, who's made his team a top 3 seed. He the best player on his team. Him is a bonus, but that's like 1A, 1B situation. And he's actually improved so much. His 3-ball this year improved a lot. His free throw shooting improved a lot. His game's improved, and then his team's improved because of that. And so that's kind of a harsh. That's a snub right there. That's for sure a snub.
Yeah, but
I would say De'Aaron Fox over Dame Lillard myself. I would say that.
right. And some of these guys deserve it. Like Dame Lillard, we know he's an all-star, but some of these other guys have just come on, man. They really deserve it. And they've never been an all-star. Like De'Aaron Fox, I don't think has he been an all-star?
No, he hasn't.
So I mean he's a good young player. I liked him. He stepped up. So, you know, they're not in to me, the Kings aren't getting enough credit this year, man. That team is I think Mike
third
Brown
seed in the West.
bro,
That's kind of crazy.
I think Mike Brown is probably going to be in the talks for Coach of the Year. He should be. But yeah, that team is nice, bro. We played them like this first week of the season. We was like, yo, this team's tough.
So wait a minute. Drew Holiday didn't make it. So who is the East reserves?
No, so the East
Let me look
reserves is
Oh, go
Drew
ahead.
Holiday, DeMar
Oh,
DeRozan.
did Drew Holiday make it? My bad. I thought he
Yeah,
didn't make it,
he
man.
made it.
Okay.
I told you he was in the East.
Okay. My
You was
bad,
talking about
Justin.
the
My
wins.
bad.
So
My
the
bad, Justin.
reserves for the East was Jaylen Brown, Drew Holiday, DeMar DeRozan. Trying to think. I can't remember who. I just saw the list, but I couldn't remember. Fuck.
Yeah,
I think
Jaylen
Laurie
Brown,
Marketing made it.
Bam
Laurie Marketing.
Adebayo, Julius Randle,
Oh, yeah,
Tyrese
And Laurie
Halliburton,
Marketing.
Joel
no,
Embiid, Tyrese Halliburton. Like those.
yeah,
No,
that's it. That's
Laurie
it.
Marketing
Tyrese
made
Halliburton.
it.
I couldn't remember who the other guard
Yeah,
was.
Laurie Marketing. Hey, you know who
Laurie
shouldn't have made
Marketing
it
made
though?
it too. I remember seeing his name up there. I think Laurie Marketing made
What's
it
kind
too.
of crazy is what kind of crazy is I don't know if Julius Randle should have made it. I don't know if Jaren Jackson Jr. should have made it. I don't know. DeMar DeRozan definitely shouldn't have made it, man. I know he's putting up the numbers, but that team is ass. So I don't think it
So
should.
you put James Harden over DeMar DeRozan?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm
yes,
putting
yes,
James
I
Harden.
would've
I'm
did
putting
that.
I'm putting Jimmy Butler over DeMar DeRozan.
Yep.
Yeah, those two guys
DeMar
should have made it
DeRozan
over
should not
him.
have gotten it, bro.
Yeah, man.
Come
Even
on.
Jalen Brunson's had a better season than DeMar DeRozan, to be honest.
So
Hey,
that's what you
Pascal
get for letting the
Siakam.
fans go.
Pascal Siakam not making the All-Star game is kind of crazy though.
No,
What?
they've been trending down, bro. That Toronto's Raptor team is a disappointment, bro.
They've been trending down, but like SGA made it. You know what I mean? Like if you're gonna give it to guys that are outside the playoffs, like you might as well
that's
just
the
give it
tricky
to.
part. What if a guy is worse than it? What if he's on the worst team in the league, but he's averaging 35, right? Like what like
I say give it to
That's
him.
crazy.
I say give it to him. This ain't
That's
all
crazy. That's
NBA.
crazy. Y'all keep using it.
Huh? What? Why?
That's crazy. Y'all keep using it.
It's not, because it's about winning, bro. You can't listen.
But LeBron's not winning. What
Bro,
part of he's
hold on.
winning? You're not getting.
Hold on. If me and you are giving the same production and I'm winning, bro, that matters, bro.
But you can't use that for one player and don't use it for the other.
But
He's
I'm
not
not.
winning.
Hold on, I'm not. I'm only using it for the exceptions like LeBron. It's only one guy I'm using it for.
And why would you use the exception for him? What makes him so special?
Because LeBron,
Y'all keep stressing about winning.
I don't even like LeBron, to be honest. I like him, but I don't really care for him. But he's still an exception.
Yeah, LeBron's very special, bro. It just
I
be
don't
like
get
it would be like if Kevin
Jordan
Durant was on
Kobe.
a losing team, he's still making the All-Star game if he's dropping 30 a game. Like that's
I don't get that though. But y'all keep stressing about winning.
So you're mad, Justin?
No, I'm not mad, but I'm just saying y'all don't talk about winning if you're not gonna do it for everybody across the board. Keep that same energy.
Justin, it's not just my opinion, because that's not even how the All-Star game is voted on, right? It's not just about your record. It's also the fan vote too with the media. So some guys are gonna get it for multiple reasons, popularity and other shit. So it's not just winning. I'm just saying that I think that should be priority in my opinion, but it's not, right? That's why.
And I don't think it should, because LeBron wouldn't be in there if it was.
Well, when's the last? Hold on. What's the last All-Star game you watched without LeBron?
But what I'm saying is, you keep on hollering that, well, I don't think a player should be in the All-Star game if they got a losing record or if they got outside the playoffs.
Hey, man, listen, they still got to get ratings, man. They still got to
get.
Hey, Justin, do you believe outside of all the winning and stuff that LeBron deserves to be an All-Star this season or not? No.
I think he should be in there. That's why I say don't mention winning, because to me, All-Star is strictly individually. It's not has nothing to do with a team. That's why I say winning shouldn't matter when you talk about the All-Star. It's strictly individual.
Okay, so if
strictly
it should be about winning, okay, so then, for example, Draymond Green should have never made an All-Star ever in his life then, because he's never had All-Star numbers. Why has he made All-Star games?
Wait a minute now. Draymond, wait a minute now. Draymond actually did have decent numbers previous to now.
I said All-Star numbers.
He actually had decent numbers.
Hey, Justin, do you know Draymond was an All-Star last season, averaging a triple single? You know?
Come on, man. That's what I'm talking about. Why did because they were winning.
Mm-hmm.
So,
there's different criteria.
If y'all gonna keep saying that, my thing is, why LeBron is in the All-Star game then?
Because his numbers are better, bro. He has All-Star numbers,
but he's not winning. But he's not winning.
But you didn't answer my question about Draymond. Why did Draymond ever make it? He's never.
And I was telling you that Draymond, maybe his defense. He probably made it on.
Oh my God!
Hey, ain't no All-Star. just making all strictly defense, bro. Come
So
on.
hold
No,
on.
I'm
So
just
hold on.
saying
You can make
stats is
You can
stats.
make the All-Star team just off of defense. So let me go find
No,
players
no,
that
no, no, no,
are
no, no.
elite.
I did not say you
Yeah,
can make the All-Star
Claxton.
game
Claxton's an
just off
all-star
of
on that level,
defense.
bro.
Yep,
Claxton's an all-star.
Claxton's
Zubac
an
damn near
All-Star.
should make an all-star team.
Yep,
Like
all of those
But you
guys.
gotta know. But wait a minute, you gotta know that the All-Star also counts on popularity and all that stuff too. Like guy
I
mentioned
just
earlier.
said that. I
I
literally
know,
just
like
said
I said, like you mentioned earlier. I just said,
yeah.
like Guy said earlier. All that does come into play, though. Popularity, all that,
It's biased, bro.
fans who they
It's
like, who
biased.
they don't like, all that kind of
It's
stuff. That
biased.
all come into too.
It's so biased, and the reason why it doesn't really matter because people are gonna have their favorites. The fans are gonna vote. But my issue is if it's not ever about winning, then I can give you a list of guys that should have never made the All-Star game. I mean,
Well,
this
good thing
true,
the fans,
and that's what we're talking about is that the NBA and the coaches and the media, they got different criteria for different players. They don't keep the same energy. It's not we that ain't keeping the same energy. They don't keep the same energy because they will vote a guy like Draymond in, but not vote other guys that are also winning, but on and putting up better numbers, but they don't give those guys the same shot. And there's certain teams, right, that because Klay Thompson wasn't on the team, he wasn't playing a lot last season, so they usually give like the top 3 seeds like 2 all-stars on a team. That's what they usually do, especially for elite teams. That's why Jaylen Brown's an all-star. I don't know why, like what's his name? Yeah, one is De'Aaron Fox. I don't know why he didn't make an all-star team. I don't know why when you talk about winning, guys like James Harden isn't an all-star. That's kind of crazy. James Harden should have been an all-star this season, bro. Averaging 22 points, 10 assists, like that's kind of crazy, bro.
Not only should what's the name been an All-Star, which he is, Joel Embiid, he definitely should have been a starter too.
Yeah,
I don't know how in the hell Joel Embiid not a starter.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't get that.
who
at
you
all.
benching? You benching Kevin Durant?
Nigga, no, I'm bitching Jason Tatum.
Jason Tatum, number 1
Hell
team in
yeah.
the West. You
Get
don't
him
think
out
he's
of
been
there.
playing well?
That's
I'm saying he's been playing well, but not better than Embiid.
Yeah, but hold on. He still giving you a production of an all-star starter, though. You can't put a guy like that on
And not to mention Embiid production on defense is better than
No, I'm taking out Kevin
than,
Durant. I'm taking out Kevin Durant because
I'm not taking out Kevin Durant. No. Kevin Durant, no. Kevin Durant been on the tear.
A lot of guys are having good years, so it's tricky. But at the end of the day,
Kevin Durant been on the tear.
Listen, if everybody's having, let's say all these guys are having 30 all-star seasons, then what's the next step? What do you go by? Because
if they all having a good season, then what do you go by? I guess you go by the impact. I guess I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know how they judge.
And that's why I said winning has to be a part of it. Because if I'm
But
scoring 35,
and my question
to you is, last in the West.
And my question to you is, if winning is a part of it, why is LeBron there?
No, he's a starter. That's a fan vote. That's a fan vote too. That's a fan vote. So we're talking about the reserves, really. That's what we're really talking
about. That's crazy.
The fans don't vote for the reserves.
But all I'm saying is, and it's very simple. All I'm saying is very simple. Also, I think what's the name should have been in it too, but that's neither here nor there. Even though my guy Kyrie got in, I was happy to see that. My guy Kyrie got in.
Who's you about
He's
to say?
a starter. But I think Tyrese Halliburton should have been in it too. That's why
he did make it. He did make it.
Oh, he made it?
Yeah, he made on the reserves.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see his name when the first time well, maybe I overlooked it.
He made it in the reserves.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
So Kobe Jordan, if you feel like winning is important, do you feel like a guy like SGA shouldn't have got in over De'Aaron Fox, or he put up?
I already said that.
SGA. Nah, SGA. Whoa. Wait a minute now. Whoa.
Hold on.
The impact of SGA, I think he deserved it. He's
I don't know about that one now.
I think SGA deserved it. What I'm saying is that, right? There's only how many reserves? It's 6 reserves. So
7 reserves, I think.
What is 7 reserves.
So at the end of the day, it's tough because you can't have what if all the guards are elite, right? You got to have some bigs on that reserve. So that's what I'm saying. Everybody's not gonna make it, bro. Some guys, and that's why I say if we're both giving you the same production, now Shay's a little different. He's giving you like high, extremely all-star level numbers. So he. I mean, come on, like he has to be up there. But De'Aaron Fox, to me, he's averaging 27. How do you miss a guy that's third in the West? He's a starting point guard averaging 20, 27, 28, and they're third in the West.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. I know, man. I know.
Shit, I tell you one thing. If I was De'Aaron Fox, I'd be talking trash.
This nigga De'Aaron Fox definitely deserves it. I'm just saying that who do you take out, and then what do you prioritize, right? Because now it becomes a popularity contest. Shea is probably more popular than D Fox, but you know,
They on the same level. They're on the same level, but definitely Dame Lillard is more popular than De'Aaron Fox. So
oh yeah, for sure, yeah, definitely, no question.
yeah, I think that's
But
what, and I think that's where
should have Dame in
marketability.
it? That's the thing. Do you take out Dame? I'll put Shea and D Fox over Dame probably. That's what I don't know. You know?
But
Dame
let
averaging
me ask
30
this
points, 7 assists this season. Like he quietly having a crazy season. He
But
just
let me
dropped
ask this question then.
he
Let
just
me ask
dropped
this
60
question.
last week. That kind of helps too.
Well, let me ask this question. Why did they change the format from what previous year? Why did they they had a captain and they picked their team? Why they changed from that to fan voting?
Because dudes was getting their feelings hurt. That's why behind the scenes.
Oh, okay.
No, they still picking teams. They still picking teams.
Oh,
No,
they still
hold
doing
on.
the picking teams thing?
Yeah. They're doing it right before the game, like a pickup game. Just so they're gonna be on the court.
Oh,
Niggas gonna be pointing at the
Oh,
nigga.
okay. Basically, like you do in street ball.
The starters pick out the starters, and then they pick out the reserves, man. Like you pick out an older starter, then you pick out an older reserve.
It should go back to
Oh,
the
so basically like playing the pickup game on the black.
Yeah, man. All NBA superstar pickup game. Yeah, man.
Why don't we
You know what I mean, Africa?
Yeah, I'm just letting you know, just that's all.
You talking about some all-star NBA? You know what I mean? Chill, bro.
Nah, but it's exactly like a pickup game. That's the whole idea.
I got you. Cause they did it live on TV. I watched all of those.
Yeah, now they're actually gonna do it with like the players. I think they're gonna do it before the game. Or
yeah, okay, I got that. Now All-Star game is what day? It's like on the 19th, 17th, 18th?
Yeah, 19th, I think.
Oh, okay. Got it. Cause I'm gonna watch the Super Bowl. Anyway. I got $7,000 on that, but we ain't gonna talk
is that
about
the same day? Super
Who
Bowl
y'all
the
got
same
winning
day?
the Super Bowl?
No, 12. It's on the 12th. The Super
What
Bowl
you
is on
say?
the 12th.
You put down $7,000?
Yeah.
Damn, Jester.
bro.
Dude was
trap
talking too
money.
much, man. I got sick of him talking.
That
He was
trap
talking
money,
too much.
Jester. Damn, Jester. You like,
Man, he was talking too much. I got sick of him talking. Kept on talking about them damn Eagles. Man, give me my homes, man. I got 7,000 on my homes.
oh, nah, that's easy money, Jester. That's easy money, man. That's easy money.
You know what's
We gonna
crazy?
see.
Hey,
You about to double up, Jester? I see you,
Hey,
man.
Jester, I thought Mahomes was gonna win too, but I think the Eagles, they're gonna give it to the Eagles.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How'd you get onto the number to 7 racks though? What you start at 2 and nigga got
Nah,
hype
what had happened was
racks?
Nah, this the thing. See, this what happened. No, this what happened. So he's the Eagles fan. He's from Philly. So you know he talking mad trash already. Man, we finna blow the Chiefs out. We finna do this. Mahomes hurt. He can't do this. He trash. He ain't better than this person. He ain't better than okay. Man, what is you talking all this trash for? All right, bro. I tell you what, it started at 5. We went to 5. And then he's keep on talking, saying all that crazy. Man, matter of fact, put 7 on it. We're gonna go at 7 and we're gonna stay at 7. So put it on the wood. Put the money on the wood. Put the money on the wood, shook hands, and that's the bet.
Damn, the trap
Hey,
money.
Justin, I got one thing to say though, Justin.
Okay.
When you lose that money, right? Because if you do lose, I'm just saying if you do, just remember, come to. I got a loan for you set up. So just come talk to the big dog. I got a loan for you. It's at about 30%.
Yeah, you're about to lose that re-up money, Justin. That re-up money.
Hey, bro, I don't need it. That's why we go to work every day, bro. I don't need it. That's the reason why we work every day, man.
Shit.
I don't need it, man.
Just know I got that loan ready for you, though. It's
hey, man, it is money, bro. You can't take it with you when you leave, so it don't matter to me.
30,
I don't care.
32% interest rate, my boy. I got you.
32%. You robbing niggas, Kobe Jordan.
Yeah, you robbing niggas. Come on, 32% interest.
Damn, nigga. About to double up in 3 days, nigga. Crazy, man.
Yeah, but I ain't scared of betting no money. I ain't scared of none of that. It is what
Mahomes should have that, bro. Jalen Hurts in his first Super Bowl. I'd be surprised if he pulls that shit out. That'd be very surprising.
Well, we're gonna see.
Hey, I can't. Even though I'm a Clipper fan, I love the Clippers. It's hard for me to bet on them in the playoffs because of Paul George, bro. Because of Paul George, bro. It's hard.
Yeah, man.
Like, bro, I be wanting to make so much money off of this stuff.
So you think they should trade Paul George? That's what I'm hearing.
No, what I'm saying is that his tendencies is gonna fuck up my, you know what I'm saying, my over and under. You feel what I'm saying? Like, because he got bad tendency, he kind of cracks under pressure a lot. So
yeah, yo, What's up with the free throws though? I know you was mad when you saw the free throws, man. 2 of 6
He
from the
missed them 2
line
free throws. He
I'm used
crazy
to it,
in the
man.
bro. I'm
clutch.
used to it. I'm used to it. I already know
Missed
Paul
2
George
free
is 10.
throws.
That's why I
He's
say he can't have the ball too much in the fourth quarter. He can't.
but he's a great free throw shooter, man. So the clutch is that heavy on Paul
No,
George? That's
but this is what I'm
crazy.
saying. Okay, for example, Young Africa, we already know he's an elite free throw shooter. That's why I'm
Mm,
telling you, when you miss 2 free throws in the air ball,
mm,
what else do you go to?
mm.
It's a mental issue. It's nothing.
Facts,
It's nothing
facts,
basketball related. It's all
facts.
mental.
Facts. That's crazy, man. It's crazy, and that's the weakness of the Clippers, man. I'm daring Paul George to beat me, and if he can, that's all good. That's a game or two. Then we got to switch up and adjust if he beats us for like 2 games. But I'm daring Paul George to beat me, and we're gonna load up on the paint, load up on Kawhi, and we're gonna see what they do, man. But being a jump shooting team, if y'all don't have it as a jump shooting team in the playoffs, damn, bro, it's gonna be tough, man. I don't know what y'all gonna do.
I'm telling you, bro. We literally have to have an elite 3-point shooting
Mm-hmm.
playoffs in order for us to win. Because
Yeah.
if Kawhi Leonard, right, he's gonna score 30 to 35 unless he just has a horrible game like yesterday, which doesn't really happen that often. So I'm not really worried. But Norman Powell really saved us and kept us in that game. So the reason why Fred VanVleet would be great is because he would limit the amount of touches Paul George has in those crunch moments.
Mm.
And so, but
Mm-hmm.
it's like you give up Terrence Mann, who kept us, who got us up the lead because he was getting stops. So it's like you're giving up something to get something, and it's like which one do you value more? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I think you got more offensive issues than defensive issues. That's why I'm not saying Terrence Mann ain't a valuable piece, but you got more offensive issues than defensive. You still got Covington, you still got Batum. So
That's
I
true, and
think
that's
I
why
think
it's yeah. I agree. That's true.
especially in the clutch, because the clutch is the most important aspect of the playoffs, bro. There's gonna be tight games, and you need guys that can deliver, man. And it's gonna be tough because you can still give Kawhi the best matchup on the defense. You can give Paul George the other guy, and you can have Covington, Batum, whoever else. Like you guys got loaded wings. It's about the offense, man. And I'm surprised, man. I'm surprised that a team so talented with so many great shooters, so many great shot creators, guys that can get off the dribble and get their own shot, and y'all struggling offense. That's kind of crazy, bro. And the pace is the issue, bro. Y'all play way too slow. PG be walking that shit up. Like
Reggie
it's
Jackson be
very
walking
surprising.
it up too.
Yeah, man.
And then they
Hopping and
be
skipping
slow
and
as
shit.
shit, bro. Reggie Jackson frustrates me so much, bro. He be like, you ever see when he's walking, he be dancing with the ball. I'm like, nigga, it's
Yeah,
the
man.
fourth quarter with a minute left, and it's like he's trying to do a hezzy dribble or a hezzy attack to the
Yeah.
basket. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? And then bro, I counted. Bro, see, I pay attention, bro. This nigga, he brought the ball up the court. He dribbled it 18 times and then airballed the floater. I'm like, bro, what the
Hey,
fuck?
that's what I call him, bro. Reggie Floater Jack. He loves the floater, bro. Outside the 3-point shot, his go-to is the floater in the lane, bro. That's his shot, man. That's his shot.
This is why I respect guys like Greg Popovich, because he don't let shit like that fly. They have a limit of how many dribbles a player can have. See, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the type of shit you got to implement. If
Yep.
you don't have an
And
offense, you got to have minimum 4 dribbles. 4 dribbles and make a play or get to the basket or pass. Like, it got to be
yep.
simple.
Yep. I would tell him to play faster, to run out in transition, get more easier buckets. John Wall would help with that. And if you're not gonna play John Wall, I would be telling the minimum 4 passes on every possession, bro. Like just swing that shit, see what happens. Swing, attack, swing. Like you need to pass the ball, bro. But y'all just
It
get
got
too
to be
ISO
4
happy,
dribbles,
bro.
4 passes. Listen, this is the thing. Kawhi Leonard knows that. This is why when you see Kawhi, he don't dribble a lot, right? Over these last couple of years, we've seen him do more because he's been the guy, right? But in San Antonio, he couldn't. He had to get to his spot and score. That's why he's so effective now. It's because he never had the ball to dominate in those
Yeah, he
early
had to.
years.
Yeah, that's true. That's
So
true.
now that you see him dominating, he can still get to his spot, but it's not his norm. Like you don't see him at the top of the key trying to cross people up a lot. That's not his norm.
That's true. Hey, it's tough, man. The Clippers. I think
So yeah.
I think the playoffs is gonna really test y'all and expose the flaws, and that's why I say if Paul George ain't top 5 in the NBA, peak Kawhi, sorry, if Kawhi's not top 5 in the NBA and Paul George is in the top 10 player, y'all really don't have a chance, man, because there's gonna be too much pressure on guys like Norman Powell, Marcus Morris to alleviate. Because as I said, bro, defense is gonna load up on Kawhi, bro. He ain't gonna get off. You know that 35 points that you're talking about. They ain't gonna let that happen, bro. They're not gonna. If he posts up, that's a double. if he comes into the lane, that's help
Right.
defense.
Right.
If he's in the ISO and he's dribbling on the perimeter, I'm gonna trap his ass. If there's a pick and roll, I'm trapping that shit, and I'm gonna make you pass to Zubac. And how I'm gonna ask you how many times you're gonna pass to Zubac and trusting him to drop 30 on us and win the game. So like.
Yeah, man, and like I keep saying, bro, this whole Zubac narrative, people keep saying he's an elite. Listen, I like Zubac, but the reason why we don't go to Zubac and that pick and roll isn't as effective against elite teams is because, again, Zubac doesn't have good hands. His hands in that pick and roll, he's not able to catch the ball and secure the ball enough. He has he got Butterfinger's hand. And see, this is stuff that like dudes like Mookie, they don't want to expose the intangible stuff that I break down. Like, that's why they don't go to him as much. When he gets it going, he looks good. But in the pick and roll, he can't catch the ball a lot. He's always like he'll turn the ball over too if Paul George keeps kicking it to him. Paul George is not good. And see, this is the thing. Zubac isn't even getting a good pass to even secure it because Paul George is not a good passer. So you got two guys who are literally controlling your offense, who one can't catch the ball and one can't pass the ball. So it's like, what the fuck are we doing? And see, the thing about the clip, it's a simple fix, but it's tough because, like I said, Fred VanVleet would really help this whole situation, man. But man, it's just tough.
Well,
bro.
why you say it's a simple fix? What's
because
the simple fix?
the reason why I say it's a simple fix is because if you get a point guard like Fred VanVleet, he's a high IQ point guard. He knows timing. He knows how to get certain guys the ball and win. If you add him into that lineup, it really eliminates Paul George's turnovers. It eliminates Reggie Jackson's dribbling all over the basketball court, just turning the ball over. They don't get as many touches, right? So that's the reason why our offense has been trash is we don't have a good flow. We're not passing the ball, right? Because there's too many guys who are offensive focused. Reggie and Paul George are really looking to score. They're not looking to pass. So that messes up the whole offense. Norman Powell can't get going, right? Other guys can't get. That's why Nicholas Batum, he can't. Well, he got to hit those open shots. But Luke Kennard, he's cold, right? Terrence Mann, there's no good looks for those guys because there's too much dominating ISO ball, bro. If you remove the ISO ball, to me, that's gonna help the offense tremendously. But again, we still need a big too because, like last night, if Zubac gets fouled out, who do we go to?
Who would you go to? Robert Covington and shit? Like
Robert Covington is 6'7" and he's 200 pounds.
Yeah, it's tough.
He's not a legit big man, bro. You think Robert Covington is gonna work against Valanciunas? You think that's gonna work against a big team like Pelicans or Denver?
Nah.
Okay, so I mean, he's a good defender. Let's give him credit. But that whole small ball in Houston, it looked good for a short period of time. But they were playing Golden State, who's a small team as well, so it looked good. But against bigger teams, it's just not gonna work. I don't think that's gonna be sustainable.
Say Clippers can't afford VanVleet. Yeah, you're right, Sturdy. They can't afford him. They asking for Terrence Mann, but like they probably got to give up Luke Kennard as well. They got a trade exception, so that probably makes the money work. Terrence Mann, Luke Kennard, and the draft pick.
Yeah, so I did the math. If you throw in Terrence Mann, Luke Kennard, well, I told you what my trade would be.
But you got a trade exception as well. So the $10 million trade exception, or whatever it is, $10 million. Luke Kennard, Terrence Mann, I think that works out.
And you got to think that $9 million trade exception is huge. We really don't want to give it up because that's two young good players, bro.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. I don't know if you're gonna get young players for a trade exception, though. If I'm giving up young players, I want pieces back. Oh, I want draft picks back. But yeah, if you're gonna give me draft picks in the trade,
I agree. And our issue is
you can probably get an older player, like a buyout situation, or a guy that's an older player on a team that's not winning that wants to leave. But a good player, like this is the trade to make. And yo, man, yeah, if they want Terrence Mann, Luke Kennard, and they'll take a pick to give you VanVleet, man, y'all got to do that, bro. Y'all got to do that.
What do you think about going out and getting a guy like Dwight Howard? Well, I guess I should be asking myself that.
I would say the situation for that would be because at the end of the day, I want to see the best best teams versus the best teams, man. If my team don't win it, I want to see the best players versus the best players. That's the most entertaining thing for me. So I want to see the Clippers reach their full potential. I don't want to see them be injured or not, have their best players out there at the end of the day. That's not fun. That's just a team winning by technicality and shit. I don't like that, man. So
right. No, I agree.
I want to see that. And so the only time I'm getting Dwight Howard though is if you get VanVleet, like you said before, you ain't got the pieces to now go get a solid big like a Naz Reid or an actual valuable backup big or even starting big. So I would get Dwight Howard if you get Van Vliet, because now you just got to get somebody that's like minimum contract. So I would go with that. That would be better. He better than any backup you got right now. So I would say
That's
that's
what I'm.
solid. He's an athletic guy.
If we trade
he can
for
help.
a big, right, we don't have the assets to go get a point guard. So that's
Yeah,
what. Here's what BJ is saying. He's already saying we got to try the John Wall experiment, so we don't have to lose assets to go get a
true,
Fred.
true.
So he's not against Fred VanVleet. He just knows we need a big more, and I agree with him. But my issue is, I keep saying we need both. So it's like, do we go cheap on a point guard and get an expensive big, or the other way around, right? So our offense has been the main issue. So if you get a point guard, to me, that solves that. So we're gonna have to go out and get a Dwight Howard, who I don't even know how much it would cost to get him. Like, I don't even know what that team
Oh,
is.
he's a minimum contract. My man's in China, bro. So he'll be a minimum.
And then DeMarcus Cousins, I'm not really a fan of because he doesn't play D. But
Yeah, he wouldn't help. You need an athletic big. I don't know how athletic Dwight Howard is, but I'm sure he still got hops and shit. He'll be decent.
and
But
he's 37 though, bro. Dwight Howard is
yeah,
37.
yeah, he ain't the same. I know there's no easy fix for this team, but I would say it depends on the level of plays you can get. So you talking about a Naz Reid? I would probably go get a Naz Reid over Van Vliet in terms of urgency,
Right,
because you got John Wall. But if you can't get a solid like actual young big man, an athletic big,
right.
then you might as well go get Van Vliet, man. It's a
But
tough situation.
according to some reports, I think by Shams, I gotta make sure I clarify that if it's by him or somebody else. I saw it on Twitter about like 3-4 days ago. The Timberwolves are interested in re-signing Naz Reid, so I don't even think he's on the table anymore. And that's like, fuck, like he would be the perfect guy that we need.
That's true. If you're a smart team, right, you shop around and you see the interest in the league, and then you hear all these niggas calling you, contenders calling you, you got to rethink that shit and say, hey, man, this nigga might be a little more valuable than I thought. You know what I mean? And actually,
Yeah. And
you
see, the
know,
Timberwolves are a dumb organization. It's just like, I don't even respect the people in their front office. Like, they just do some dumb stuff. But for them to want to re-sign Naz Reid is probably the smartest thing.
and the type of big that Clipper Nation be talking about, you know, a stretch big that's athletic, that can guard the paint, that can switch out to
Yeah.
perimeter plays. Those are the most valuable bigs in the league, bro, right now.
That's
Like
what I'm
that's
saying, bro. And
that
that's why,
ain't just some nigga you can go find like
bro,
for cheap.
I'm telling you, bro. And so what do you think the most valuable player in the league is skill-wise? Like, I think it's a two-way wing who could score like a Kawhi and PG. And then I think but what do you think?
The most valuable player,
Like, skill-wise.
skill wise. What do you mean by skill wise?
Like, if you were starting an organization, like, what type of player are you looking to build around? Are you looking to build around a center? Are you looking to build around a point guard, a small forward? Like, what type of player in his
Nah, I'm
skill?
definitely building around a wing, because wings are valuable. A two-way wing, an elite scoring two-way wing. There ain't many of those, but if I got to pick, I'm taking an elite two-way scoring wing, a 6'8" wing who can
Okay.
score, who can rebound, and who can get his own shot and be an elite perimeter defender. I'm taking that. But the next most valuable thing ain't no point guard, ain't no shooting guard. It's the valuable big who can switch, who can
See,
rebound,
me too. Me too.
block shots, and shoot threes. If I can
Bro,
get a
that's
nigga
what
like
I'm
that
saying,
with
bro.
my wing, I can get the rest, bro. But
I'm telling you.
that's the most valuable, man.
And the reason why
And my wing is essentially a stretch big anyway, because he's 6'8", 6'9". So like it's interchangeable. You know what I mean? We're really talking about bigs, but that can play a wing. Like Kevin Durant is a big, but he's a wing at the same time. You know what I mean? But he plays like a wing. But he's
see,
a big, really, when you talk about size and shit.
And see, the big guy has been transformed. Like, there aren't traditional centers. So the reason why the 4-man who can do multiple things is valuable is because he can still defend and protect the paint and still give you scoring and all the other little stuff, right? He can guard multiple positions. Those guys, to me, dude, they're neck and neck with a wing. Like, there's probably second to a 6'8" small forward who could do both, but and those guys are out there, but it's not as many of them, right? And teams are realizing that these guys are valuable. You're talking about the Jonathan Isaacs, the Bam Adebayos. You're talking about the Vanderbilts. To me, those are the guys that you need to build around Kawhi Leonard in this era, bro.
Hey, Lucas 30 in the chat saying two-way big who can play make. I don't think there's a play in the league that fits that description though, bro. Who's a two-way big that can play make? Because I know Jokic ain't no two-way player, so I don't know who even fits that description.
When he says big, what does he say? Are you talking about power forward or center?
I'm assuming he's talking about power forward or center that can play two ways and play make.
But see, I don't need him. Hold on, I don't need him to play make. I just need him to be able to play both sides of the floor and be able to protect the paint and be able to play on deep. Because for me, I'm gonna maximize his athleticism and his height. If you're 6'9", your wingspan should probably be 7'2", 7'3". So you should be able to guard multiple positions. And if you can move, that to me is very valuable. That's why I love guys like Jonathan Isaac, bro. Dudes like him and Vanderbilt, to me. Though those are like the modern day, bro. Those are the guys that you need, bro.
Giannis is a two-way big who can play make. Yeah, fair enough. He the only one, Sturdy. He the only one. Hey, name me another one just to let me know. Two-way big who can play make. Yeah. Name me one more. But he rare.
Two-way big that can play make.
And I don't mean KD's a big as in like he plays big, but traditionally, if he was playing in the 90s or 80s or 70s, I'm talking about. I would say KD would be a big in that sense. And I was really just talking about his size. Like he's 7-footer. He's interchangeable. But
what about Aaron Gordon?
Aaron Gordon.
He's 6'10". He could shoot the three and he could defend, bro.
Two-way big, yeah. I think he's a small forward, to be honest, really.
At 6'10"?
And he's playing power forward. He's playing power forward right now, but I think he's really a small forward. And I would say, is he really an offensive threat?
He's 6'10", though, bro.
Yeah, okay. I'll give him that. 6'9", 6'10", okay. He's definitely a defender, but is he really a scoring threat like that? I know he's having a nice season right now, but I don't think he's a scoring threat. And can he hit the three on a consistent basis?
I just think he's versatile. I'm not saying he's elite at scoring. I just think he can do a little bit of everything, and he's big.
That's true.
So a lot of these guys aren't out there, but you got to really dial in and see.
Aaron Gordon averaging 39% from three this season. That's what
crazy, I'm saying, bro. Shit. And he could defend.
Yeah, no doubt. That's why Denver got the best possible chance they've had in years, man.
Bro,
AD doesn't feel a narrative of playmaking though. He can't really play make like that.
No, he's not a playmaker. He's definitely a big.
Two-way big. Yeah, he is a two-way big, but he didn't fit the playmaking part. That's why I said the two-way with the playmaking is rare for a big, man. That's very rare. It's very
it's a lot of fixes, but what do you think about a guy like Vanderbilt with the Clippers, Young Africa?
He's nice. You know what I actually like over Vanderbilt? He's really good defensively. He's a solid player that would help out. I would question the floor spacing. And if you stop Vanderbilt at the 4 and Zubac at the 5, that's going to kill your floor spacing. Even though he can hit some corner threes, they say. I don't think he's
No, I'm saying put him at the 5. What if you put him at the 5?
At the 5, that's a small ball 5 though. What is he, like 6'9", 6'8"?
You put Kawhi, PG, and him, and then probably Marcus Morris to spread.
He's a switchable big against units that have stretch bigs. He would be nice, but he would be a backup to Zubac. He would be nice, but he's like what? He's 6'9".
Yeah, he's 6'9".
So and he got a long ass wingspan, so he'll be nice. But the guy I would rather y'all have is Mo Bamba. Mo Bamba would be a nice piece.
Bamba?
Yeah, I take Mo Bamba over Vanderbilt for y'all team. Mo Bamba can space the flow. He's a legit big center, and he can score. He can defend the paint. He can block shots. I think I take Mo Bamba over.
So do you put him at the 4 or the 5?
I'm starting him at center, bro. Zubac coming off the bench, man.
Okay, I like that. I like Mo Bamba. I just don't know if it's a tricky situation. I don't even know what they're asking for because he was on the trade block
he was. Yeah.
So, but I haven't heard anything of him recent, so I don't know if they just decided to keep him or.
Yeah, I don't know either, man, because they're playing ball over him now, and they got Wendell Carter Jr.
and Isaac and Jonathan Isaac back.
Yeah, so. Jonathan Isaac just came back, so they're stacked on the front court, man. So they got to trade somebody.
The Clippers are in a. I think the Clippers are in a tough situation.
Very tough situation, bro. Especially in a win now situation, that's tough, man. But
see, this is the thing, though, bro. Is tough situation we've been in these last 4 years. We've made all the right trades, bro. Like if you go back even before the Kawhi, when we had to get rid of Blake Griffin and all those other guys' contract, it was because we were trying to get Kawhi. Like we were setting it all up for now. You know what I'm saying? So we put the right role players. It's just we're missing a piece, and that piece is that big and a smart point guard like. It's just tough, bro. So we'll hopefully we figure it out. But
Yeah, man.
Yo,
It's
back.
gonna be interesting. Yo, what
you
up,
got your haircut,
BJ?
man. You got faded.
Yeah, got
Got
the
that
fade,
fade.
Sorry, it took a little longer than I thought.
That's all good,
You
man.
know what I'm saying? What I missed? What I missed?
We just talking about the pieces. We're just talking about positions, right? Interesting question Kobe Jordan had, and he was talking about what is more valuable in the league today. We had two positions we were talking about. And is it a versatile wing, two-way wing that can score, play, make, defend, or is it a stretch big, a two-way big that can do all those things? What would you take? A two-way big that can
All right.
space the floor, score, defend the rim at elite level? Like, what would you say? Switch out onto perimeter guys.
I definitely hear you on that. I think the most important position now is the wings. I think that's the biggest piece in the game right now. That's my opinion.
Right. Well, and I said that, like, I agree. If you can get a Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Jason Tatum, those guys, you got to start your, even a Giannis because he's a little bit bigger than those guys, but to start your organization. But around them, you need to find you a big who could pretty much guard all those other positions and try to stretch the floor out as well. Because to me, those guys are so valuable. Like when I see a Draymond Green able to kind of switch and play different positions, it takes so much pressure off of other guys around him, like Clay and Steph, and those guys could just perform. But
Yeah, man, it's a wing league right now. It's kind of like what Ryan said last night. It's a wing league, so at this point, as you got to have a killer wing or stretch forward to win a championship. That's my thing.
It was this dude on YouTube who was drafting. He only drafted all small forward or all wing players to see if he could win a championship. And I'm like, who do you put at the one? It's like, it's not as hard as you think. You know what I'm saying? Like you can get a small forward who could play point guard or play two, or you know what I mean, like that. Like that's what Toronto I think is trying to do. They're trying to build a whole bunch of wing team just full of wings.
Yeah, bro, they're trying to. The Clippers and the Raptors are very similar in a lot of ways. That's why that's what the Clippers are trying to do. But my thing is, if you're trying to get like that, my thing is you got to be able to have a wing that's gonna really make it hard for the opposing team's point guard. And it's in the Western Conference, you got a bunch of great point guards, so it's not like the East where the point guard position ain't as strong. Like in the West, you gotta be able to have a guy who's gonna make a difference on that side. So,
and BJ, to add on to that, what's crazy now that I think about it? If I had a team full of wings, what would be the hardest part about figuring that offense that team out is do I have a guy around 6'7" or 6'8" who could really play point guard though? Because to me, that would be the most important. And that's what we're seeing, right? Like, could he really play point guard and get these other guys really, good shots? Because it's tough being 6'8" playing like Magic's done it. Like all these, it's not a lot of guys, bro, that can be that tall and still have a small Drew Holiday underneath you and guarding you, full court press. Like that's difficult.
no, that's real difficult, man. But we'll have to see, man, what happens. So we got the Knicks coming up tomorrow, and then the Nets, bro. I think we gotta win these two games against these two teams, man. I think that'll put us right back in position. But I'm looking forward to that Bucks game again next Friday. I think it's on ESPN too, so we'll have to see.
That's facts, man.
Yeah, man. What adjustments would you like to see against the Bucks the next time around? What would you like to see, BJ?
Fucking start John Wall for one. I don't know if it's gonna happen.
We already know about that. What else?
That's the first thing. The second thing is Paul George needs to start off the game more catching and shooting rather than trying to dribble. He needs to get his rhythm. Because remember the game against the Lakers, the second game against the Lakers, Pat Beverly's guarding him. He just shooting right over the top of him.
Quick moves. Yeah, quick moves.
Exactly. So, PG, I think Norm needs to get more touches. And And I just think we just gotta, build a wall around Giannis. I think that's gonna help. But the trade deadline is what, on the 9th? February the 9th?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
February
so.
9th. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So when do we? So that's the next game against the Bucks. We might have a new, different team. I don't know. So it's kind of tough.
And we're gonna make some trades. All I know is we're making trades, and I'm listen. I know you said you don't give the front office anything to be trustworthy in, but the moves that they've made, that we've seen so far, they've done well for us. So I still trust them. I just hope that they get a backup big, bro. Like that's to me number one, bro. If they
Hey
don't,
man,
listen, I'm
who
saying this,
you
if they
get?
don't get a backup big, I'll be shocked. I'll be really shocked, bro.
Who you getting? Who you want to give?
Well, that's the thing. It's a lot of players that they've been in contact with. Nerlens Noel was one of the guys that they wanted last year. We couldn't get him because of his agent. His agent fucked the deal over. So we literally had him secured, bro. The agent fucked him up. And then Mo Bamba was somebody we were interested in. I'm cool with any of those guys. Long as they can defend, bro, I'm cool, bro.
Okay. What about DeMarcus Cousins?
No, sir. No.
You don't want Boogie?
No, Boogie, we already had him. We know what he does. He's horrible in pick and roll. He doesn't defend, and he's just older now. You know what I'm saying? He's much older, so he's not really going to give us anything offensively, really. So we need a defensive big, bro. Not just a big. We need a defensive big.
I don't know. I will at least. I don't know, because it's like you said, Nerlens Noel, Jakob Pertl. I don't know if we can get him, but I would like him
What
if
about
we
Mo
could.
Bamba?
Yeah, Mo
Mo
Bamba is
Bamba.
another.
Mo
And see,
Bamba.
If y'all get Mo
Orlando is a
Bamba,
team. Orlando's a team we could probably finesse. Like they're shit trash organization too. We could probably.
that's a fact. That's
Yeah.
a fact. Hey, if y'all get Mo Bamba though, hey, yeah, y'all going to the Western Conference Finals at least, bro. If y'all get Mo Bamba, bro, I'm telling you, Mo
Yeah, I
Bamba,
think.
y'all scary team with Mo Bamba, bro, straight up. Because you got a stretch big that can actually be mobile. He's athletic. He's young. Like he brings that energy. He can place the flow. Like it's a wrap for the league, bro. I'm telling you,
And we
y'all
can,
beat
yeah,
Denver with Mo Bamba, bro. Like that's how much better he'll make y'all, man. Versatile, like the first versatility you will have with Mo Bamba. Yeah, you can match up with any team in the league, bro. Like any team, you can check Jokic 1-on-1. Like you can do a lot of shit. Hey, man, that's the
yeah.
one. That's the one. I'd give up Luke Kennard. I give up Terrence Mann. I give up Reggie Jackson, Marcus Morris, anybody, bro, for Mo Bamba, man.
I don't think we even have to give up that much. I think we probably have to just give up probably Luke, probably Amir Coffey, because Amir Coffey, he's actually a solid piece too. Quiet as kept, but I think he's a solid piece we can trade. And Brandon Boston's a solid piece we can trade.
Bro, we could finesse Orlando so easy, bro, because I'm telling you, we could probably, and this is the thing, they have too many guys at that position anyway. So they don't need any more bigs. We could give them Amir Coffey, probably Brandon Boston, and that trade exception. I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Well, we will see, man. I'm finna get out here though, but I'll be back on Sunday.
Cool.
Sunday morning. We'll get it popping. See what happens after tomorrow.
All right, salute, y'all.
Peace out, BJ, man. Peace out, bro.
Hey, salute, y'all, salute. All right, so Sturdy, get you on the next one, man. I'm about to get up off here, but been off for about 4 hours. But yeah, man, a lot of things I've seen last night, which really kind of revealed itself. One, we need a point guard. Two, we need to actually use the right rotations and actually be able to stick what we have. Three, Paul George got to get off the point guard position. Four, we need to get a big to guard these other bigs. So it's just a number of things, man. So, you know, things revealed itself. It unfortunately had to come on the hands of a loss, but sometimes that's what it takes to save your season. I think this is something that could save our season. You know, you guys remember the Boston Celtics last year. They were struggling throughout the first part of the season, and they turned around the second part, went to the finals. So this could save our season right here. You know, just got to be smart, and we got to be able to, you know, make the right decisions. But 6 more days to the trade deadline, we could be seeing another team when we face this Milwaukee Bucks team again. So, yeah, well, appreciate y'all coming through again. If y'all have not seen the Ryan Hollins interview from last night, go into our lives. We have it right there. Y'all can see it's about 1 hour and 30 minutes. A lot of good information. Jewels that he dropped on us, man. Had a few people come in and talk to him. So all my guests that I have, man, I'll make sure to have people come in and speak with y'all. Speaking of them, man, you know, I'm not, you know, me and Rick are nothing without y'all, man. We definitely appreciate y'all love and support. We will be back again on we will be back again on Sunday. What? Kyrie just requested a trade. That's got to be cap. But yeah, man. Until next time, respectfully say, pull up a seat, pull up a chip, put love, peace. How they like swim well.